hybrid of spiritual plants cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Releasing a Dragon. In Chen Jing's eyes, his luck was burning like a flame, as eye-catching as a torch. But there was a wisp of black smoke mixed in the flame, and the black smoke was wrapped around the periphery, like a thin, but airtight black cover, covering the flame in the center and gradually suppressing the flame. He had an epiphany. The luck used by the opponent's luck and Taoism also belonged to him. He used the festival to gather people's luck, and responded to luck and disaster. Originally, luck should have steadily suppressed disaster, and finally there should be no danger, or even no surprise. But this meager disaster was used by the opponent with mysterious Taoism, and the creation was mysterious, but it was a victory of less and more, which overwhelmed his own luck. Before breaking the opponent's luck and Taoism, his fate will continue to tilt towards disaster. Damn, you can still play like this. Chen Jing looked around, and a golden dragon shadow flashed in his sight. A closer look revealed that a small section of his luck fire extended outward, and that small section of luck was just connected to the illusory dragon shadow. Who the hell is rubbing my luck? Exclamation mark. Who cares? If you rub me, come here to accompany me to face the calamity. He thought to himself, and tried to control his luck, to pull the other party over. After trying for a long time, he really didn't know any other luck spells, and the luck fire was still in a pure natural state, without any movement. However, as if hearing his repeated chanting, the dragon shadow actually took the initiative to rush over here. There's a play. Chen Jing continued to chant, like Tang Seng chanting the tight hoop spell. At the same time, the demon claws attacked again. It no longer attacked head-on, but flashed and retreated with one strike. Chen Jing had to go all out every time he defended, and his mana loss increased rapidly. When only the last bit of mana was left, golden light fell from the sky. With a dragon roar, the space shattered, and the dragon girl with dragon horns on her forehead walked out of it. Stop chanting, stop chanting, stop chanting. She had a charming figure, a black veil on her face, golden eyes, dragon horns, and black hair dancing with lightning, which was full of oppression. The first thing she did when she appeared was to glare at Chen Jing fiercely. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that others could not stand up after being stared at had no effect on him at all. Instead, he had time to take a good look at this visitor. Her flying grey silver hair always felt familiar. Demon. Remnant of the divine dynasty. Looking for death. This sentence angered the dragon girl on the spot. The arcs of electricity that roamed around were so incandescent that they were blinding. Even if you closed your eyes, you could still see a dazzling brilliance. A claw covered with fine scales and surrounded by lightning suddenly condensed in the void and slapped it hard. The demon claw raised its head and was illuminated by the white light, as if it was about to melt on the spot. Boom! Chen Jing couldn't help but step back. The aftermath of the wave surged over, as if to uproot the hybrid plants in the vision. Killed it? He raised his head expectantly, but he saw the demon claws that turned into ferocious giants slowly stood up, carrying the huge dragon claw on their shoulders. With such thin blood power, you can't be. Boom. The dragon girl cast a spell and pressed down, and the dragon claws that appeared exploded, turning the surrounding area into a scorched earth. You go first. She turned back and said to Chen Jing, "Can't you kill it?" Chen Jing looked back and said, "I don't know where to run. This place leads to the 9 netherworlds. The power of the demons is endless. Conventional means can only suppress it, but it is difficult to kill it." The dragon girl also realized that Chen Jing could not get out, and threw a token in her backhand and inserted it in front of him. There were 2 words engraved on the token. Pass. Chen Jing picked up the token with the object control technique, and after a little refinement of his spiritual consciousness, he immediately understood its use. With the power of luck, force the passage to break all the bands. The main attack is simple and rough. Open. The token was slid in front of him, and the space opened like a zipper. When he was about to escape, he suddenly heard malicious intent from behind, and the copper skin tree in the vision was destroyed at an alarming speed. He felt a chill on his back, and without looking back, he immediately jumped in. Don't even think about running. A ferocious giant mouth followed, swallowing the place where Chen Jing was just now, but Chen Jing was no longer there. The dragon girl arrived, and the thunder was like a rope, binding the troll. Don't even think about it. The two fought again, and everything in this space was twisted and shattered, and was wantonly destroyed by the power they exuded. But the fight lasted only 2 or 3 breaths. The space was shaken again, and the passage was opened. Chen Jing, who had just left, actually walked out of the passage. He looked around, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Chen Jing was a little confused. He remembered that he escaped at the critical moment, so how did he come back again? Teleport on the spot? The dragon girl and the sky demon were both stunned for a moment, and then the sky demon laughed. You can't see the worlds, but you still want to travel through them? Here you go. Bang. As soon as the sky demon stretched out his claws, the dragon girl hit him on the forehead. Damn the remnants of the divine dynasty, do you really think I can't do anything to you? The sky demon was furious, and his aura quickly increased. Bang. The sky demon, who became more ferocious, swung his hand back, and the majestic magic power crossed the sky. The dragon girl, who was originally evenly matched, was hit by this casual blow and flew away, and golden blood rain sprinkled in the sky. The dragon girl retracted her Dharma image, and turned into a human form. She flashed and retreated behind Chen Jing. Chen Jing was shocked. Why am I in front? Damn it, Chen Jing, remember this. Everything you have from now on belongs to me. The dragon girl suddenly hugged him from behind, and her warm and soft body pressed against his back. Without waiting for him to feel it carefully, suddenly, a powerful and unparalleled force suddenly poured into his body. A series of magical powers naturally came to his mind. Chen Jing looked down, and saw the shadow of a golden dragon entwined with him, as if it had merged with him. Have we merged? At this moment, he only felt that the power of destiny that was difficult to interfere with had become a source of power that he could control at will. This power was unprecedentedly strong, far exceeding most of the spiritual power of heaven and earth that he had seen. In front, the demon repelled the dragon girl, and a layer of deep blue field unfolded around his body, and terrible power was brewing in it. There was an illusion that the stars would be blown up in the next second. Chen Jing subconsciously unfolded the vision. As soon as the vision appeared, it immediately dissipated. Exhausted mana? No wonder I feel so weak, but it doesn't matter. My wings, come out. An incarnation of divine consciousness jumped out from behind Chen Jing, which was the technique of you coming to help me. After the incarnation of divine consciousness came out, it threw a fireball at the demon and then dissipated. The breeze swept and blew away the fallen leaves. He was silent. The members of the Demon Slayer division borrowed so many spells on them, but that was his wings. Where are my wings? There is only one feather left. Just as he was thinking deeply, the voice of the dragon girl rang out. Use my magical power. Magical power. Chen Jing raised his hand, and all the clouds and rain between heaven and earth were under his control. Magic power, calling the wind and rain. The sky and the earth changed color. The dense dark clouds completely covered the entire sky, and the strong wind rose out of thin air, whistling and sweeping, forming countless tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth. He was greatly shocked. This feeling was as if he had become an immortal. However, the fire of luck seemed to be poured with water, and it obviously dropped a bit. This magical power consumes luck. Boom. The lightning contained in the clouds began to strike downwards. Can't let it continue. Don't delay, hit it. The voice of the dragon girl emerged in his heart. Chen Jing followed suit, and countless hurricanes and tornadoes whistled past, and the ground was rolled up 3 feet. The demon who was accumulating something groaned, and his movements were pulled back and forth by the hurricane. Thunder continued to strike from the sky. Not enough, just rush in, said the dragon girl. Okay. Chen Jing's mind moved, and he used another magical power. Magic power, body protection, divine power. This magical power I don't even know. Damn it. He could vaguely hear the jealous voice of the dragon girl. Chen Jing was covered with a layer of golden light, and left the dragon shadow with one step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the demon. Magic power, divine dragon swinging tail. He twisted his body instinctively and turned into a huge dragon on the spot and slapped the demon's head with his tail. Bang, this tail even pulled out layers of air explosions, and the air behind the demon's head exploded into rings one after another. Ah! The demon flew backwards with his head tilted up to the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Chen Jing soared into the air and turned into a dragon again. Magic power, true dragon holding sword. He opened his mouth and sucked from the thunder cloud, and the rolling lightning was bundled into a thunder sword of light, which he held in his mouth. He turned 2.5 circles in the air and dived down. Swish, the surrounding space, hurricane, and heavy rain were cut in half by the sword. The remaining power of the sword light still prevented the raindrops from falling in the air. The whole world remained cut off for 10 breaths. The dragon girl was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After lending the same bloodline to Chen Jing, he used several more magical powers than her. Is it the abundance of luck? Can a prefecture provide so much luck in a year? She didn't understand, but was shocked. The demon got up and raised his hands. The endless power was also cut off by this sword and could never be restored. It was being annihilated from every tiny part by the destructive power, unstoppable. Turning back, he looked at Chen Jing, who had appeared behind him. I will get you. After saying that, the demon's body turned into dust. Chen Jing's tense body slowly softened and fainted. At this time, all the magical powers listed in the options had been extinguished. Not enough luck. Space fluctuations came one after another. The elders of your sect are here. Let me leave. The dragon girl's tone was a little anxious, and she hurriedly got out of the possession state. She turned around and wanted to leave, but her body softened and fell to the ground. Her body was used by Chen Jing constantly, and she realized that she had no strength to lift it. But at this moment, Chen Jing walked up to her and took out the token she had just thrown. He swiped forward. You. The dragon girl's eyes trembled slightly. Thank you for saving me. As for other things, we'll talk about it another day. Chen Jing supported her arm, stood at the entrance of the passage, and pushed forward, looking at her complicated eyes when she turned her head until she disappeared. Achievement achieved. Release a dragon. Then, the auras of strong men one after another descended here. The supreme elders of Jushan Peak finally arrived and immediately protected Chen Jing. Chapter 202 Amnesia. Taoist Yangtze looked him up and down and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Nothing serious. Chen Jing said. I didn't expect this accident. I'm glad you're okay. Taoist Yangtze's eyes were filled with self-blame. When Chen Jing was about to condense the Dao Frau, although she kept paying attention, for some reason, she was very confident that nothing would happen, and she didn't make the preparations she should have made. It almost caused an accident to happen right under her nose. Take you away from here first. Taoist Yangtze enveloped him in his own divine field and took him away from this space. Behind him, the temporarily created mysterious scene collapsed inch by inch. Chen Jing looked back and recalled the appearance of the demon before his death. It seemed that he met a certain indifferent and playful eyes. I always feel that something is missing. There was a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Taoist Yangtze did not show up. He put Chen Jing outside the temple, said he would deal with the follow-up matters, and then left. After returning, the anxiously waiting people surrounded him. You're back, great. Master Chen. Chen Jing glanced at everyone and felt relieved. I'm fine. How are you? Has anything happened since you left? The evil demons hidden in the city are making trouble together, and Master Yang Huayan has isolated them with a treasure mirror. Boss Wang reported it reflexively. The people in the city were hardly affected by the riots. The evil demons were taken to the mirror space before they could destroy it. The people in the city instead watched the members of the Demon Slayer division exorcising demons from a close distance. They all thought that this was a performance specially arranged by Chen Jing. Afterwards, everyone continued to host and promote the temple fair, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Chen Jing nodded. It was good news that he was not there and did not cause any trouble. However, after all, there are still some people who can't have a good spring festival. Chen Jing sighed. Boss Wang asked in confusion. Who didn't have a good life? People who were parasitized by evil spirits. Boss Wang thought for a moment and said, "Isn't that an evil spirit?" "Forget. Master, you said at this time, the relatives and friends of those who were skinned, beheaded and heart stealing will completely forget him. However, this forgetfulness cannot erase the traces of his existence in reality. We only need to investigate, and we can know who was killed." Chen Jing was silent for a moment. No one knows that they were killed. For the living, it may be a blessing in disguise. In the city, the fat merchant shouted, "Boss, check out the money." Leaving right after the spring festival, the shopkeeper was surprised. The goods sold slowly before, so I stayed for a long time. Today is different. I sold all the goods during the spring festival and received a large number of new things. Naturally, I can return quickly. The fat merchant said happily. "You can have a good new year. Come, there are 7 rooms in total." "Wait, 7 rooms? Do we have so many people?" The fat businessman subconsciously calculated the account in his mind and asked in confusion, "Wouldn't 6 rooms be enough? But it's recorded here as 7 rooms. Look, it just so happens that our running prefecture has a new regulation that you must register with your real name when checking into the inn. Is this your person?" "My person?" He took the registration form and looked at the unfamiliar name. The fat businessman felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart, but he couldn't remember what this name represented. "Hey, fatty, what's the expression on your face? It must be your person. I remember it with you. It's written in black and white. He has the same surname as you. Who knows if he is your relative? Can't I even recognize my own family? Anyway, I'll pay the room fee for him." He subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the 7th room. The blank in his memory could not be filled. There was only a lingering sense of loss. After the afterglow of the spring festival celebration faded, people always felt unmotivated to do anything. Chen Jing's thoughts on the subsequent inheritance method were also somewhat blocked, so he could only go back to perfect the combat assistance method. The combat assistance method is temporarily divided into 3 levels. The first level is the initial level, which can separate out a divine consciousness incarnation with spells. The second level is the mastery level, which can separate out up to 3 divine consciousness incarnations and take on up to 3 divine consciousness incarnations. The third level is the perfection level, and there is no upper limit to the separation and taking on of divine consciousness incarnations. However, in theory, no one except me can achieve perfection, unless that person follows my path. Any spell has a first and second level of subdivision according to the different levels of mastery, and it is not immutable. For example, in his conception, the divine consciousness incarnation can not only use spells, but also temporarily adjust the state of spells according to the needs of the situation. That is, it is more intelligent. However, this requires the accumulation of more divine consciousness spells, taking the essence and adding them in. By then, the combat assistance method can be divided into 4 levels, and after mastering it, it will reach a great success. Soon after, someone reported that someone from Yangzhou Wen's family had come to complete the transaction. After playing for so long, it's time to get down to business. Who do I want to talk business with? Young Master Wen lazily stood up, opened his folding fan, and fanned himself leisurely. It's the 5th true disciple of Jushan Peak, Chen Jing. "Oh, yes, look at my memory, a business worth hundreds of millions." Young Master Wen put away his folding fan and squinted his eyes. "I suddenly feel a little bored. Hey, is this Chen Zhenchuan really worth this young master's continued bet? It all depends on your preference. Then forget it. Finish this deal and find some interesting people." Not long after nearly a year, the two who had talked happily before came here again. 3 billion catties of PU and Rice Queen, not a catty less. I still remember the last time we met, there were only 20,000 mu of fertile land here. Not to mention 3 billion, 10 billion catties is also a problem. Now it is easily delivered, which shows that the true teaching is well managed. The second young master when he first praised, then sighed, "But I heard that your sect will fully promote PU and Rice Queen." That's true. To be honest, there are many people who are interested in selling this rice recently. There are also many other good rices and spiritual plants, whereas financial resources are limited. If there is a new business, it needs to be slow. But rest assured, the original 3-year agreement is still valid. Within 3 years, it will still be 3 billion catties every year. After that, the beehive cave mentioned in the bet will definitely not be less than you. Chen Jing frowned. Although the terms were only signed for 3 years, the intention at that time was take as many as you can. Did you change your mind so quickly? Of course, the most important thing is not as simple as the intention to sell. Take as many as you can actually means that we can further form a strategic partnership. As the weaker party, Chen Jing directly received the investment of the other party's unequal 6th grade honeycomb core spell. To maintain this cooperative relationship, Wei Ershao will definitely continue to invest in various things he needs. For example, Master Yu. When he was being tricked, Wei Ershao sent a 4th level Shenzang period master to be a security consultant without saying a word. Even Master Yu jumped directly to the company after the matter was completed. But now Wei Ershao meant that everyone should treat it as an ordinary business transaction. So Chen Jing's loss was not just as simple as business. There are other important matters, so I won't discuss it in detail. The delivery of spirit stones will be completed soon. Wei Ershao did not intend to discuss it in detail. After explaining it, he left leisurely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 What a Sin. Inexplicably lost a big customer. Chen Jing's discomfort became more and more obvious. There was more than one bad news today. Soon after returning home, there were new communications. It has been confirmed that the Weizang market will further expand its business scope, and the originally restricted elixirs, instruments, talismans, formations, weaving, etc. will be opened for sale one by one. Although there are quotas for the sale of Weizang commodities, the communication pointed out that the total quota is not low. There is no doubt that this will be a serious blow to the local industry that has just started. Not only that, the high level of the sect has approved 3 new Weizang organizations, which will soon be legally established in Suzhou. They are Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, Feixen Pavilion and Daoju Tower. The specific situation of these 3 is not known for the time being. The communication came from all aspects, including classmates who had established good relationships with the Dao Academy, and brothers and sisters from Jushan Peak. Everyone expressed concerns about the large-scale entry of Weizang. Chen Jing summoned Xian Zhengzang and asked him if he had any internal clues. I was just about to report to the second young master. When Xian Zhengzang was asked, he suddenly realized that he had received the news not long ago and was thinking about notifying him, but somehow he forgot about it. At this time, he hurriedly told all the relevant information. I don't know much. Yan Shangzang asked me to investigate some intelligence and prepare these things. Then he handed over all the materials that were sorted into a book. Chen Jing put down the J-tube and said, not bad, leave. Yes. After Xian Zhengzang left, he looked through the information recorded in the J-tube. Most of it was about investigating the family background of the major families in Anning Mansion. Although it was some superficial information, it was also very complete. Chen Jing thought that this was to create products for customers again. Unexpectedly, the following information turned into detailed information on the main products of each family, so detailed that the cost analysis was clear. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem like they are just here to serve the local tyrants. At the same time, in Anning Mansion, the Duan family, your honored guest has come from afar. I hope you will forgive me for the poor hospitality. Patriarch Duan poured a cup of hot tea. He was surprised. He didn't know what had brought the people from Yunshang sect here. The other party was quite important. He was the owner of the local Yunshang sect market. He only showed up once, when the market was opened. After that, he devoted himself to cultivation, and left all the trivial matters to his subordinates. What on earth had brought this person here? Good tea. The owner took a sip casually, and put down the teacup. Patriarch Duan, I came here to discuss a business. What business? Alchemy. Suddenly, Patriarch Duan immediately perked up a bit. The main business of the Duan family was alchemy, and most of their good life came from this. No matter what business it was, if it involved alchemy, it couldn't be sloppy. Master, please speak. Not only alchemy, but also the business of spiritual plants and precious medicines. Anything you can do is fine. How to do it? My Yunshang sect and Mao sect will jointly establish the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in the near future. All the spiritual pills and precious medicines of the Duan family will be taken by the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. Patriarch Duan sat up straighter and wondered. Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. Most of the spiritual pills and precious medicines of our prefecture are sold to your outer sect market. Why set up another chamber of commerce? It's a waste of effort. It's far from enough. He shook his head. Tell me in detail. Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is not only the Chamber of Commerce of Yunshang sect and Mao sect, but also the Chamber of Commerce of you and me. It is better to say that it is closer to the Chamber of Commerce of you and me. How close? If Patriarch Duan agrees, he will draft a ticket to join the chamber and share the income of the Chamber of Commerce. If it were another place, I would need to spend more time talking, but here, I will say frankly that Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is no different from the Agricultural Promotion Office and the Weaving Office. The Patriarch only needs to provide people and land. The Chamber of Commerce has everything else and fully supports it. At that time, the Chamber of Commerce will take all the elixirs and precious medicines obtained. As many as there are, they will take as many as they want. The owner of the shop said lightly. Patriarch Duan opened his eyes wide and said, you want to steal business from that young master? What do you mean by stealing business? Force buying and selling, is that still business? Business is when you are willing. Since you are willing, why is there stealing? The owner of the shop said leisurely. Patriarch Duan did not comment. He never understood the business model other than rent collection. Now he accepted the Agricultural Persuasion Institute and the Weaving Institute, only because Chen Jing forced him to agree, and then he really liked it. In essence, he has always been a landlord who is too lazy to move, unless he is pointed at with a gun. The Duan family leaders' worries are really unnecessary. Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is a joint chamber of commerce of various sects in the southeast. The leader of Qingnang sect signed and agreed to enter, recognized and maintained the terms of the Chamber of Commerce. If you join it, you will be protected by the terms of the Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention that Chen Jing is a true disciple. Even if the leader of Qingnang sect himself comes, he can't do anything to the Chamber of Commerce. He can't do anything to the Chamber of Commerce, but he can do something to me. The Duan family leader shook his head repeatedly, his attitude firm. In his feudal mind, there is no free trade, only the four words who has the bigger fist. The Duan family's foundation is here. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. There is a boss above him, so just follow the boss and it's all over. Let's put it this way, even if he leads the Duan family to confront Chen Jing, and doesn't give Chen Jing face in person, he is not afraid. Why? Because he relied on the fact that Chen Jing needed him. Bargaining. What's wrong? Having a little temper. What's wrong? You can't live without me. But if he leaves Chen Jing alone, he dare not do it, because he will no longer be needed by Chen Jing. The wisdom of the ancestors told him that you can make the boss angry, and even make the boss so angry that he slams the table. But you must be needed by the boss, and you must not let the boss think that keeping you is useless. Well, you are not clear about the ability of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. This matter will be discussed later. However, there is a compromise. Seeing the attitude of the Duan family, the master was not surprised and proposed another method. Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce will set up industries in various places in Suzhou. The Duan family does not want to compete with Chen Jing for business, and is afraid of angering him. Then, you can go to other places to set up industries. The other four prefectures are vast and sparsely populated, which is a good opportunity to show your skills. The master smiled. Oh. After saying this, the Duan family master was immediately moved again. Indeed. At the doorstep, we must unite and follow the boss's steps firmly. But, it's none of your business to start a business outside, right? The owner of the shop struck while the iron was hot and said, think about it. How many people and materials have the local wealthy families invested in the Agricultural Promotion Institute and the Weaving Institute? Although the income is rich, who got the real benefits? Lord Chen took it. It's understandable that Lord Chen took it, but a few percent were given to those ordinary people and barefoot monks. Patriarch Duan frowned immediately. Indeed, they have always had opinions on the welfare benefits of the two institutes. After all, the actual part of those benefits was paid by their wealthy families, which made them earn much less. The owner of the shop sighed heavily. All the white spirit stones were distributed to the poor. What a sin. Chapter 204. There seemed to be a gleam in the eyes of the head of the Duan family. He admired and liked Chen Jing's weaving house and agricultural promotion model very much, but he did not have the ability to copy it, so he could only accept part of the profits and distribute them to the poor. If this Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce could copy this model, guarantee the profit, and then share some of it with their wealthy families, wouldn't it be wonderful? The smile on his face was more sincere. Master, there are two indispensable points for the success of Chen Zhen's agricultural promotion model. First, he has high-yield spiritual plants such as Pio and Rice Queen. Second, he can make ordinary people embark on the path of cultivation. I wonder if Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce has similar means? Of course there is. Can you elaborate? Of course. The master knew that the head of the Duan family was already moved, and he took a sip of hot tea slowly to moisten his throat. First, you are a little out of touch with the news. The Queen of Pio and Rice is no longer Chen Jing's exclusive title. After the sect ceremony, its rice seeds can be freely traded in your own market, including the Zupo mulberry and the weaving shop. If Chen Jing can't come up with other good things, I'm afraid he won't be able to open his weaving shop and agricultural promotion office with just these two spiritual plants. By the way, the prices of these two things will increase. There is such a thing. The head of the Duan family was immediately worried. It's absolutely true. The head of the family will know if you ask around. The head of the shop said lightly, and the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce has a lot of spiritual plants and precious medicines, including unique precious plants, such as Myodeo flower and pioneer grass. If you take it over, the methods of planting and cultivating fields will all be passed down. The head of the Duan family almost couldn't control his reaction. After a while, he asked with a trembling voice, really? The two spiritual plants mentioned as examples are both very popular and precious on the market. Getting any one of them can greatly enhance the foundation. Their status is the same as Chen Jing's Pio and Rice Queen. In their field of function, they are excellent at the gap level. And this kind of spiritual plant is not just about getting the seeds. The spiritual fields required for spiritual plants of the third grade and below are roughly divided into low grade, medium grade, and high grade. The spiritual fields above these have their own names. What is the Fuan field and the Baikao field? They are specially used to grow specific spiritual plants of the 4th grade and above. It's okay for the 4th grade spiritual plants that are not too picky. Some particularly picky spiritual plants must identify the exclusive spiritual fields, otherwise they will never grow. Specific spiritual fields, specific cultivation spells, and specific growth conditions are indispensable. For a powerful family like the Duan family master, it is certainly gratifying to make a lot of money from 1 or 2 orders, but it will never shake them. However, in the face of such long-term stable profits and things that enhance the foundation, there is no resistance at all. This is not over yet. Putting down the teacup, the owner continued to speak in a calm tone, full of temptation. The Yunshang sect also knows a thing or two about spiritual plants. We are good at using formations and magic tools to help spiritual plants grow. At that time, the Chamber of Commerce will also provide a full set of spiritual plant magic tools and formations. And this is the second point you just raised. Chen Jing can let ordinary people become spiritual plant husbands, but he needs 10 spiritual plant husbands to plant the land. We have magic tools and formations to help, so 1 spiritual plant husband is enough. Okay. Patriarch Duan was overjoyed, and then realized that he had reacted inappropriately, and his butt fell back on the chair. Are you so kind? It's just a win-win cooperation. Chen Jing's success has proved that doing this can make a lot of money. We copy his method. If he can succeed, why can't we? These words completely convinced Patriarch Duan. He vaguely realized that the original methods were gradually becoming outdated. Collecting a bunch of vassals to support the speed of getting resources is far less than doing business like this. This is not called business. A word that Chen Jing often mentioned appeared in his mind. This is called investment. One investment, 10 times the return. Chen Jing didn't know at this time that someone was trying to steal his girlfriend. He was looking at the auction catalog. Last time, Elder King Ming brought an invitation to the Netherworld Association's auction. The invitation had information about the auction items. Not long ago, he had received a payment from the Queen of Piao and Rice, 3 billion yuan, minus 600 million spiritual stones. Of course, it wasn't that much. 400 million spiritual stones were converted into beehive caves. At a price of 20 million per building, a total of 20 beehives will be built in the first half of this year. The total amount on hand was 200 million spiritual stones. This was still a huge sum of money, and therefore, Chen Jing looked through the auction catalog. 31,000 good items, 300 rare items, and 12 top quality items. It was indeed a major intercontinental force. If this wave of supplies could fall directly into someone's hands, it could directly arm half of the sect. Chen Jing took a quick look. The auction was divided into 4 exhibition halls. Xiandi Zuanhuan. The yellow level exhibition hall displays 31,000 good items, most of which are second level to third level treasures. Each of them has its own unique features, or is relatively rare in a Suzhou or even in the southeast of Shenzhou. For example, extreme cold treasures are common goods in the north, but very rare in the south. Only some of the exhibits in the yellow level exhibition hall will be auctioned, and most of them can be purchased directly. The Zuan level exhibition hall displays third level and fourth level treasures, which are also the main force of this auction. After all, no matter how rare the second level and third level treasures are, there are substitutes. It is not easy to find substitutes for the rare third level and fourth level treasures. Chen Jing thought to himself, now my several flagship products have lost their monopoly advantages, but even if they are not monopolized, they are still excellent spiritual plants. Investing in some related treasures can still guarantee profits. In addition, I need to continue to condense Dao flowers, and treasures that help me improve my realm must be obtained. Looking at it, everything I thought about just now was forgotten. He stayed at the flying sword column. His mind sank into it, and he was fascinated. This Fixio sword is a perfect match for my chic temperament. The Kangsing and Beish mother and child swords are also unique. I want it. HMM. The Fixin sword handed down from ancient times was once a 9th level flying sword, but it has been severely damaged beyond repair, and has now fallen to the 4th level. I can see that there is an opportunity in it. I always feel that it is prepared for me. Oh no, why do I want everything? Who can tell me why I want everything? Wanting everything will only hurt me. Chen Jing reluctantly moved his attention away and looked at the 12 top quality treasures that were the finale. They will be auctioned off in the ground level exhibition hall. Chen Jing took a deep breath and prepared to welcome the glamorous world of the upper class with a solemn attitude. The first one. It turned out to be an old friend, the floating world records of the painting saint. A total of 30 pages. Wow, the works are scattered everywhere and sold in packages. But it's okay. The paintings of the painting saint, the horns of the demon god, the treasures that can be understood, and those that cannot be understood, are presented one by one in front of him. Suddenly, Chen Jing turned around and stared at the second to last treasure and fell into deep thought. Heaven repairing medicine. It was not the legendary heaven repairing holy object, but a kind of precious medicine that had been lost. It was said that it could make up for all the shortcomings and foundation defects of the cultivators. Chapter 205 The Missing Golden Cicada. Before the auction, there was the sect ceremony. Chen Jing came here a day in advance, found a place to stay, and went back to rest after visiting the temple fair in the evening. When he closed his eyes and fell asleep, a voice seemed to sound in the haze. Chen Jing, remember me quickly. Chen Jing opened his eyes slightly blank. He seemed to have had a long dream, but when he opened his eyes, there was no impression left in his mind. Dream? How could he still be dreaming? He could clearly observe the nightmare world. After sorting out his mood, Chen Jing pushed the door open and took a breath of the morning sun. His mood also eased a lot. Another sect ceremony. He also went from a beginner to a senior brother. This year, there are many more people joining the sect than last year, but there is not a single true disciple level. Looking at the selected disciples who ascended under the eyes of everyone, Chen Jing hugged his arms, with a little aftertaste and a little melancholy on his face. This year, the eldest and second senior brothers did not come back. Not only that, even teacher Zaya went to the battlefield outside the domain. Of the 6 true disciples of Jushan Peak, only Yang Jinrao, himself, and Aing Huain were left in Suzhou. Of course, Chen Jing did not miss the opportunity to promote his own Zizan. After a year of operation, Zizan still maintained a good number of online users and could provide him with nearly 1 million contributions every month. It was twice as much as the dividends he got when he first joined the Spirit Beast Hall. Of course, the Spirit Beast Hall was also a year of expansion last year. It was no longer a small fight as before. This year, the average monthly contribution reached 3 million contributions, and it was still rising. In addition, there was the profit of the Changchun Prefecture Weaving Institute brought by Kinmu. Excluding various miscellaneous expenses, the final income in half a year was exactly 300 million spirit stones. Counting the profit of the Anning Prefecture Weaving Institute in half a year. 70 million spirit stones. In a year. Zizan's annual income. 12 million contributions. Spirit Beast Hall's annual income. 36 million contributions. The Weaving Institute's half-year income. 300 million plus 70 million spirit stones. The Agricultural Persuasion Institute's annual income. 600 million spirit stones. Rounding off to 10 billion a year, he became a wealthy man that he could not even imagine last year. Of course, there were some unexpected expenses, such as the temple and the demon slaying department. Otherwise his actual income would be more than that. With such a huge sum of money in hand, he left about 60% of the resources for continued construction, such as the 600 million spiritual stones of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute, of which 400 million had been invested in beehives. The remaining 40%, a total of 400 million spiritual stones, Chen Jing was going to invest in himself, extending the way of thick earth, establishing 2 institutes, 1 department and 1 temple as cultivation. Absorbing elixirs and harvesting all kinds of magic weapons and treasures is also cultivation. A bell rang. Chen Jing looked up and saw the Shenending was displayed again to bless the new disciples. This blessing was normal. After watching the following entry ceremony, sure enough, it was confirmed that there was another stage of trouble from other sects, but this time the Qingnang sect was well prepared and came up with a new set of competition standards in advance. Then, it ended in a draw. Chen Jing thought that he actually fought okay. He was weaker than the outer sect in fighting, but he had the advantage in the battle of wits and decryption, and finally they were evenly matched. But many people seemed dissatisfied with the result. During this process, he heard many people mention his name. After all, he won last time, and won beautifully, so he was naturally dissatisfied with this draw. Will this make my plant war usher in another wave of sales peak? Chen Jing felt that it would be a pity not to catch this wave of popularity. Soon, the ceremony ended, and it was time for exciting entertainment. It was still the old location. He rented a building to make a plant war experience store, and this time he hired a more cost-effective junior to run errands, and everything went smoothly. However, the feedback from the statue did not seem good. Hey, can you only get sunlight by killing in the field? I remember it was not like this before. My spoils of war were sealed by mistake again. Chen Jing's mind moved, and his thoughts had already shifted to the statue in the field of gods and ghosts. Hearing everyone's complaints, he was a little puzzled. So many low-level mistakes. How did I do it before? Who was that? There should be a little assistant, right? He looked at the things around him, and all kinds of deja vu appeared in his mind, but he could not find the corresponding memory. Who led me to the realm of gods and ghosts? Who brought me to the temple? I came here by myself. He did have the memory of coming here, but in his memory, he seemed to be talking to someone at that time. The sense of separation that had occasionally emerged reached its peak after he found that someone was gone at this moment. Yes, there must be another person. In an instant, it seemed as if a barrier had been pierced. You finally remembered me. Jin Chan's bitter smile suddenly sounded. Who are you? Damn, are you my grandfather? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Jing said in surprise. For some reason, this voice made him feel inexplicably familiar. Forget it. Do you still remember the demon? You skinned him, beheaded him, and took his heart away, and finally he was completely forgotten by the world. Jin Chan said. Of course I remember. You mean, you are the forgotten one? Chen Jing's surprise faded. The sadness of losing his grandfather surged up. No, in the end you were tricked by the devil. On the surface, you killed the devil by chopping melons and vegetables, but in fact, he has erased your existence. Nonsense, I'm here. Because the one who bears everything for you is me hidden in your sea of consciousness. It shouldn't have been me, but for some reason, I fell down in your place and fell into the land of oblivion. Chen Jing didn't know what to say, so he could only ask a question with fewer complaints. Land of oblivion. What is that place, and is it related to the power of oblivion? That's right. Wangxiang is located in the 10th level of hell. It is the place where the light of the divine way of heaven dissipated. For those who are in Wangxiang, their memories, existence, and everything will be melted away. It is said that, if you fall into the lower world, you can still return to Shinzhou, but if you cross Wangxiang, you can never go back. Jin Chan paused and sighed. I rely on you to exist. Although I fell down in your place, you have also been slightly affected. Fortunately, I have immortal gold nature, will not lose my memory, and can still contact you. Your lost memory has also been preserved. As the memory suddenly returned, Chen Jing also recalled everything about Jin Chan, and his eyes widened. What the hell? Although the memory has been restored, you are still affected by Wangxiang, and your sense of existence in the world will gradually decrease. I said why did the second young master Wei suddenly stop doing business? Fuck his grandmother's demon. Chen Jing was angry. You should care about me. Jin Chan said. Chen Jing blinked. Are you okay? I don't know, but if something happens to me, the power of Wangxiang will still lock you, because in essence, I'm going to jail in your place. How can I get you out? Chen Jing immediately became concerned. Chapter 206. Forget hometown. Before he could figure out a plan to rescue Jin Chan, Chen Jing lost part of his memory the next day. Jin Chan said, after all, you are the main target. I'm here to replace you, but I cannot completely take on the responsibility of oblivion. You must come up with a solution, as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happens to me, you will be the next one. Chen Jing first retrieved his lost memory from Jin Chan, and then thought for a moment. Why does oblivion have to consume memory? Consuming everything is like eating. It is the essence of oblivion. Although the consumption process is not intense, it is irresistible. Only the immortal gold nature belonging to the transcendent state can resist it. Jin Chan replied. It has the gold nature, so it can resist the characteristics of oblivion, but Chen Jing does not, so he continues to be affected. Chen Jing said, wait, since the land of oblivion is eroding my memory, can I choose which part of my memory to be erased? It's feasible. There are many poor people in the land of oblivion. They have forgotten many things, but they still haven't forgotten the most important things in their lives. I happened to meet a scholar yesterday. He relied on forgetting fragmented memories to resist the land of oblivion. He should have lasted for more than 1,000 years. Jin Chan said. In other words, the land of oblivion has actually had no effect on me so far, because you will give me back the memories I lost. It seems so. Come on, don't say anything else. Tell me how to forget actively. I just have a good memory to share with you. Chen Jing suddenly had an idea and came up with a genius idea. What? Come on, Jin Chan. I'll tell you a story called Fighting the Sky. Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius. 3 stages of fighting key. Is the memory of a novel enough? If not, I still have more. After a fierce operation, he finally stuffed the millions of words of Fighting the Sky into Jin Chan's head. Chen was quite happy. When I lose this part of my memory, I can listen to it again tomorrow, and then I can feel the emotion of Duppo again. Being a bridegroom every night, how wonderful. From Jin Chan's perspective, in addition to daily access to novels, occasionally, Chen Jing also has unusual moments. Today, a special memory is stored in your place about what master said. This memory, you don't have to return it to me. What words? The King Nang sect cannot have two treasures. From time to time, Chen Jing would store some key memories here. Today, there is also a special memory. This, as expected, it is not an accident. Anyway, remember to get me back. You are like this. Are you also a new life? No, but what you think is where you are. Okay, how are you staying in Wangxiang? Everything is good, and I have some information about the auction over there. In fact, Jin Chan is unexpectedly safe in Wangxiang. He is talking to a book he met here. After a period of getting along, the two have established initial trust with each other. Oh, your plan is quite interesting. You actively use the Forgotten Land to modify memories. I also want to get involved. The scholar said. You might die tomorrow. How can I get involved? Jin Chan complained. Don't you have it? You have the immortal gold nature. You can help that little friend Chen store memories. Why can't you help me? The scholar said with a smile. You and I just met by chance, but for him, I helped him achieve enlightenment, which is different. The scholar insisted. In short, I believe in you, but if you don't want to help, I won't force you. But to be honest, if he can really achieve transcendence in the future and help you out of trouble, he will naturally take me with him. I want to seize this opportunity. Since you want to help him achieve enlightenment, wouldn't it be better to take me with you? Jin Chan pondered for a moment and said, you scholars always say nice things. Okay, I'll help you once, but you don't have many opportunities to help him. No problem, no problem. Now is the right time. There is something. Remember to remind him to get it. It's at the auction you mentioned. The scholar said. What is that? Jin Chan asked. The sword that accompanied me for a long time in the past. The scholar said. You can hold on in Wangxiang for so long. You must have been a strong man before. What grade is your sword? Let's talk about it when we can buy it. What grade? Depends on the person who uses it. Otherwise it's just a firewood stick. The other end. Chen Jing got the reminder from Jin Chan, opened the invitation, and checked it out, found the corresponding auction item, and said that he would definitely take it. Now, he has money. Fearless. Forget the township may be a treasure, and there are old monsters from the Divine Dynasty living in it. Although they are constantly losing their memories and everything, they have also lost their lifespan. Once they can find a way to fight against amnesia, they can even live forever. Chen Jing immediately had an idea. Those old antiques probably had some private money that they didn't have time to spend before they died. Even if these treasures are lost with the passage of time, the secrets of that era are also important assets, especially for a peasant like Chen Jing, who doesn't have a serious history book, and the value of living history is greater. However, this point needs to be questioned. After all, it is hard to say how much memory can be left in that ghost place of Forget the Township. In fact, there are some special places in Forget the Township where memories will not be lost. Some people hide in the city to live forever. Those places are called Immortal City. That scholar told me. Jin Chan said. Can you hide in Immortal City? Chen Jing asked. I can't find it. I'm just a flying insect. It's easy to die on the way to find it. That's right. Wait for me to rescue you. Don't let anything happen to you. After Chen Jing and Jin Chan had their routine communication, he read Dao Pio Kang Kaiang again as usual, as well as many literary works that had moved him before, but for various reasons, he couldn't read them a second time. Jin Chan said, no wonder you call me grandpa. However, most of these things with only their spirits and souls hidden in magic tools are evil things. Be careful when you meet them. By the way, are you my grandpa? No. Jin Chan was furious. How can there be a grandpa who works for you all the time and helps you step on landmines? He suddenly remembered that he should tell Chen Jing. If one day he gets rid of the influence of Wang Xiang, these memories will return to him completely. That is to say, the memories at that time will not be one Dao Pio, but hundreds of Dao Pio. Forget it. Happiness always comes at a price. With Chen Jing's wisdom, how could he not understand this? He just chose to bear it silently. Jin Chan suddenly stopped being angry and gave up the idea of telling him. Chen Jing kept nodding. I'm back. My youth is back. It's that taste. Ah, it tastes so good. I'm really a genius. I can think of this way to use forgetfulness. That's right. Jin-chan echoed. A peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 207 Transformation. Chen Jing opened his eyes in the lounge, feeling lost and lingering in his heart. He felt like he had gained something, but also gained nothing. It was similar to the time of a sage, seeing through everything, and feeling a little tired. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from Boss Wang. Young Master Chen, it's not good. Why are you in such a hurry? Ning Mansion has just established a Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, and they are coming for us, to steal our business. They? Chen Jing already knew what these three outer sect organizations were doing. Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce is a joint venture between outer sect forces and local forces in Suzhou. In fact, it is not much different from Chen Jing's Agricultural Persuasion Institute, but no matter the business category, background, it is better than Chen Jing's two institutes. So after learning about it, Boss Wang came to ask in a hurry. This is a direct competitor. There are also Feixen Pavilion and Daoju Tower. Feixen Pavilion can be compared with the Dao Academy, which is a training and education organization jointly established by the Outer Sect and the Qingnang Sect. As far as Chen Jing knows, the teaching staff of Feixen Pavilion far exceeds that of the Daoist Academy. However, unlike the low tuition fees of the Daoist Academy, Feixen Pavilion is not cheap. Ordinary county families will feel a little pain, and ordinary small families don't even think about it. Finally, Daoji Tower is benchmarking the Demon Slayer division. A large number of cultivators who are good at fighting provide paid proxy services. Now the influence of the outer sect on the Qingnang sect is also growing. Chen Jing comforted Boss Wang, and he also felt a little uneasy in his heart. If the sect can't hold on, and is easily overwhelmed by the outer sect, what should he do then? Unfortunately, he doesn't have the power to influence the situation now. He can only turn anxiety into a desire to spend money, waiting to arm himself with a huge sum of money. In any case, improving himself can better cope with the unknown future with an inexplicable sense of urgency. A group of people gathered in front of him attracted his attention. Chen Jing watched for a while with the idea of relaxing. It turned out that a couple broke up, but this breakup was actually related to the outer sect. The two were originally monks in the Taoist Academy, but the man suddenly wanted to transfer to Feixen Pavilion as a student. This became a kind of opportunity, so the young couple separated, but it was a bit ugly and attracted a crowd of onlookers. Chen Jing listened for a while, then felt bored and left. The biggest problem between the two was not trivialities, nor anything else, but the unequal family backgrounds. The man could go to Feixen Pavilion, and his financial resources were beyond doubt. The gap between the two would only get bigger and bigger. The Taoist Academy brought together people who should not have come into contact, and belonged to two different worlds, and soon, Feixen Pavilion separated the two again. Chen Zhenchen. Suddenly, a voice called Chen Jing, who was thinking about it. Looking back, it was an unfamiliar male monk from the outer sect. I'm the instructor of Feixen Pavilion, and my name is Zhang Xiang. What can I do for you? Feixen Pavilion is just established, and is in need of students, especially excellent Zhenchen like you, so I specially invite you to transfer to Feixen Pavilion. I will definitely not disappoint you. Zhang Xiang bowed. Not interested. Chen Jing shook his head. Don't be so quick to refuse, Chen Zhenchen. Why don't you come to my Feixen Pavilion and take a look? Seeing is believing, hearing is not. I'm inviting you, so I must have some confidence in Feixen Pavilion. Zhang Xiang insisted. Then I'm a little curious. Chen Jing's mind turned. It might be a good idea to take a look at this Feixen Pavilion before the auction starts. Following Zhang Xiang's lead, he soon arrived at the so-called Feixen Pavilion, which was set up not far outside the city. A large piece of land was marked out and covered with a formation. A long stretch of pavilions was built. It's not a small investment. Chen Jing exclaimed. Your sect owns half of the shares. Zhang Xiang smiled. The two stepped into it, and suddenly, the rich and abundant spiritual power of heaven and earth rushed to their faces. Zhang Xiang saw Chen Jing standing still and said, the spirit gathering array is also divided into different levels. There is no doubt that the spirit gathering array here is the first class one. It is ranked 5th grade, and is called Yingyu and Spring Rain Array. It absorbs the power of the earth veins and the power of the stars in the sky at the same time. After the formation is transformed, it becomes the gentle spiritual power that is easiest for cultivators to absorb. Here, whether it is cultivation, practicing spells, or enlightenment, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Okay. Chen Jing nodded. After passing the square in front, passing the specially planted willows and the carefully paved road, Zhang Xiang pointed to the building complex in front. Look, every hall there is arranged with at least a 5th grade formation, elixir, instrument, talisman, etc. For all kinds of scenes, everything is covered. I will give you a temporary student badge. With this badge, you can use the formation at will without any cost. Ah, at will? Chen Jing was slightly surprised. Once the formation sounded, thousands of taels of gold were used in vain. To be honest, there are naturally restrictions, and it is not always used. However, every student, after enrollment, can have free formation time every month. After completing the tasks in the pavilion, there are additional time rewards. If you are willing to spend spirit stones, you can also extend the time, Zhang Xiang said with a smile. Chen Jing looked at the formation that maintained a low frequency operation and was speechless for a while. This level of formation is not available in the academy, let alone for the students of the academy. Although there are restrictions here, there is a difference between having and not having. To be honest, as a true disciple, he wants to use the formation to assist in his cultivation skills, so he can refuse Shi and Feng to use it, but if he is not a true disciple, maybe Feekson Pavilion is the only chance. Next, Zhang Xiang introduced the expensive facilities in Feekson Pavilion one by one, and took him to operate them occasionally, so that he could experience these crystallizations of wisdom from the cultivation civilization. Why did you specifically ask me to join? Chen Jing couldn't help asking. It's actually very simple. Chen Zhenchen, you have money. Feekson Pavilion is not a Taoist school. It has any vision of cultivating talents? No, absolutely not. Feekson Pavilion has only one purpose, which is to make money. Everything is just a business. If you can afford the spirit stones, these things will be open to you. Zhang Xiang said frankly. I understand. I will think about it later. Feekson Pavilion is waiting for you to join at any time. Zhang Xiang nodded and sent him away. After Chen Jing left, he deduced in his mind. Those who can enter Feekson Pavilion are undoubtedly the richest group in Suzhou, that is, the wealthy families. They exploited the value of the poor and spent the most money. How much can they get back in the end? Feekson Pavilion is a ladder for the disciples of the wealthy families to rise. Daoji Tower is the bodyguard of the wealthy families, and Jinuxio Chamber of Commerce is a tool for the wealthy families to make money. After this set of small combos, Chen Jing seemed to see the future of Suzhou. The channels for rising are firmly controlled by a small group of people. They get the most supplies, but in the end they control the people who feed them. He suddenly realized that he had to speed up his pace. Everyone was taking action. Each camp was accumulating strength and trying to gain the final say. Chen Jing felt that his camp was a little weak. His mentality had changed slightly unconsciously. Time passed. The long-awaited auction also started at this time. Chapter 208, Yunkan Flying Boat, Auction begins. Chen Jing came to the outside of Wanjiang Prefecture with the invitation from the Netherworld Association. He looked up at the sky. The huge bottom of the boat pushed away the clouds, and a large area of sunlight was blocked by the giant, and the shadow cast created a partial night. Yunkan Flying Boat. A treasure-level magic weapon from the Netherworld Association. It is one of the few flying boats that can safely travel through the sky and even the various realms. The Netherworld Association controls the Yunkan Flying Boat to travel through various states, collect treasures, do business, and hold auctions. Chen Jing took out the invitation and injected his spiritual power. The Yunkan Flying Boat in the sky immediately released a gentle pulling force, taking him to the flying boat. On the way, many monks who received the invitation also took off in this way. At the bottom of the flying boat, there were also brave monks climbing the clouds and flying away, sticking to the bottom to observe carefully, occasionally knocking and hitting, and experiencing the extraordinariness of this flying boat treasure up close. Chen Jing and a group of monks landed on a huge platform. There was a group of beautifully dressed young men and women around, who immediately came up and found someone to talk to. One of the girls looked around, and every time she picked a target, a group of people would surround her and push her away. After a while, only Chen Jing was left standing alone. Did I accidentally use the invisibility spell? Chen Jing was puzzled. He was so handsome that he could be ignored. Ouch. The girl bumped into Chen Jing's arm, rubbed her head and looked up, as if she had just discovered something, looking up and down. How could this person be silent? What a good opportunity. Is this guest new to the flying boat? Do you want to hire a guide? The flying boat has 7 floors. Each floor is vast, and there are 72 cities inside. Each city is different. If there is a guide, it will be much more convenient to walk here. The girl finished a long paragraph with a stuttering mouth and looked at Chen Jing with expectant eyes. How much? It only takes 500 spirit stones for one trip. Why don't you just drop them? I can give you a discount. Only 450. Seeing Chen Jing leave directly and looking at the people who had been escorted away, she stamped her feet and said, okay, 50 is 50, but can you give me 500? I will pay you 450 later. Why is it so complicated? Yes, I'm sorry, but, okay. Seeing her anxious and pitiful look, Chen Jing didn't want to bother her, so he took out a very beautifully cut spirit stone with a very high spiritual power content and threw it over. This is the so-called middle grade spirit stone. One piece is equivalent to 1,000 low grade spirit stones. The girl's eyes were immediately grateful, and she looked like she was about to cry. There is a saying about being a guide here. It is not quite right. There are 7 guide leaders. Only by joining one of them and paying tribute can you get a stable source of customers. If you don't join them, you will be squeezed out by others like just now. There is also a saying about the fee, which must not be less than 500. Once you lower the price, you will encounter things other than isolation. But after joining the leader, each order will be fixed at 500. So the girl wants to do it alone. What's your name? My name is Luenai, a cultivator from the Forest Sealayabi area. Are you from the Netherworld? No, cultivators like us are all taken on board for various reasons. If we want to live on the ship, unless we have relatives who have joined the Netherworld, we have to pay expensive fees. I see. Chen Jing became more interested in the Netherworld and asked about the conditions for joining the Netherworld. The Netherworld's recruitment is very sneaky. For example, when holding an auction in the Qingnang sect, part of the profit will be distributed to the Qingnang sect, which provides the venue. The Qingnang sect can use this to expand its influence and increase its income. However, the Netherworld will secretly recruit some disciples to board the ship, including ordinary people and low-level cultivators, all young men. This matter is not allowed in the Qingnang sect, and the major famous and upright sects will not agree, but in fact, they turn a blind eye and allow the Netherworld to recruit some people by default. In Jiazhou, the Netherworld society's stealing is not very obvious, but outside the domain, the Netherworld society often stirs up trouble under various banners. Originally, many people under the rule of the Demon Kingdom and the evil sect outside the domain were treated as consumables. The Netherworld society shouted about humanity and justice, rushed up to steal and rob, and took people away and ran away. This is how Luenai and her family got on the ship. On the ship, they provide cultivation services from zero to entry, at least ensuring that one person in a family of 3 can practice. But the service is only half provided, and the remaining half must be renewed, otherwise get off the ship. If you become a formal disciple of the Netherworld society, you can let your 2 relatives live on the flying boat all the time. I'm supporting my sister's cultivation. She has better talent than me, and will definitely become a formal disciple. Luenai said. Isn't it good to get off the ship? You can survive the same way. Of course there are people getting off the ship. Every time you go to a new place, many people get off the ship, but I won't get off the ship. Only on the ship can I get close to more cultivation resources. That's right. Chen Jing nodded. Cultivation resources are a very realistic issue. In the upper 3 prefectures of Suzhou, the difficulty of ordinary people practicing is completely different from that of ordinary people in the lower 5 prefectures. From Suzhou to Yangzhou, and then to the Netherworld society, the difficulty gradually decreases. Being a guide charges 500 spirit stones. What a concept. The monthly income of ordinary disciples who have entered the King Nang sect in the past few years is no more than this. Of course, if it is really so profitable, the girl in front of him will not give a 10% discount. Sir, in addition to the things in the 4 exhibitions of Xiandi Zhuanhuang, the Netherworld Society actually has a lot of treasures in the market. If you have special needs, I can take you to see them, or help you find out. Okay, I'm very interested in spiritual plants. Find me all the information about spiritual plants. Everything. Seeing her embarrassed and helpless, Chen Jing couldn't help but say, find as much information as you can, not really all of it. Understood, sir. Luenai nodded hurriedly. Am I going to do it now? Yes. He nodded. Luenai took out a small talisman and said, this is a special communication tool on the ship. Keep it. Go ahead. I'll go to the exhibition by myself. Chen Jing waved his hand and sent her away. When he was alone again, he took out the invitation and found the nearest exhibition hall according to the instructions on it and started shopping. The good stuff was still in the warm-up stage. At present, he could only start with the things in the yellow level exhibition hall. 31,000 treasures were displayed in the huge exhibition hall, which was strictly protected by the formation. There were glazed jade crystals everywhere, floating up and down. If the divine sense was probed into it, it could quickly browse all kinds of treasures around at once. Above everyone's head, there were also strange creatures wearing grey cloaks and flying around. As long as they were called, they would fly down, stop in front of people, and ask if they needed help. When no one called, they would wander around randomly. Chen Jing called one, and asked its name. It called itself the Netherworld Little Demon, and performed a flash for him. Guests, the first auction of the yellow level exhibition hall is about to begin. This auction will have 100 treasures. Suddenly, all the Netherworld demons gave notice in unison, and then continued to wander. There were 10 yellow level auctions, with a total of 999 relatively rare treasures being auctioned. The remaining tens of thousands of pieces depended on who was quick to bid. Let's see what's being auctioned first. Chen Jing came to the other end of the exhibition hall and waited for a moment before the auction began. A female monk wearing a red veil, exposing a large area of skin, twisted her slender waist and hips and walked forward. She took off the cloth cover from the waiter's hand, revealing her true appearance. It was a bottle of wine. This wine is called Drunken Life and Dreaming Death. It is a fine wine brewed by brewing mirage insects with dream fire from the nightmare world. One glass of wine will make the monk return to the dream world. It is not only a delicious delicacy, but also has other uses. The starting price is 1000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 100. You can bid through the invitation. The introduction was over. Chen Jing was just wondering what this mess was when he saw an old acquaintance stand up, his face full of desire. It was Tanjiang Zenren. I didn't realize he was a drunkard. He sank his consciousness into the invitation and saw that the price had soared to more than 4,000. He couldn't help but exclaim that it was outrageous. 4,000 spirit stones for a bottle of wine. Who the hell would waste it? On the stage, after introducing the drunken dream wine, the auctioneer immediately walked to the next treasure and introduced it. This item is called the Love Stronger Than Gold Lock, a first-class magic weapon from the Yuleo Temple in the Central Plains. Those who know it will know that the things of the Yuleo Temple have always been in short supply. The introduction was completed. He went to the third treasure again. Chen Jing couldn't help but sigh that this auction was too rough. It was called an auction, but in fact it was no different from letting people look at the list and bid by themselves. However, it may also be because there are too many items to be auctioned. After all, there are 1,000 items. If you really want to create an atmosphere one by one, it will take a long time to finish the auction. He didn't browse them one by one. You can get information about the next 10 treasures from the invitation. Chen Jing looked down and saw something more interesting. Key gathering tree. The auction was very fast. Soon it was the turn of the gathering energy tree. The auctioneer said, this tree is called the gathering energy tree. It is a 3rd grade spiritual plant. It is very rare and difficult to survive. It will gradually grow, if nourished by mana. After refining it, the mana that helps it grow will be returned in multiples. It is a great way to increase mana. But please note that this tree is divided into 1 year and 5 year periods, which return 2 times and 3 times respectively. Then every 10 years, the mana returned will be doubled, with a maximum of 7 times. In human terms, after 5 years, the mana provided to it will be returned 3 times, 15 years 4 times, 25 years 5 times, until the upper limit of 45 years 7 times. Chen Jing's mind moved, and he made an offer in his consciousness. The starting bid was relatively high, 20,000 spirit stones. After all, the theoretical maximum return is a 7-fold increase in mana. If you cultivate it diligently, the harvest is still very substantial, and it is worth investing. 60,000. Chen Jing saw that the 500 and 500 were added, and he directly raised it to 60,000 in one breath. For a long time, no one followed the bid. Chapter 209. What have you been through? After the price of the key gathering tree was raised to 60,000, no one bid for it for a long time, and it fell into Chen Jing's pocket after the countdown ended. For many people, the effect of this treasure plant is indeed very good, but about 30,000 spirit stones are the most suitable, and no more than 40,000 is the best range to get it. As for the local tyrants, who buy wine with 4,000 spirit stones, they don't need to plant trees themselves. Therefore, after paying a certain premium, Chen Jing easily got the key gathering tree. The nether demon picked up the key gathering tree, which was covered with cloth, and placed in the storage instrument, and flew to Chen Jing. Please keep the treasure you took. After Chen Jing took it, he flew back again. I didn't expect to get a treasure I needed, just after I came here. It's great. After putting away the key gathering tree, he continued to look at other things. Not long after, Chen Jing continued to bid for a scroll of visualization pictures about Shinto practice at the price of 30,000 spirit stones, called Induction Sutra, which is a treasure used by believers to sense gods and establish connections. For him, it is a Wi-Fi amplifier. The Qingnang sect did not have many books on Shinto cultivation, so they bought whatever they could find. After the whole game, Chen Jing made 3 moves. He got 2 seeds of aquatic plants and a secret method to quickly cultivate a high quality spiritual field. Seeing that the netherworld demons kept delivering goods to him, the cultivators beside him looked at him sideways. Dao I are very wealthy, I wonder which family you belong to? Chen Jing bought 5 of the 100 treasures, spending nearly 400,000 spiritual stones, and was generous. It's a small family, not famous. Young and promising. The cultivator next to him introduced himself and came forward to chat. Several people around him gathered around Chen Jing and asked about it. Chen Jing did not reject communication. None of these people were from Suzhou. They came from Yanzhou, Yuzhou, Zaozhou and other places. They were not from big sects, but were all independent cultivators. From them, he could learn a lot about the customs and practices of the outside world. The price of these killing treasures has increased a lot recently. I hope to find some good ones in this netherworld auction. What do you mean? There was a bloody battle in Yanzhou, and the other states in the southeast are also unstable. Why is there another bloody battle? The Yuan family in Yanzhou has given up. I heard that they have joined the Yunshang sect. The 4 major families in Yanzhou have held together, and Yanzhou has barely held on. Otherwise, the surrounding states would have been receiving refugees at this time. The Yuan family is also a big family that has produced people in the transcendent realm. They dominate a state, so how can they not even hold on in a bloody battle? Have you forgotten that Yanzhou just experienced a bloody battle 100 years ago, and the head of the Yuan family has not yet recovered from his injuries? Everyone sighed. A trace of worry flashed through Chen Jing's mind. According to the master's inference, the bloody battle in Suzhou will be in the near future, and the last bloody battle has just passed, and the strength of the Qingnang sect has not yet recovered to its peak. After that, there were 9 auctions in the yellow level exhibition hall. He participated in them one by one and gained a lot. There were 52 spiritual plants from the 1st to 3rd grades that had never been included before. He bought all of them that he saw. Then there were the spells for cultivating spiritual plants, spells for controlling spiritual plants in battle, and other odds and ends. A total of 81 treasures were bought. A total of 2.4 million spiritual stones were spent, with an average of about 30,000 spiritual stones per treasure. Chen Jing was not satisfied. Lu and I, the little guide hired for 50 spiritual stones, collected a batch of spiritual plants from stores outside the exhibition hall for him. He also went to sweep around and replenished a lot of seeds and spells. Chen Jing did not wait any longer. He took out the floating world record he carried with him and went in to find the gardener. I got a large number of spiritual plants recently. Oh. The gardener walked forward impatiently and stretched out his hand. Let me see. Some of them are aquatic. It's probably not convenient for you to plant them. When I go back, I'll bring Zioman here. It's a spirit made of lotus roots, and it's still a little guy. Great, great. The flower bud on the gardener's head showed a smiley face pattern. He handed the swept spiritual plants to the gardener. Chen Jing did not go out either, but planted them together. In order to unlock the illustrations, he must have a basic understanding of a certain spiritual plant. His main goal was the key gathering tree. After unlocking the illustrations, he opened the hybridization book to check the information. Key gathering tree, 3 stars, unlocked, small tree, gray-white bark, hard and brittle wood, can absorb and store the spiritual power of the monks to grow, and has this kind of spiritual power attribute. After refining it into the body, it can gradually increase the upper limit of the monk's mana. Label, key gathering, blue, absorbs mana and spiritual power to grow. It grows too slowly, useless. Seeing him tinkering with the key gathering tree, the gardener also came over to take a look at this low, shrub-like small tree, and made a sharp comment. That's not necessarily true. Chen Jing smiled. Then he started hybridization. Are you very short of mana? I'm not. Why? Who would complain about not having enough mana? Chen Jing said, the hybrid book flashing in front of him, and the mutation points accumulated for half a year just passed. After consuming half of the points, he found one that suited his taste from a series of embryos. Main label, gathering key, blue, sublabel, accept all comers, white, can accept more mana watering. Whatever, it's alright, you decide. White, can be refined by any cultivator. Burning, white, when receiving fire attribute mana watering, it grows faster. Then he consumed the remaining mutation points and selected the second embryo. Sublabel, all are my wings, green, receive mana watering of different attributes to increase growth speed. My heart is just broken into countless pieces and falls in love with different people, green. Every time the object of mana watering is different from the last time, the growth speed is increased. You came at the right time, green. When receiving mana watering from different cultivators at the same time, the growth speed is increased. Finally, the result is a second hybrid, a gathering key tree that accepts all, has rich tastes, and has a wide range of hobbies. Gathering key tree, 3 stars, second hybrid, yes, tearing down a wall. There are more ways out, letting go of some obsessions, and a more open mind. We still don't know what this gathering key tree went through, but we must know that it will go through more. In short, let more cultivators cultivate it with richer patterns and more unique magic power. It can accept everything and be accepted by everything. Main label, gathering key, purple. It gathers not only key, but also the hearts of the people in the world. What a perfect masterpiece. My second Taoist flower depends on it. Anning Mansion. Congratulations on the opening of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, and I wish Master Liu a prosperous business and smooth sailing. No, I hope you will help me in the future, support each other, and make progress together. Ha. Looking at the prosperous opening ceremony in front, Boss Wang felt suffocated in his chest, staring at everyone on the field, and didn't say a good word in his heart. The opening of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce has been planned for a long time. The opening is just an announcement. In fact, the upstream and downstream have been connected and started to operate. The 4 local families in Anning Prefecture dare not cooperate with Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, but the families that are not in Anning Prefecture have no such scruples. It is equivalent to exchanging homes with each other. Various organizations with the name of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce have emerged one after another. The Agricultural Persuasion Institute and the Weaving Institute have suddenly changed from a rising star industry to one of the not so bright stars among countless stars. Originally, In the plan of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute, starting from this year, it will try to expand the planting of other spiritual plants besides the Pio and Rice Queen. During this period, support and cooperation from the cultivation families are indispensable. Now that they are playing with Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, the Agricultural Persuasion Institute is in a dilemma. It is not that the business of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute is damaged, but the future is damaged. What others have, they don't have, and what others have, they don't. It is normal to feel that there is no future, and the actual impact is not without. Most of the welfare benefits of Chen Jing's forces are provided by local snakes. Now that they have new investment targets, the impact on welfare will gradually emerge. After all, the number of people in the two institutes has been increasing, but the treatment provided by the local bosses will not increase. Boss Wang returned home with a sigh. Seeing that he was depressed, his wife asked the reason, and he said, the noble families are just profit seeking. They bet on the two institutes because they saw the profit. Now they suppress the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. They still see the profit. Only that Lord Chen can come up with something better to stabilize the situation. I actually asked Master Chen, and he seemed to have something to hide at that time. Is it really not possible? But I asked again a few days ago, and he asked me to wait again, as if there was some action. Then let's wait and see. After all, it's a fight between the people above, and it's useless for your husband to worry. Okay. Boss Wang decided to let it go, and not worry about the future. However, what he never expected was that Chen Jing sent a message that night. Come to my house tomorrow morning. I have something to tell you. Okay. Boss Wang suddenly felt that he was okay again. The next morning, I rushed to Chen Jing's house and saw many people, all of whom were key members of other bureaus. There was also the one called Lindsay, who was said to have submitted another earth vein spell. He was promoted very quickly and could squeeze into the management team and stand at the bottom. Seeing everyone coming, Chen Jing raised his hand and a seedling appeared in his hand. Get ready. We will set up another one soon, called the Mana Forest. What is the Mana Forest? Master, you asked curiously. I see that ordinary cultivators are often troubled by not having enough mana. They have to work hard on weekdays, and they have no time to hone their cultivation and increase their upper limit. In order to solve this problem, I improved the key gathering tree. To distinguish it, from now on, it will be called the Mana Tree. Chen Jing talked about the various functions of the Mana Tree. An ordinary energy gathering tree can only double its mana in a year, but the mana tree I cultivate doubles its mana every 6 months, with a maximum of 7 times. From now on, all my monks can receive mana tree for free and plant it in the mana forest. The monks who receive the mana tree need to take 1 day every month to irrigate the mana forest. After receiving their own mana tree, they can continue to receive one for free, which is valid for life. On this basis, the mana forest is also sold internally and externally, and the number of places is limited. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Mana Forest. This precious plant is wonderful. Senior Brother Wu, who had always been uninterested in these matters, suddenly had his eyes lit up. As for spiritual plants and manufacturing, he would listen to them in one ear and out the other. At most, he would listen to them when it came to the demon slaying division. But this thing is different. The most important thing for a cultivator is mana, which is a lever to pry everything, followed by spiritual consciousness, which is a way to observe everything. Physical fitness is also very important. Many special mana and spells are very harmful to the body. Without a good physical fitness, one cannot practice. However, for most ordinary cultivators, the kind of physical fitness, spiritual consciousness, and spell matching things are not what they should come into contact with. Improving the mana can solve most of the problems. Okay, why worry about my Agricultural Persuasion Institute? Wait a minute. Boss Wang suddenly realized something, and the sky fell. If you set up a new institute, won't you give this mana tree to the Agricultural Persuasion Institute? Why give it to the Agricultural Persuasion Institute? There are a lot of good things for the Agricultural Persuasion Institute later. I'll talk to you alone later. Chen Jing waved his hand. After receiving a positive reply, Boss Wang's collapsed sky was intact again, and he stepped back happily. Then, Chen Jing roughly planned this new organization Mana Forest. Today, Chen is no longer like last year, with a name and good things, but nothing in reality. Now that his foundation is established, he does not need to follow the old model of last year to establish a new organization. Last year's plan was, let's all play together. This year's plan is, do you want to play? Beg me. The major noble families want to get rich without Chen Jing. And why doesn't Chen Jing want to get rid of them? It's annoying to be constrained every day. This Mana Forest, so and so. The monks' meeting speed is very efficient. After explaining the things, they set up a general framework and clarified some details. None of them affected Chen Jing's rush back to continue participating in the auction. Of course, the things promised to Boss Wang were naturally postponed. He now ran out of mutation points at once, and he couldn't hybridize any particularly excellent spiritual plants. Returning to the Yunkan flying boat, the Zhuangji exhibition hall was also open. There are 300 treasures in total, all of which will be traded in the form of auction. When Chen Jing just arrived, the first treasure attracted his attention. This thing is called Zhuanjing Dan, which is a rare elixir in Shenzhou that is specially used to feed spirits. You must have heard of it. Because the origin of the main ingredient of Zhuanjing Dan, Linglang fruit, was invaded by foreign countries, it gradually disappeared from Shenzhou. This good has 12 Zhuanjing Dan, each of which is the only one in the world. Suddenly, many people are eager to buy. The best and the only ones have a certain appreciation space. If you don't use them, it's also good for financial management. Chen Jing was tempted to buy it back as a snack for Xiaoman. As a result, when he heard the offer, the starting price was 100,000 spirit stones, and the increase was at least 10,000. Yes, even if there are a few small targets, it's not enough to feed 10,000 sugar beans. Fellow Daoist Chen, Zhuanjing pills are not a rare product, and Linglang fruits are not extinct. It's just that it's difficult for ordinary people to travel to and from the outer domain. If you follow a few more auctions, you will find that Zhuanjing pills are sold a little bit in every place you go. A newly acquainted monk with a goat beard beside him saw that he was interested and reminded him through voice transmission. Oh, so that's it. Chen Jing nodded. Monopoly plus hunger marketing. This world is very bad. It's worth learning. Fellow Daoist Chen, if you are really interested, I still have a recipe for Zhuanjing pills. As a true disciple of the Qingnang sect, you have a lot of channels outside the domain. You can get Linglang fruits directly from outside the domain and refine them yourself. The goat beard immediately started to promote it. Oh, Chen Jing saw the enthusiastic promotion of the goat beard and suddenly realized it. He smiled and said, that makes sense. How much do you sell it for? Only 100,000 spirit stones. 1,000. Okay, deal. Huh. Damn, it must be too expensive. These guys are very bad. Chen Jing took the recipe with tears in his eyes. The auction on the stage was also carried out in an orderly manner. It was still a hasty auction after the introduction, but the introduction was much more detailed than that of the yellow level exhibition hall, and many treasures had demonstration sessions. Then, another item was chosen. Spirit Seed Bag, a 4th level magic weapon. This treasure can be regarded as a treasure with some origins. It was once refined by a certain great minister of agriculture in the Divine Dynasty. When spiritual plant seeds are placed in it, some strange changes will occur. If special good varieties are mutated, and the means of cultivation are explored, a cash cow will be in hand. The auctioneer took out a grey cloth bag with only a small tripod logo on it. After a pause, he added something. This item should have been a top quality treasure in the Earth level exhibition hall, but because it failed to be sold too many times, it was auctioned in the mysterious level exhibition hall for the first time. The starting price is 2 million spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 200,000. Tailor-made for me. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. For others, they didn't know how to plant the seeds after the mutation, but for him, being listed in the illustration book was his appearance. Carefully input 2.2 million. Soon someone raised it to 2.4 million, then 2.6 million, and in the blink of an eye, it went straight to 3 million, and it was still rising. Chen Jing made up his mind and raised it to 5 million. A moment later, an unknown person raised it to 8 million. Are you crazy? You want to snatch a broken bag of the 4th grade from me like this? Chen Jing raised it to 10 million. The main point is that he is determined to win. The opponent hesitated for a moment and did not choose to bid. In the end, the spirit seed bag fell into Chen Jing's pocket smoothly. At the other end of the auction, a tall man was frowning and kept mumbling to himself. The magic weapon of the Grand Minister of Agriculture was not taken back. 10 million spirit stones. Are you crazy? It's just a broken bag. If I hadn't been going to visit the Grand Minister of Agriculture, I wouldn't even bother to look at it if it fell to the ground. Well, it can't affect the purchase of the heaven repairing medicine. The 9th prince's only son needs this heaven repairing medicine to save his life. I forcibly stimulated the blood of the real dragon, but there was no power of luck to protect it, and it damaged the foundation. Alas, I have no words to say to such a master. If you don't give me good things, I will use you as my poop. Chen Jing threatened the spirit seed bag as soon as he got it. Magical instruments don't have spirits, but magic weapons do. The higher the level of magic weapons, the more human they are. So after Chen Jing threatened, the spirit seed bag immediately tightened its mouth and prevented him from opening it. Seeing that the spirit seed bag was afraid, his expression softened immediately. In fact, my standards are not high. Don't be afraid. You will know after getting along for a long time. I'm very kind. Taming degree +1. Chen Jing did not buy anything in the zoo and level auction hall afterwards. After all, at this price, even if he had a small goal, he would have to bleed a lot to buy it. If it was not particularly useful, he would not easily sell it. Just like that. As time passed, the long-awaited Earth level auction began, and a total of 12 treasures that were said to be top-notch were displayed in front of people. Chapter 211, The 8-Sided Sword of the Heaven-Cutting Seal, The Remnants of the Divine Dynasty. The first treasure is the calligraphy left by the painting saint. Floating World Record. Floating World Record is a well-known treasure. There are hundreds of chapters and several sections, recording the big and small things. The painting saint left a gift in each picture. Solve the puzzle in the painting and you can get the gift from the painting saint. There are as many as 30 pages of floating world record that are now being auctioned. Chen Jing also got one of the floating world records and solved it, and got 3 monsters, as well as a portable painting space, and there is a small piece of land in the space for farming. The 30 pages of floating world record auction this time are taken from the 5th, 7th, and 8th chapters, and are named Ghost, Happy and Angry Buddha, and Asking for the Way respectively. The starting price is 5 million spirit stones, and the increase must not be less than 30,000. The first auction was briefly cold. After all, the first few chapters of the floating world record can't get anything particularly good. If it is the floating world record after the 50th chapter, it will be a sky-high price. For many people, these 30 pages are more valuable for collection. Chen Jing suppressed the urge to spend money recklessly and watched the people bidding. This time, the bidding process was normal. After the bidders made their bids one by one and the bidding was over, the auctioneer announced with a smile and congratulated. The one who bought the floating world record was a casual cultivator. After getting the scroll, he did not participate in the subsequent auction and left happily, listening to the people around him talking. He was also a casual cultivator who was obsessed with painting. The second treasure is called the sword washing pool. In the past, Yu Zhao had a large sword cultivation sect called Wanjian Mountain. There were millions of disciples who were sword cultivators. There were more than 10,000 sword washing pools arranged at the gate of the mountain. Only the 72 sword washing pools were transformed into treasures and stood out. Later, Wanjian Mountain was destroyed due to the bloody battle in Xianyuan, and most of the 72 sword washing pools were lost. The sword washing pool in front of you now is one of the 72 on Wanjian Mountain back then. As long as you put a flying sword in it, you can nourish spirituality, and it is easier to give birth to a sword spirit. As soon as this sword washing pool came out, it soared from the starting price of 10 million. For this kind of treasure that enhances the foundation, the one who makes the bid must be a big force, such as the masters of the peaks of the Qingnang sect and the 4 major families of Yunzhao. Chen Jing also saw people from his own Qingnang sect bidding. I think they are from Qingyuan Peak, the only 3 main peaks in the sect that are famous for fighting and are good at swordsmanship. In the end, this sword washing pool was auctioned off by the sect for 200 million. After that, several treasures were auctioned off in succession. A bronze tiger seat can help cultivators practice the shape and energy of a tiger. Among the thousands of spiritual energies, dragon and tiger shape energy are very rare. Chen Jing did not have much demand for this and watched these treasures being auctioned off one by people from major forces until he saw the treasures for individuals. In ancient times, there was a holy place of Taoism called Jishan sect. In the catastrophe that destroyed the ancient immortal way, both the holy place of cultivation and the ordinary small cultivators suffered disasters and turned into ashes. Among them, Jishan sect used secret methods to intercept a section of the heavenly way and performed the heaven and earth by itself. It survived until the establishment of the Great Yan Divine Dynasty, before it was destroyed. In a sense, the enlightenment of the immortal way today is closely related to Jishan Dao. The item for auction this time is a Jishan seal, which contains some of the mysteries of Jishan Dao. It can enable cultivators below the Shenzhen period to intercept the avenue and create some domains in advance. If you want to cultivate the younger generation of Xianjiao, you might as well buy it. The starting price is 3 million. The price doesn't seem very expensive, but the guy sells 10 Jishan seals at a time, which means the actual starting price is 30 million. This item has a great origin, but its actual function, and this item is not out of print. The Jishan sect is gone, but the production of the Jishan seal has been passed down. It is not difficult. If you want it, these 10 Jishan seals should not cost more than 50 million spirit stones. The bidder next to him said, okay. Chen Jing made an offer on the spot. 50 million. The group of people who were about to make an offer were stunned, glanced at Chen Jing, and then gave up. 5 million spirit stones per piece, and one piece can only train one junior. It's a bit uneconomical, but it's very cost effective for Chen Jing, because he is not training others, but investing in himself. The first half ended here, and the second half began after a short break. One by one, the items were either unsold or sold. Chen Jing's heart rose with a sense of anticipation for no reason. It's coming soon. The third to last item. The treasure called the 8-sided Ruai sword was presented. This is a sword forged during the reign of the great Emperor Yanling. Its rank is unknown, but it is definitely not lower than the 5th rank. It may even be the sword of a powerful person in the heavenly man realm. However, no one has ever been recognized by it. It's just a fire stick. Someone in the audience said this feebly. Maybe you are the destined person? The auctioneer smiled. It is unknown whether it is the destined person or not, but it must be a rich person. The offer price for this 8-sided Ruai sword is as high as 80 million. If it is a 5th rank magic weapon in normal condition, this price is just high. If it is a 6th rank magic weapon, this price is a bargain. The key is that no one can be sure. After getting it, this sword is a fire stick or a peerless magic weapon. Chen Jing's heart moved suddenly, and he felt that he must take it. I have this feeling. There must be a reason for it. I have always been like this, and I can afford it. He said 88 million. 88 million once. Twice. 3 times. Deal. The auctioneer smiled, and his eyes were full of joy, as if a scrap item had finally been sold. This thing has been sold for so many times, but it still can't be sold. Selling it cheaply is a big loss, and now finally a buyer has come. The people next to him looked at Chen Jing with various eyes. I know this boy. He became the true disciple of the Qingnang sect only last year, and he actually has such a huge amount of money. Buying this flashy thing, even if you get rich suddenly, it won't last long. A waste of money. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Jing is an avaricious who spends money recklessly. Most of the good things that enhance the foundation are not worried about selling, but this kind of gambling is basically not touched by anyone. It's not that everyone here has no money, but they don't have such a large amount of spare money. Chen Jing was very satisfied and a little confused when he got the 8-sided Han sword. Why buy this thing? With mixed feelings, he put it away. At this point, the auction came to an end, and the second to last auction item was presented. It was the heaven repairing medicine. The heaven repairing medicine has an extraordinary origin. Its main material is the legendary heaven repairing stone. It is truly one of a kind. Taking this medicine can transform one's body and soul, greatly improve one's cultivation qualifications, and enable ordinary people to have qualifications that are no less than those of the great sects. Not only that, the heaven repairing medicine can also make up for the defects in one's foundation on the road of cultivation, and can also repair foundation damage. Of course, I believe that many fellow practitioners have another plan. If one can comprehend the wonderful method from the heaven repairing true meaning contained in this medicine, one will surely achieve something on the road of seeking the Tao. Then the starting price was announced. 100 million spirit stones. Chen Jing was shocked. What the hell, is it so expensive? Before he could figure it out, the price began to soar rapidly. Even those who had no money to bid watched with wide eyes, paying close attention to who would win in the end. That is Xiao Qian, the eldest disciple of the Qingnang sect. It is said that he has excellent comprehension, but in fact, his bones are very poor. If he has this heaven repairing medicine, he will definitely soar into the sky. Xiao Qian just reported 130 million. Then, another person beat him with 150 million. It's the Wei clan of Yunzhao. The Taoism held by the big families of Yunzhao is harmful to the body and the foundation is seriously damaged. They will definitely not let go of this precious medicine. The Yunzhao family is rich. Who else can compete with it? Everyone sighed. A family of this level either doesn't make a move, or once it makes a move, it can decide the outcome. Xiao Qian's face also changed. With a little unwillingness, he stopped bidding. Then, the second Yunzhao family stood up to make an offer. I heard that your Wei family's eldest son is ill. Is he waiting for this heaven replenishing medicine to save his life? The eldest son is of course fine, but since you have seen the heaven replenishing medicine, take it back with you. But there are 9 ghosts and gods near your home again. Can you still withstand it? Haha, you will know when you go and take a look. While talking nonsense, at the same time, the price was raised to more than 200 million. Chen Jing sighed slightly. He only had a little more than 200 million yuan left. He had thought that, if it was less than 100 million, he could try to get it, but with the current situation, he could only be a spectator. After all, the people in the neighboring Yunzhao were all ruthless and unconventional, and they lacked this kind of holy medicine to make up for the damage. If I can refine the medicine to make up for the sky. He fantasized for a while, and then shook his head. The sky-making stone, as the main material, was out of hope. Similar to Nu was repairing the sky in the previous life, this world also had a legend of repairing the sky, but the protagonist became the Taizu divine emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, and the sky-making stone was not born in nature, but a derivative of Taoism. Just when the price was auctioned to 250 million, which made people feel a little pressured, a deep voice sounded. 300 million spirit stones. Swish. All eyes were cast over. It was a man with his arms folded, like an iron tower, with muscles like iron juice. The man looked at her with disdain and said, "Why are you looking at me? I can afford it." Wow, the female monk from Yunzhao licked her lips and looked at her with interest. Your blood and qi are very full, which is rare. Unlike the monks from Shenzhou. I have heard that the Mao sect is full of tigresses, but unfortunately I have something important to do this time, otherwise I would have played with you. The muscular man raised his eyebrows and shouted to the auctioneer on the stage. Since no one is bidding, should the item be given to me? Congratulations, fellow Taoist. The auctioneer hesitated for a while before nodding. He got the item. The muscular man paid the spirit stone and then turned around and left. Do you dare to stay a little longer? The representative of the Wei family stood up and tried to stop him. Idiot. The muscular man turned around and raised his middle finger. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he left the scene. After a long time, someone asked cautiously, "Who is that?" "Humph." The representative of the Wei family snorted coldly. Who else could it be? The remnants of the Divine Dynasty. Chapter 212. Time flies. The remnants of the Divine Dynasty. The scene was an uproar. Speaking of the remnants of the divine dynasty, Fengshan sect, a well-known evil cult in Jiuzhou, suddenly jumped into everyone's mind. Fengshan sect is powerful and acts crazy, and is regarded as the public enemy of Jiuzhou. Never expected. Under the noses of the current crowd, there are remnants of the divine dynasty, and they are so arrogant. Chen Jing was also curious, and grabbed the goatee beside him to ask, "Why don't you beat that guy to death on the spot?" Well, this is the territory of the Netherworld Society after all. If the Netherworld Society doesn't fight, who dares to help the Netherworld Society? And the Netherworld Society, a sect that wanders around with its family business, has no grudges with Fengshan sect, so it's not worth it. The goatee explained in a voice transmission, and not all the remnants of the divine dynasty are members of Fengshan sect. There are 9 dragon kings outside the domain, and many dragon kings have nothing to do with Fengshan sect. What if they hit the wrong one? No wonder. Chen Jing understood. After such an interruption, the atmosphere of the auction was a little unharmonious, but only the last finale collection was left. 177 years ago, a brilliant founder of the Holy Way was born in the Central Plains. Although he was born in a commoner family, he was extremely gifted and talented. He founded the Holy Way, which was called Final War. Unfortunately, 10 years after he disappeared, his remains were discovered by later people. The finale of this time is the foundation of his holy way. If there are people who are compatible, they can continue his way. Hearing this introduction, Chen Jing was stunned. What he saw in the invitation was the inheritance of the final war, to the 5th level. So your inheritance is really an inheritance. Can you still peel off the foundation? As a practitioner of the holy way, Chen Jing felt a chill down his spine. It turned out to be that person. The way of the final war has gone so far. What a pity. The monk with the goat beard sighed. What is this way of the final war? Chen Jing asked. The way of invincibility. Those who practice this way can bring others to the same level as themselves. If everyone practices this way, there will be no distinction between strong and weak, and this will stop the war. What the hell is this? It's nonsense. Right, these saintly practitioners, I think, are all mentally ill. Although there is feedback from the Great Way in front, they practice fast and fiercely, and have amazing visions to support them. They can beat a group of people who practice combat methods without practicing combat methods. But once the 4th level of entering the way begins, hey, you will know what it means to have a long and difficult road. This is nothing. I heard that there is another saintly practitioner in the Qingnang sect here, who practices the way of thick earth. He wants to make the people of the world, starting from the ordinary world, step by step, and never be weak again. To me, it's more nonsense than the way of ending the war. Chen Jing didn't know what to say. It turned out that in the eyes of normal cultivators, practicing the saintly way was a very stupid thing. Perhaps the only value is to wait until death, and then sell the foundation at an auction for a price. He thought about it, and it was indeed true. Without the hybrid book, practicing the holy way would be a waste of time. What's the use of the foundation of the founder of the holy way? Chen Jing asked in a different direction. Of course it lies in the holy path itself. Although the founders are stupid, they are really powerful. The laws and techniques derived from the holy path are far superior to their peers. Take the founder of the thick earth path here. I have inquired about it. That person created an inheritance method for the entrustment of divine consciousness. The founder can carry hundreds or thousands of divine consciousnesses on his body. One person is an army. How terrible is that? Even if the founder's cultivation level does not improve from now on, with this inheritance method on his body, he is still a hedgehog that no one dares to touch. It can still work wonders at critical moments. But if it is not the founder himself, this inheritance method cannot be used to such a miraculous effect. The monk with the goat beard is knowledgeable. He used Chen as an example, and all the things he said were things that Chen Jing himself had never heard of. Chen Jing was a little amused. It turned out that the holy path cultivation has this status in the cultivation world. If it succeeds, it is good. If it fails, it can also be used as a firecracker, and the probability is that it will fail. Forget it. I cultivate my way to make this world safer, so that even if I and my relatives and friends fall to the bottom, we will have basic protection. Why bother about other things? Chen Jing didn't care about the outside world's evaluation. Even a lower evaluation might not be a bad thing. Later, this finale avenue was bought by Xiao Qian, the eldest disciple of King Nang sect, for 300 million spirit stones, and no one knew what he was going to do with it. So far, after the auction, the netherworld will continue to dock for about 10 days, and then go to the next location. Chen Jing returned and counted his gains. He took 400 million out and spent about 150 million, leaving 2.5 small goals. He bought the 8-sided Ruai sword, 10 heaven cutting seals, spirit seed bags, gathering key trees, and a large number of spirit plants, materials, and spells related to spirit plants and Shinto practice. The foundation of the Qin group has also grown. Now my good partners have transformed themselves and become my competitors. In this way, the 2 schools, 1 department, 1 temple, and the latest magic forest will have to increase their investment in welfare benefits. The remaining 250 million spiritual stone deposits will have no problem holding on. Chen Jing calculated and decided to ignore the industry for the time being and focus on his own practice. Now, whether it is agricultural officials or members of the Demon Slayer department, they need time to improve. Before they improve, no matter how many good things they make, they will eventually have to cooperate with the noble families to exert their full effectiveness. The world of flowers and flowers is dazzling now. Simply stop the expansion, accumulate well, and let the noble families revel. When the savings are enough, then strike hard. Practice in seclusion. Chen Jing returned to the capital and announced the plan of practicing in seclusion. It is not a dead end, but you can still come out to handle affairs and keep a close eye on the general direction. This seclusion, spring goes and autumn comes. 4 years have passed. In the past 4 years, all kinds of changes have taken place in Suzhou in astonishing speed. Wantongfang leads to major prefectures, and from major prefectures to major counties and towns. Convenient transportation has greatly promoted exchanges and trades in various places. Jinuxiao Chamber of Commerce has become a well-known and important organization, controlling the production, manufacturing and sale of a large amount of raw materials. Every year, more and more disciples join the King Nang sect, and at the same time, more and more disciples come out from various peaks. They set up various chambers of commerce, either operating them themselves or cooperating with wealthy families and small families, making the 8 prefectures of Suzhou more prosperous. One after another, beehive caves rose from the ground. The golden, glowing Pio and rice queen was planted in every corner. The rare and exotic animals that could only be seen in the inner city now appear in the eyes of ordinary people. But not everything is getting better. Everyone noticed. This world is no longer so safe. Ghosts and demons are rampant, and monsters and beasts attack people. It is no longer a rare thing now. Fortunately, there are special monks in every place to deal with these monsters that come out of nowhere. In this process, some newcomers have made their own names, and some organizations have made their own names. All kinds of changes continue. However, Ning Mansion, which took the lead in the changes, has quietly fallen behind. Someone with a keen eye has discovered that no one cares about Ning Mansion, whether it is Chen Zhenchuan, which reached the peak when he first entered the sect, or Ning Mansion, which was the first to open Wantong House and build beehives. New things always happen from time to time. Even if people or things from 5 years ago are mentioned, they are quickly forgotten. Chapter 213, Leaving the Seclusion. At dawn, the waterside garden was filled with a joyous atmosphere. On the stone bridge, the word happiness was hung with red silk, fluttering in the wind. In front of the Chen family's mansion, red silk was hung high, firecrackers were blasting, and gongs and drums were roaring. A team of bridesmaids in bright red wedding dresses, holding oil paper umbrellas, walked lightly through the alley, paved with blue stone slabs, and slowly walked towards the Ying family. Today is the day of the Chen family's big wedding. Chen Gu, the eldest son of the Chen family, got married and married a daughter of the local noble family, the Ying family. Chen Gu wore a wedding gown embroidered with gold thread, held a big red flower, and rode on the prepared horse, becoming the most dazzling focus of this morning. Let's go marry the bride. Hearing the lively sound, neighbors leaned out and watched this rare and lively scene. The wedding went smoothly, except that Chen Jing was not present. Sister Huayan, last time, my second brother said that he would definitely be at my eldest brother's wedding. Why hasn't he arrived yet? We're almost done with the wedding wine. The third sister is now a tall and graceful young lady. When she stood with Huayan and rubbed against her to act coquettishly, her eyes were charming and very cute. Huayan had a barely perceptible smile on her face. I'll go call him later. It should be that his retreat has paid off. He always forgets things. Don't worry about it. Don't remind him deliberately, whether in front of him or in front of outsiders. I know. Go call my second brother. The third sister punched Huayan's arm lightly with her little fist and urged. She nodded in agreement. Huayan turned and left. The Wantang room went straight to a secret room and knocked on the door gently outside the secret room. Your eldest brother Chen Gu is getting married today. If you don't go now, you will miss the wedding wine. What? When did this happen? With a bang, the door of the secret room opened and Chen Jing came out with wide eyes. A flash marriage. Yes, a flash marriage. Huayan did not explain much. She looked behind Chen Jing at the forest that seemed to be real. There were insects chirping and birds singing, and the grass and trees were lush and full of vitality. Your vision? Let's talk about it when I come back. I'm going to drink the wedding wine first. Chen Jing left with a whoosh. Huayan did not follow him, but stepped into the secret room alone. After Chen Jing left, the vision did not dissipate, but remained there. She stepped forward, and the soil collapsed slightly. The frogs chirping in the grass beside her sensed the movement, jumped away with a flutter, and went into the shadow of the pool. Huayan continued to move forward. The sparrows on the branches chirped, glanced at her, and turned back to continue combing their feathers. The cow grass on the ground was stepped on by a foot, and it seemed to let out a cry of pain. After she left, it quickly pulled itself out of the ground with force, took root in another place, and let out a comfortable cry. There is a winding path ahead. There are canals and rice fields beside the road, and the golden queen pea and rice sway slightly. At the end of one of the forks in the path, there is a lotus pond with blooming lotus flowers, which is refreshing. There are also 2 big turtles, and fog is everywhere between their breaths. Going to the left from the path, there is a high small tree emitting blue light. The faint blue light is flying and dancing, and it is surrounded by a strong magical aura. Passing through the blue small tree, you will reach a gravel mountain. The mountain is full of huge demon beans and demon trees, and these demon species seem to be playing finger guessing games. The piranha always plays cloth, the copper skin tree always plays scissors, and the bean brother always plays punches. Huayan watched it interestingly, and stayed for a while. The big tree next to her suddenly bent down, scratched from the top of her head, grabbed a handful of fruits with branches, and handed them to her. After she took it, she continued to scratch from her head, and grabbed another handful of green and red fruits. Looking at the tree with thinning hairline, she picked up one of the fruits, and walked away quickly. She stepped onto the gravel mountain. The monsters who were playing finger guessing games all turned their heads. Huayan ignored their reactions, and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a chubby, half-human high-purple mushroom came forward. The purple mushroom's round buttocks twisted and turned when it walked, which was very attractive. When it came to her, it kept gesturing. She didn't know what it meant. She could only bypass it. She saw another little straw man doing sit-ups. He couldn't stand up, and his waist broke directly. But the little straw man didn't get discouraged. He tied up the broken part and stood up again. Seeing Huayan approaching, the little straw man hurried over, pointed outside, and waved his hand. Huayan understood this time. He was telling her not to go forward. She was more curious about what was on the other side. She quickened her pace, bypassed the monsters doing their own things, and came to the top of the gravel mountain. At the other end, there were large areas of barren land without vitality. Seeing this, suddenly, everything slowly dissipated. The mountains and rivers just now disappeared, leaving only a secret room with a length and width of 4 meters and simple furnishings. Shenzang? Huayan's eyes flashed with strange colors. The way of cultivation, from the phantom of the vision, to the reality of Shenzang, and then to the reality of the cave, step by step, refine the false into the true. Judging from the vision left by Chen Jing, Its authenticity has touched some of the mysteries of Shenzang realm. Not long after, Chen Jing returned after the wedding wine. For some reason, there was no joy on his face. I didn't expect that my eldest brother would marry someone from your Ying family. Yeah. Ying Huayan sat down and stared. She didn't ask anything, but Chen Jing still knew what she meant. Sighed slightly. Just now I went to look for my third sister, and I happened to see my third sister being excluded. I didn't expect that there would be a contempt chain in the circle of the wealthy family. Do you mean to look down on me? Yes. Chen Jing thought of the scene he had just seen. The young masters and young ladies were talking happily. The third sister huddled in a corner. As the host, she couldn't leave. She stayed there and received a lot of soft words, but she had to maintain a happy atmosphere on the surface. Everyone is like this. Ying Huayan also had some bad memories, saying, now that the people of the Duan, Lei, and Mi families have cooperated with the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, they have not only recovered their past vitality, but also taken it to a higher level. They have also become more extravagant and lavish. Because of me, the Ying family has not cooperated with the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, so they have been isolated. In their eyes, the marriage between the Ying family and the Chen family is a disgusting combination. In fact, it's more than that. In this period of rapid development, the combination of power and money can bring a lot of power to development. But Ying Huayan did the opposite. From the small matter of the young master's spirit beast biting the mortal to the big matter of whether all kinds of procedures are legal and complete, she kept a close eye on it. Although in her opinion, everything is just official business. But everything is afraid of comparison. In the other 4 prefectures, all the Chamber of Commerce partners who hold shares from the outside sect have privileges and preferential treatment. Why do they need to endure this? If you can't be the boss, just because you have money, I won't play with you. This has formed a situation where powerful capital is more willing to choose the other 4 prefectures, and the 4 selected prefectures have developed rapidly, leaving the originally leading Anning prefecture behind. A contempt chain is also formed. The upper 3 prefectures stand at the top of the contempt chain, and the lower 4 prefectures, except Anning prefecture, are in the middle. Anning prefecture is at the bottom. In Anning prefecture, among the 4 major families, 3 of them are isolated and despise the Ying family. From some big cooperation opportunities to the verbal difficulties at the banquet just now, all aspects. Chen Jing understood this. Didn't you ask me about the vision just now? It's a good time to announce a good news. The second inheritance method has been cultivated. Chapter 214 Mana Bank. Chen Jing once summed up his own way of guaranteeing the 3 major difficulties encountered by spiritual plant cultivators. It is difficult to master the skills, and there is no channel to learn, and there is no time to learn. So the battle assisting method came into being. As long as we unite and help each other, even if we rely on exchanges in a small circle, we can increase each other's spell inventory. And this inheritance method not only met Chen Jing's expectations, but in the past 4 years, it even derived something he had never expected. That is, spell dealers. There are a group of people who saw the business opportunity, established a chamber of commerce, and recruited a group of cultivators who are proficient in the battle assisting method, and then began to sell various spells. First, cultivate the second level of You Come to Help Me. You can condense at least 3 divine consciousness incarnations and entrust them to others. Then practice some more common spells and cultivate them to the key level. For example, the 3rd level of the small cloud rain technique, mastery level sword control technique, etc. Then sell related spells by day, month, etc. It was once very popular. After all, no one is perfect. Some farmers who grow spiritual plants have evil spirits in their homes. Instead of looking for professionals to come to their homes, it is better for the Chamber of Commerce to buy a spiritual consciousness of exorcism spells and do it themselves. This Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money and was very prosperous for a time. Finally, it went bankrupt in the 3rd year of Chen Jing's retreat. Because others saw that this thing was so profitable, they also began to study the method of assisting in battle and started a price war. The price war was fine. After the war, a flying real person park began, conducting the most primitive and unpretentious business war. As soon as the fight started, Ing Huayan fined the offline Chamber of Commerce bankrupt. After Chen Jing heard about this, he asked his eldest brother Chen Gu to come forward and set up the assisting alliance under his own name, and adopted the platform system to sell spells. Since everyone has a demand, he will not kill with one stick. A group of monks who are proficient in the spell of "You come to help me" were invited to join the assisting alliance and become contracted assistants, enjoying a 37% share and a platform 3%. A group of those who are not so proficient can apply to become part-time assistants and enjoy a 50-50 profit sharing. The Chen family manages the platform and conducts marketing such as promotion and solicitation. According to Chen Jing's opinion, an evaluation system and a scoring system were established. Those assistants with 5-star reviews were given various titles, such as silver assistants, gold assistants, etc., and were awarded additional profit-sharing rewards to encourage assistants to strive for excellence. This made many casual cultivators become members of the assistants, and more people chose the Assistant Alliance. With the successful construction of the Assistant Alliance platform, the Chen family took advantage of the situation to jump out of the inherent growth path of the wealthy families and had a unique basic foundation, taking a solid step on the road to becoming a wealthy family. Chen Jing also had an unexpected surprise. There were only 3 levels of assistant methods, namely, initial, proficient, and perfect, but under the development of a group of gold assistants, there was one more level. After proficiency, there was an additional realm of great success. The divine consciousness incarnation brought by the assistant method can throw out 2 related spells, such as calling the wind and calling the rain, which is also a considerable qualitative change. A combat assisting method brought about changes that no one could have imagined at the beginning. So when Chen Jing said that his second inherited method was ready, Ing Huayan's eyes began to light up. What method? In fact, you have seen it too. It is the key gathering tree that I modified. Chen Jing unfolded the vision. The space that seemed real enveloped her. He led the way in front and came to the blue small trees. I personally call this method the mana bank, or the mana money house. Anyone who deposits mana with me will be returned at a fixed rate within a certain period of time. These mana I borrowed can not only continue to grow with the help of the key gathering tree, but I can also use it for lending. The sound of the avenue resounded. At the same time, in the mana forest, established 4 years ago, each key gathering tree was emitting a bright blue light and exuding amazing mana fluctuations. These mana forests containing different levels of mana disappeared at the same time with the spiritual field and came into Chen Jing's vision. 4 years ago, I took the heaven cutting seal, which allowed me to possess some of the magical powers of the god hiding stage with the cultivation of the mysterious seal stage. Therefore, these mana trees are actually linked to my vision. With a thought, I can collect the mana of all the mana trees for my own use. Now, there is actually only one mana tree in the world, and that is me. The second flower of Taoism bloomed. This Taoist method is called borrowing the law from heaven and earth. The 2 methods of the method are the method of preserving the law and the method of taking the law. All the people under Chen Jing received the message and got the specific method of practicing the magic. When Ing Huayan got the method of preserving the law, he didn't rush to use it, but savored it carefully and exclaimed, "Your magic has made amazing progress in the past 4 years. I have seen many magical uses of Shinto magic in it. This preservation method has the login verification effect you mentioned before, and it is much more exquisite than before." After savoring it, he used the method of preserving the law. The moment he used it, a familiar feeling came to his heart. She seemed to see a sea of blue trees, and a guide came from nowhere, telling her that she could choose one of the mana trees for cloud cultivation. What is cloud cultivation? Forget it, it must be one of his inexplicable self-made words. After confirming cloud cultivation, she got more guidance. After cloud cultivation, if she inputs mana every day, the mana tree will gradually grow, and when she needs it, all of it will be returned as mana. The mana multiplier returned will also be different depending on the number of days of cloud cultivation. Ing Huayan immediately understood the logic. This is equivalent to proxy cultivation. Let this tree help you practice. Then he began to estimate. Compare your own practice with cloud cultivation practice. What is the difference? According to the 5 levels of qualifications: entry, ordinary, excellent, true, transmission, and top. For most practitioners with entry-level qualifications, even the lowest multiplier in 1 year is faster than practicing by themselves, at least 50%. For ordinary qualifications, 1 year is a slight increase, about 20%, and after 2 years, it will be 50%. The excellent qualifications, that can enter the sector at a disadvantage. It takes 4 years to grow a tree and only 50% of the growth rate. In general, it is not as good as the original key gathering tree. However, then I got guidance. There is also a continuous signing tree called regular. If it can be continued for a year without interruption for no more than 10 days, then the multiplier will be greatly increased. It is equivalent to directly improving the cultivation qualifications by 1 level. Signing for 3 or 5 years in a row is equivalent to improving the qualifications of the second and third levels respectively. You know, the third level of qualifications is the level of all 9 orifices before the age of 20. Aing Huayin exclaimed softly, "You can really do it." What? It shortens the distance between ordinary people and practitioners, and shortens the gap between low-level practitioners and upper-level practitioners. This new Taoism, for cultivators who already have good qualifications, or whose families are not short of money, it is icing on the cake. But for low-level cultivators who have no channels, it is a down-to-earth and smooth road to the upper level. Chapter 215: The Birth of a Myth. Borrowing the law from heaven and earth. The new inheritance law was spread among Chen Jing's own forces at the first time. Others were still studying it, but only the members of the Manor Forest felt like the sky had fallen. Although this organization only had a few managers, all the key trees that needed to be managed were gone. From offline tree planting, they were all upgraded to online cloud tree planting. A group of people suddenly became unemployed. Just when they felt at a loss, Chen Jing called all the management staff. They were worried when they went there, but full of confidence when they came back. Then, the small class began. Director Huang of the Manor Forest took the lead in mobilizing. From now on, all of us members of the Manor Forest will be renamed as Cloud Promoters. We will go to various places in person, including Wanjiang Prefecture, Changchun Prefecture, and the 8 prefectures of Suzhou. We will visit local practitioners, from the sons of wealthy families to the talented people of independent cultivation, and we will welcome everyone. Sir, why do we want to visit? Stupid, listen to me. Do you know how those superficial people outside slandered our Lord Chen? You and I know the way and the method that Lord Chen practices, which can benefit thousands of people and poor families. But those who steal high positions can't bear to see that poor cultivators like you and me are doing better, and they obstruct us in every possible way. Lord Chen's Taoism is regarded as a poisonous method by foreign enemies. At this moment, you and I need to correct its name and spread it to all directions. Therefore, the position of Cloud Promoter was established. If you have any doubts, just tell me. After Director Huang finished speaking, he took out the teapot, raised his head, and drank from the cup, wiped his mouth, and waited for questions at ease. Why don't you say anything, Laoli? You are hesitating. Just fart. Master Huang, you have already said that the meat eaters outside can't stand Master Chen being well off. If we run to his territory, won't we be uncomfortable? Master Li said it very well. Director Huang smiled faintly and suddenly used the art of borrowing the law of heaven and earth and taking the law. A sea of trees appeared between heaven and earth, and a huge amount of mana was immediately infused into him. With a wave of his hand, the majestic mana suppressed everyone to the ground. It's very simple. I'm invincible, isn't it? This, Master Huang, this? Everyone was shocked. This Master Huang is just a middle-aged cultivator in the middle stage of Tankyo. How can he press everyone to the ground with one move? And it is pure mana suppression. Do you think that Lord Chen's heaven and earth borrowing law is just for you to save the law and practice? Don't forget, there is also the art of borrowing law. I'm pressing it. Who can resist the 3000 years of mana? Who can resist it? Who can resist it? Director Huang's voice became louder, and he lost himself in the majestic mana. After a long time, the mana faded. He inadvertently sensed the balance he owed, and his face changed slightly. Damn. This 3000 years of mana was only borrowed for 10 minutes, but it took so long to pay it back. Exclamation mark. I'll ask Lord Chen to reimburse me later. Director Huang was heartbroken. However, looking at the people present, with an expression that shocked my mother for a whole year, he suddenly felt that the mere interest was nothing. 3,000 years of mana, what concept? Anyway, he couldn't cultivate it. It is said that there was a big banyan tree nearby, which was cultivated for 1,000 years, and was cut down. Lord Huang, may I ask Yun Tuigwan, is the salary calculation unchanged? Some people are pragmatic and only care about their own salary. Director Huang nodded. Even if you don't say it, I would have mentioned it. The salary is different from before. Lord Chen said that it is a minimum plus piecework plus commission. For every fellow practitioner you recruit, who cultivates the art of borrowing the law from heaven and earth, and successfully obtains a mana tree, you will be credited with 1 item, 20 spirit stones for 1 item. Our monthly minimum is 300 spirit stones, plus piecework. As long as you recruit 10 people a month, the total is 500 spirit stones, the same as before, but these are small things. The real big thing is the commission. You can take 10% of the income from the mana tree, raised by the people you recruit. If you recruit 10 people, these 10 people will raise a mana tree for a year, which means you can raise 1 more tree without any effort. As soon as these words came out, the quick reacting ones couldn't help but light up their eyes. No man can refuse to get something for free. Neither can women. Those with more flexible brains have already begun to calculate how many cultivator relatives they have in their family, and then calculate which friends they have. There are still too few cultivators in my family. I have to find a way to get more family members to practice, even if it's just to get started in the soul condensation stage. Seeing everyone's excited look, Director Huang was very confident. This model is not difficult. With relatives and friends as the fastest to get started, and with lucrative profits behind it, it is too easy to succeed. At this time, someone else asked, I'm not good at talking, not good at socializing. It doesn't matter. Lord Chen taught me a few sets of words. Anyone can become a gold medal salesman after memorizing them. Don't ask me what a gold medal salesman is. These are Lord Chen's original words. Coughed and cleared his throat. Director Huang said, Dao, have you heard of Amway? Chen Jing knew such a story. Although this story had become a very common thing when he left, it could be called the beginning of a myth. When it was born, it created many well-known brand companies. It made Amway a common word with the same meaning as the word recommendation. It also nurtured a demon. And this story has not started in this world. A normal business model starts from the manufacturer, goes through agents, sub-agents, sub-sub-agents, wholesalers, retailers, and finally, it reaches the hands of consumers. In the middle are all middlemen who make a profit from the price difference. Until it, manufacturer, direct seller, consumer. A simple 3-step chain directly strikes down the traditional business model. Chen Jing knew that this model was undoubtedly a big hit the moment it was taken out. At the same time, there were some hidden concerns. I always felt that this model would release a demon in the end, but for some reason, I couldn't remember the details. But it doesn't matter. Huan told him that if he felt that he had forgotten something, he didn't need to go into it. Everything was arranged in advance. When the cloud pusher of the magic forest began to act, a group of people who kept paying attention to Chen Jing were also paying attention to the second inheritance method. Some were happy and some were sad. Inside the sect, the atmosphere in the elders meeting was subtle. This method is indescribable, but it's a pity that it is a one-man method. An elder sighed. Chen Jing's first inheritance method, the assisting method, anyone can practice. But the heaven and earth borrowing method, although anyone can borrow and deposit, there is only Chen Jing in the heaven and earth. If you don't follow Chen Jing's holy path, you can't become the second bank besides Chen Jing, and you can only choose to be his client. This is why the elders have a subtle attitude. First of all, if you ignore the fact that only Chen Jing can be the depositor, this inheritance method can be said to be a real method to strengthen the sect and the people, and enhance the foundation. The sect recruits disciples who are all 9 orifices before the age of 20. With this inheritance method, it can be foreseen that the sect will be able to recruit more and more qualified disciples. But the more important and critical it is, the more cautious it must be. If this inheritance method comes from the current sect master's lineage, it's okay. If it comes from the former sect master's lineage, whether the sect's power can still help promote it is a bit difficult to say. They have to think clearly, make the right decision, and bear the price for this decision. Chapter 216. So powerful that even I fear itself. This method is beneficial to the entire sect, but can't we put aside some sectarianism? A middle-aged elder with a square face immediately stood up, looked around, and said in a serious tone, "Elderkin, sectarianism is also a part of people's hearts. We can put it aside, but we have to think clearly. Not everyone in the sect can put it aside. Since not everyone can put it aside, then we can't put it aside either." The speaker was an elderly elder with white hair and beard. He spoke slowly and in a calm tone, but no one dared to make a loud noise to interrupt. The speaker was the Great Elder, who was ranked first in the Elders' Council. Great Elder. Elderkin took a deep breath and said sincerely with a resolute face, "There are signs of another bloody battle at this time. We should unite as one." "Shut up." The Great Elder's eyes suddenly widened. "Who told you that the bloody battle is coming again? You are talking nonsense. You know what the consequences will be if the news leaks out. Is there any outsider here?" Elderkin said angrily. "Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Is it useful for us to deceive ourselves? Since we have joined the Elder Council and worked hard for the sect, we are still treated as outsiders?" "Elderkin, it is not your intention to speak for Chen Jing. Your original intention is to inquire about the bloody battle." At this time, Elder King Ming interrupted with a fake smile. "Elder King, speak frankly." Elderkin's face darkened. "Ha ha ha, Elderkin, there is no need to draw a sword. I just think that, whether there is a bloody battle or not, is it related to what we should do and have to do? For the King Nang sect today, whether there is a bloody battle or not, it is like fighting a tiger for food. We should tread on thin ice and go all out. What do you think, Elderkin?" King Ming said with a smile. HMPH. Elderkin's chest rose and fell. "Then let's talk about the matter. Will Chen Jing pass on this method or not? Let's discuss it later." The meeting of the elders ended in a bad mood, and there was no follow-up on whether to promote it with the power of the sect. There was no obstruction, nor support. However, this did not affect the rapid spread of borrowing the law of heaven and earth. The direct sales method uses people as carriers to radiate the interpersonal network of this person. Although under the control of Chen Jing, there is no direct multi-layer radiation in this relationship network. Some people have created it on their own. With 10% of the profit rebate, you can directly take out 5% to develop subordinates. Isn't it a lie to make money? However, because there is no direct guarantee, it has encountered certain obstacles in the second level radiation. Even so, borrowing the law of heaven and earth has directly and quickly become a popular spell. The vast majority of poor cultivators are more concerned about preserving the law instead of practicing. In the eyes of another group of people, borrowing the law is more useful. After all, Su's how today is no longer as safe as before, and fighting often occurs. If you are defeated, you can directly borrow another 500 years from the sky, and then kill your opponent with a backhand blow. Wouldn't it be wonderful? After they practiced, they found that this art of borrowing was different from the magic they practiced before. It does not test the aptitude of understanding, but rather tests integrity. Because borrowing from heaven and earth is not a magic in essence, but a divine art. That is, the magic of the gods, the art of God. The art of God does not need to be practiced. So, many people found that they had an extra credibility after practicing the borrowing from heaven and earth. The credibility depends on how much mana can be borrowed by borrowing. For example, Director Huang, Chen Jing adjusted a quota of 3,000 years for him. If he released it all at once, he could kill 100 Yingchendao on the spot with one blow. Not to mention Yingchendao, the 4th level demon tree was also killed with a slap. This is the inheritance method of the Holy Way level. The power of the crowd is not something that an individual can resist. Of course, if you really use up this 3,000 years of mana, the consequence will be bankruptcy. There are two methods of borrowing at present. One is temporary mana. Zhang Sun wants to practice fireball, but his mana is only enough for 3 fireballs. Then he needs to adjust his breath and recover for half a day, so he can't practice well. At this time, he can borrow a year's mana through the borrowing method and release spells continuously. The second is to increase mana. Increasing mana can increase the mana limit of the cultivator, which requires directly consuming the mana tree itself, which is equivalent to buying it out directly. The former borrowing method can be repaid after borrowing, and the profit is interest and deposit. The latter borrowing method is direct sale. Chen Jing set very high conditions for the latter borrowing method. In addition to a higher price, it also requires a higher reputation. After all, this large amount of mana can be held in hand to make money from money, and selling it out to an individual, even if it makes money in the short term, it will lose money in the long run. In the closed door chamber, Huayan came here after handling the affairs and looked at Chen Jing, who was sitting cross-legged. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged in the air with a huge divine consciousness lingering around him, rotating like a nebula vortex. The majestic mana occasionally emerged from the void and infused into his vision field. People who have not seen Chen Jing in action can hardly imagine how terrible the mana and divine consciousness of a late Zuan master are. Chen Jing himself has tried it. The mixed iron stick used for testing before was easily twisted into a twist with his mana, then pulled into thin filaments, and then the two ends were put together and thrown apart. Repeat the steps until the mixed iron stick was thrown into a handful of noodles with mana. Grade A. Grade A. It can't be used to evaluate his mana level at all. And Chen Jing's divine consciousness has always grown synchronously with his mana. When he uses his divine consciousness, this situation will occur. The whole person is dragged up by the huge divine consciousness power, and a magnificent nebula is formed around him. This kind of scene, Huayan has seen it many times, and he is still shocked by this vast mana and divine consciousness. Pause. She cast a spell, and the power of the formation surged, suppressing Chen Jing until the strange phenomenon around Chen Jing completely disappeared. Cough. Chen Jing covered his mouth and wiped the blood. Damn it, there were many people storing magic just now, and one of them didn't pay attention and almost burst his body. Perhaps few people have such troubles. The amount of mana and consciousness is so large that the body can't support it. Whenever this happens, Chen Jing will use his ability to see the gods, the martial arts true body. The mana is converted into physical strength. In this way, he can alleviate the dilemma. Of course, there are times when he is obsessed with practice and neglects his carelessness. Several times when he was practicing happily, he suddenly found that his meridians were broken, his bones were deformed, his internal organs were damaged, and he was not far from death. So Chen Jing had to build a secret room and let Huayan help watch him. When he was obsessed with practice and had no time to take care of himself, he suppressed his mana with the formation. Don't you have a suitable method for body refining? After you created the heaven and earth borrowing technique, you are more and more likely to hurt yourself. It used to be several times a month, but now you hurt yourself several times a day. Huayan looked worried. Not yet. Chen Jing shook his head. Every profession has its own specialty. Whether it is the best Kingdi holy body in the sect or the master's heavenly thunder body refining technique, they are simply immune to a certain aspect. For example, the heavenly thunder body refining technique can make cultivators more friendly to thunder and not be damaged by lightning. But it is supported by mana and has no special immune effect. Even the Kingdi holy body is the same. He has already cultivated it, so it's useless. After all, the creator of the technique did not expect that someone's mana could exceed his realm to such an exaggerated degree. Just think about it. Chen Jing borrowed his mana for 3000 years without blinking an eye, and you can know how exaggerated his current mana is. It doesn't matter. If there is no one suitable for me, I will create it myself. In order to relieve self-injury, Chen Jing has practiced many body refining techniques for 4 years. Although he did not directly solve the problem of physical strength, he has accumulated a lot. Just wait for an opportunity, and you will be able to create a body refining technique that suits you best and is of the inherited level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 People around me. Subscribe. There are important things in the near future. Don't forget them. Seeing Chen Jing respond, Ying Huayan talked about another matter. What is it? The Imperial Academy's big exam. Big exam. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about it. Chen Jing thought for a while and recalled the details. The Imperial Academy has a small test every 6 months and a big exam every 5 years. Now is the first 5 years since the establishment of the Imperial Academy, and it is also the first big exam. The test is mainly for motivation, ranking, and rewards. Although the ranking will be divided during the small test, there are also people like him who went to the small test in the first year and disappeared afterwards, so the current ranking is not accurate enough. If I don't go to the big exam, will I be settled for not coming to study? Chen Jing is still very concerned about studying. Now he can afford many things that can be bought with spirit stones, but those that can't be bought with spirit stones can only be bought through learning points. If you don't go, it will be settled. Just postpone to the next 5 years. She replied. Then I have to go. The reward has been issued. I'll enjoy it sooner rather than later. I haven't been to the academy for a long time, and I don't know what has changed there. Chen Jing looked at Ying Huayan. This junior schoolmate in front of him was diligent in her studies, running between Inning Mansion and the academy. At the beginning, she spent more time in the academy, but later, because she helped Chen Jing set up the formation to protect the law, she stayed in Inning Mansion more often. Over the past few years, she has not changed much, and is still calm and cold. Her clothes are also simple, but on her body, she looks elegant and refined with her temperament. Seeing Chen Jing looking her up and down, Ying Huayan raised her head with a puzzled look in her eyes. Because she was used to studying hard and assigning tasks, her expression rarely changed. Only after a long time together could she detect the emotions in her eyes. Changes in the academy? I haven't noticed. Is there anything worth noting? She asked. It doesn't have to be a huge change, but a subtle one. Too many. Then put it another way. What are you interested in? HMM. Ying Huayan tilted her head to think for a while, looked up at him, and said seriously, no. Chen Jing couldn't help but think about whether the little junior sister had ever been interested in anything. Thinking about it, it seemed that, when they first met, she came to ask him why he didn't find him. Like fines? It's really not easy to find such a hobby in the academy. You don't have to think about my affairs. I'm only interested in the right things. Ying Huayan seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and narrated calmly. What kind of right? If you are in the academy, you should study Taoism well, and hone your skills. This is right. If you are in Anning Mansion, you should be diligent in government, and love the people. This is also right. Paused. Ying Huayan's eyes flashed with some colors, and she looked at Chen Jing and said, you can let me know the truth that I have never known, and you can also teach me the methods that I can't figure out, so it's good to stay by your side. Wow, that's very well said, but remember to call me senior brother next time. She turned her head away, slightly raised her chin, and ignored it. Chen Jing suddenly asked, speaking of which, I have never paid attention to your practice. I only know that you are very talented in talisman formations. What kind of Taoism are you going to practice? Master left me a path, and there is no problem in reaching the Shenzang period. She did not answer directly. The existing path is good, fast, and stable. Well, I'm fast and stable at the upper limit of Shenzang, but you are in danger of transcending the upper limit. You are not learning correctly. It should be said that the practice of the holy path cannot hide the decline, and the Shenzang avenue is full of style. Chen Jing corrected it. It doesn't sound good. The little sister shook her head and refused to accept it. After a short silence, Chen Jing suddenly said, I don't know if senior sister Hua will come back. I remember that she was ranked very high in the academy before. She was removed from the ranking and transferred to the extraterritorial battlefield system. So, she probably won't come back. Chen Jing felt a little regretful. Teacher's eye can be said to be his guide on the road to take off. If she is not there, his achievements will always be a little regretful. At the same time, extraterritorial battlefield. Hua Qingsha stood in the boundless sea of sand. The heat waves rolled, and the scorching hot sand dunes under her feet rose up. She covered her eyes with her hands to block the dazzling sunlight, but the burning feeling still penetrated her fingers and imprinted on her skin. Yanzhao, it's so hot. She whispered softly. This place can no longer be considered Yanzhao. After being divided and eroded by Xianyuan, this place can only be said to have belonged to Yanzhao. A dull voice replied seriously. I know. There are two kinds of torture here. The first is the scorching sun, and the second is that second senior brother always corrects me. Looking at second senior brother Lei Ji, who was like an iron tower beside her, Hua Qingsha felt powerless to complain. Traveling with teammates who were too serious, it was inevitable to be mentally assessed all the time. When she remembered what the eldest senior brother had told her, Yanzhao is now experiencing a bloody battle, and the next one is our Suzhao. Taking advantage of the end of the bloody battle in Yanzhao, if we can find any useful clues, we will have some chances when the bloody battle comes in the future. Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? Don't worry, I'll let you go. There will naturally be accurate information. In the past, Yanzhao had 3 major forces. The oldest local force was the Sand Kingdom. Yes, the Sand Kingdom existed in the era of the Divine Dynasty. It survived for a while until the demise of the Divine Dynasty. The Yuan family was a latecomer. It is said that the Sand Kingdom has a treasure that can quell the bloody battle. If there is such a thing, wouldn't the Yuan family have taken it long ago? Of course the Yuan family took it, and not just the Yuan family, but because of some accidents, they didn't get it. Instead, the entire Sand Kingdom ruins fell into the outer domain. This is just right. We can investigate and see if we can find the treasures of the Sand Kingdom back then. Clues? Apart from the yellow sand all over the ground, where can the clues come from? Hua Qingsha put down her arms. I seem to be hallucinating from the sun, and I always feel that something is moving in front of me. You are not mistaken. There is really something. Lei Ji squinted and stared forward, then confirmed. Yanzhao is located at the southernmost tip of the southeastern 9 states. Half of the territory is desert, and there are only a few desert oases for people to survive. In the desert, there are many monsters and demons hidden, including powerful 4th level demons, which are very dangerous. After the bloody battle, the Yuan family of Yanzhao was unable to cope with it, and most of the territory was eroded, and the ruins of the Sand Country also fell into the outer domain. At present Hua Qingsha and Lei Ji came to this outer domain area to investigate. Hua Qingsha used the pupil technique, and after seeing clearly, she said in surprise, it's a person. I saw a figure, like a rag, mixed with yellow sand, and most of the body was buried in the sand. But the person is not dead yet, and is struggling hard. Let's go, senior brother, let's go and take a look. Hua Qingsha flew over immediately, and Lei Ji disappeared into a flash of lightning. Help, help. The figure made a faint cry for help. Wait a minute. Hua Qingsha approached and prepared to rescue him. Suddenly, the man suddenly turned into a hideous giant insect and opened his mouth to swallow. At this time, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. It smashed the giant insect's head. Lei Ji's voice came. This place is dangerous. There are still people alive. There must be something strange. You should be more cautious. If my senior brother is not here, I will definitely make some preparations. Isn't there a second senior brother? What if I'm not here? The person who dares to trick me will only be in a worse situation. Hua Qingsha smiled mysteriously, and a strange image like the rising sun suddenly flashed behind her. Then, a group of blue mana trees appeared behind her. The surging mana fluctuations lingered around her. Lei Ji was surprised and said, isn't this the heaven and earth borrowing method of junior brother Chen Jing mentioned in the news from the sect before we left? He is far away from here. How can his magic cover him? Because I'm different. Has senior brother forgotten my inheritance method? Lei Ji reacted. The 4th apprentice sister in front of him, with a pure heart, also walked on her own path, and recently realized her own inheritance method. It is called heart to heart. Treat others with sincerity, and sincerity will also treat me. This Taoist method can borrow an ability from others. Depending on the depth of the bond between each other, the level of ability borrowed by the heart-to-heart spell is also different. Just like her pure heart to treat others, she always pays sincerity first. It is also easier to be cheated. It can be said that, if you want to cheat, you will definitely cheat her. Taoist Yunting was worried that her practice would be hindered and deceived, so he didn't let her go out very often until he accidentally met Chen Jing in a Ning mansion. The heart of a child is a double-edged sword. When sincerity is exchanged for malice, then her Taoist heart and practice will be damaged. Similarly, sincerity in exchange for sincerity can get more benefits from it. And there is an anchor. So far, the person who Akinksha has paid the most and received the most is Chen Jing. When Chen Jing was still a little Karami, all kinds of monopolized skills were passed on for free. After Chen Jing started making money, he immediately took her to pay off her debts. So this anchor is Chen Jing. As long as Chen Jing doesn't backstab her, no matter how she is backstabbed, her Dao heart will not be hindered. She will not doubt herself and feel that she is wrong. Because Chen Jing's successful project tells her all the time that you are doing the right thing, at most you are not doing it well enough. Therefore, Taoist Yunting can safely dispatch her to the battlefield outside the domain. Her temperament and talent are not suitable for development in the rear. She practices magic very quickly, but she is not good at developing and improving magic. Instead, she is more suitable for the battlefield. When Chen Jing is the anchor, acting as a firewall to shield the negative impact of the child's heart, who Akinksha's true talent can be fully released. The inheritance method of Heart Seal is no less than the inheritance method of the Holy Dao for her. Along the way, who Akinksha helped many people. Give a mortal who fled to the roadside a sip of water to drink. The mortal told her some information on the road ahead. When this "you are a good person" process is completed, the Heart Seal spell can obtain a skill of this mortal. It may be faster in arithmetic, more skilled in farming, etc. As for the cultivators, the good guy card she received became various spells and talents. It can be said that one method can be used for all methods. However, so far, the biggest reward of Xingxiangain still comes from Chen Jing. When Chen Jing created the Heaven and Earth borrowing method, Hu Akinksha was the first to complete the user registration at the first time, thousands of miles away. Chen Jing was surprised to sense that Hu Akinksha was the first to log in. You know, he hasn't passed on the inheritance method yet, and his spell coverage is limited. Su Sao can't cover it, let alone outside the domain. Who would have thought that Teacher Xia would actually set up a dedicated line herself? Then, Chen Jing gave her the maximum spell quota. Now there are millions of registered users in Chen's mana bank, and it has been growing. Converted into years, at least 100,000 years of mana. Simple numerical crushing. If you meet that demon again, Chen Jing can use his mana to turn into a 5-finger mountain and press it to the ground and slap it. Hu Akinksha, who has obtained Chen Jing's extremely high authority quota, has also left the surface realm. You two are really amazing. Lei Ji sighed. His Taoism was very conventional, following the Taoism of Taoist Chen Yunting. It was ordinary. At most, his practice was quite smooth. On the contrary, the later ones, junior sister Yan Jinrao had a strange bloodline that he could not see through. Junior sister Hua had grown up from a child, but she became a genius. Not to mention Chen Jing, who was a farmer in the countryside, but was running to feed the world. The inheritance of the Holy Way was outrageous and scary. Fortunately, the last junior sister Rang Huayan seemed ordinary at the moment. This eased his anxiety of being beaten to death on the beach by the waves. The two chatted for a while. Suddenly, a faint cry for help came again. Help, help. The two were startled and looked down. At some point, the giant insect that was killed disappeared, and the figure who called for help to them appeared again in the same place. Second senior brother, is this situation very common outside the domain? Hu Akinksha asked curiously. There are very few evil cultivators who act so pretentiously, because those who live outside the domain are all ruthless people, so we probably encountered a sand mirage. Sand mirage? I have an idea. What do you mean? Let's be eaten by this big bug and see. Maybe what we want to find is hidden in the sand mirage. That makes sense. I'll go first. Lei Ji pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had been wandering around this sand land for so long, and there were only evil demons and evil demons. He had no other choice but to try everything. A moment. When he approached the man, the giant worm really appeared again and swallowed him in one bite. This time, Lei Ji did not resist, and the whole person disappeared in the giant worm's mouth. Gone. Huaqingsha sensed that Lei Ji had left this domain. Then, she followed the same method and disappeared from the spot through the sand mirage giant worm. When she came to her senses, she actually appeared in a busy street. "Who are you, trespassing into my sand country?" Suddenly, a group of people in armor and armed with weapons surrounded them, and the leader shouted fiercely, "Sand country?" Huaqingsha was slightly stunned. "You said this is the sand country. Didn't the sand country collapse a long time ago? It has been nearly 800 years since it collapsed. You are talking nonsense, pretending to be crazy and stupid. Take her away, and if you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy," the leader of the guard ordered. "Hey, why are you shouting and arresting as soon as you come up?" Huaqingsha didn't want to get entangled, so she used the escape method and disappeared on the spot. The guards rushed up, but they caught nothing. Chapter 218. What if I say no? Wanjiang Mansion. Practitioners climbed the clouds and flew swords, and people came and went like flying shuttles. Suddenly, the white clouds parted, and the ferocious black dragon emerged from the clouds, taking in all the cultivators. Many cultivators were flying slowly, and when they suddenly saw the black dragon poking its head out from beside them, they were shocked and almost fell from the sky. But soon, a strong magic power intertwined into vines and held it up. Chen Jing put the person on the ground and said in surprise, "Is there anything special today? Why are there so many people?" Beside him, the phoenix bird chirped and then turned into a white hairpin and fell into Ang Huain's black hair. "Only the academy exam. Feekson Pavilion is also among them." Feekson Pavilion? Why are they joining the academy? To join in the fun. Chen Jing immediately became interested. Feekson Pavilion is also an organization similar to the Dao Dao Academy, but the Dao Dao Academy is solely funded by the Qingnang sect, while Feekson Pavilion was built with the support of cultivators from the outer sect. Although the two have the same functions, they are quite competitive with each other. Compared to the almost universal teaching method of the Daoist Academy, Feekson Pavilion is a true elite aristocratic academy, where everyone is either rich or noble. Feekson Pavilion also has a big exam, once every 4 years, and it is open to the public like the academy. Chen Jing laughed. "Let's go and watch the fun." However, not long after he flew away, a monk came over with a sword, braked and stopped in front of the black dragon, and made a handprint, which expanded into a huge diamond wall. "Stop." The sword-riding monk stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Boom! The black dragon smashed the diamond wall into pieces without even stopping. The remaining momentum did not decrease. In the astonished eyes of the sword-riding monk, the ferocious dragon head came into close contact with it. The sword-riding monk was shocked, and his magic power emerged, and a strange phenomenon unfolded. But it seemed that something was broken and dissipated. Not good. This was his last thought when his eyes went dark. In the distance, a group of monks were chatting and laughing in the clouds. Brother Wang's cloud weaving method is so mysterious. Weaving clouds like a mat, looking up at the sky and asking for the breeze. How joyful it is. It's just a trifle, not worth mentioning. Not to mention that Brother Li is here, and the names of the Tili are spread all over the 3 states. This is a role model for our generation. The man surnamed Wan waved his hands repeatedly. On the side, Li Yuhei, who was lying in the clouds drinking, burped. "How dare I compare with Li Wendao?" Li Wendao improved the Wantang room and replaced the teleportation array, and I just made a few spiritual plants. It's not as simple as a few spiritual plants. 37 kinds of 3rd grade and 12 kinds of 4th grade spiritual plants have been improved, and the ranking of learning points is comparable to that of Li Wendao. Such strength is well deserved. Okay, drink, enough to finish the big test," Li Yuhei said with a satisfied smile. The other cultivators understood, and not only did they not stop, but they flattered him in various ways. At this moment, the clouds rolled and swayed several people from side to side, and they almost fell down. Looking back, they saw a black dragon passing by. "Who is so rude?" someone immediately said angrily. "The black dragon's mount should be the true disciple Chen Jing. So what if he is a true disciple? I will go meet him." Immediately, a cultivator flew away on a sword and headed straight for the black dragon's route. Others said, "This Fang crossing will be okay, right? This true disciple seems to have some reputation." As for the assisting battle method and the borrowing method from heaven and earth, I have heard of it. As long as you practice this external force, senior brother Fang Crossing has been immersed in the Zuanyin for 2 decades, and is half a step away from the Shenzang. His swordsmanship and Vajra technique are superb. He can teach Chen Jing a lesson. Another person said indifferently. Then, with a loud bang, Fang Crossing fell from the sky like a rag. On the cloud carpet, everyone was dumbfounded. The one who reacted the fastest was Chen Jing. He grabbed the guy. "It's not my brother," the flesh body stopping the dragon car. Then he saw everyone. "You saw it." He took the initiative to block in front of me. "My mount is so fast. He hit me directly. How could I stop it?" "Brother Fang Crossing. Quick, save him." Everyone rushed to rescue. Fortunately, the vitality of the monks is amazing. With the help of various elixirs, this brother was barely pulled back from the gates of hell. Chen Jing saw that the man was alive and asked, "Do you know him? Why did you stop me just now?" "We were enjoying the scenery and the clouds. You rode the dragon and overturned the cloud carpet, spilling the wine." Brother Fang Crossing wanted to ask you for an explanation, but you hit him and seriously injured him. A female monk said angrily. "No, who taught you to drink like this?" Chen Jing felt that these people were probably sick and did not want to argue. "I, Chen, was wrong first in this matter. I will drink to apologize tomorrow." Everyone looked at Li Yuhei. Li Yuhei bowed and was about to speak, but suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Leave this matter to me, Master Liang." Everyone looked at that. Li Yuhei did not speak, but carried Fang Crossing away, and everyone left with him, leaving behind the man called Master Liang. Master Liang was of average build, with 2 small mustaches, shrewd eyes, and a slight smile on his face. "Chen Zhenchen, I have heard of your name for a long time. Who are you?" "I'm the master of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in Wanjiang Prefecture, Liang Zuodao." Liang Zuodao bowed and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being the #1 person in this Taoist academy. It is better to meet in person than to hear about your reputation. Could Master Liang do me the honor of walking with you?" "Sorry, I'm busy. Let's deal with the matter first." What happened just now was actually a request from Liang. Liang Zuodao pointed to the direction where Li Yuhei and others left, and said, "Does Zhenchuan know the name of that person just now?" Who? He didn't know. He is also a young talent. In just a few years, he has been known as the double Li. Liang Zuodao listed the achievements of this Li Yuhei, and then shook his head, but it's a pity that, if it weren't for Chen Zhenchen, he might have been the first in this Taoist palace exam. Oh. Chen Jing crossed his arms and said, "How come you seem to know very clearly that I'm the first?" Relying solely on the longevity bean, the queen of Pio and rice, and the snow mulberry is far from enough. Even Li Yuhei may not be able to compare with him. However, the Academy's test does not only look at the innovation of Taoism, but also at manner and consciousness. Lord Chen may not know that Liang has also received a mana tree, and has been signing him for 31 days, since he received it, without a break. So that's how it is. Master Liang is still my client. Client? The term customer mainly refers to people who have fled to other places, or make a living by renting land. Chen Jing said the word customer again, and Liang Zuodao finally understood. That's right. That's why I know that with the magic power of the true disciple, it is already the best in the entire Suzhou. I dare not say that there is no one before, but for thousands of years, the true disciple can be regarded as the #1 in magic power in the past 1,000 years. I was so strong? Chen Jing was surprised. In just 5 years, his magic power and spiritual awareness have been the best in 1,000 years. Not bad. Master Liang, what's the matter? Don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. Hahaha, the true disciple is quick to speak. To be honest, Liang wants the true disciple not to participate in this exam. If you come, there will be no suspense in this exam. Go on, I'm listening. If the true disciple gives up, I, Liang, will compensate you. For example, the reward for the first place in this academy is the learning points, and the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce will give you the true teachings of the same amount, unconditionally. Even if it is something that is not allowed to circulate in the 3 holy lands, it can be handed over to you reasonably and legally. Liang Zuodao moved Chen Jing as soon as he opened his mouth. A rich man. But he shook his head. Master, if you have inquired about me, Chen, you should know that I, Chen, am financially free. Liang Zuodao couldn't hold back the smile he had been wearing. You are just a small local rich man. How can you be considered rich? Have you ever seen what real wealth looks like? But he was very angry. Because he had investigated and calculated, he knew very well that Chen Jing had been developing in a low-key manner in the past 4 years, and he really had a lot of spare money on hand. It was not wrong to say that he was financially free. Formation, 5th level. Liang Zuodao said in a low voice. Wow. Chen Jing was slightly shocked by this move. So far, the top formation of the entire Qingnang sect is the 6th level, and they were all arranged by external sects at a huge cost. The progress of the local formation is very touching, and the highest is only the 4th level, and some are the 5th level. It can be said that among the cultivation skills, the most important are the formation and refining, followed by the way of talismans and weaving. These 4 determine the hardware upper limit of a sect. The way of alchemy and spiritual plants determine the lower limit of a sect. Among them, the formation is the top priority. If the formation is not good, it means nothing will work. For example, in alchemy, the refining of the 6th grade pill requires the assistance of a 6th grade formation, because the 6th grade pill involves no longer the combination of medicinal materials, but also the fusion of the laws of heaven and earth. There is a 6th grade pill called Holy Star, which requires the power of thousands of stars. How to get it? The formation is used. Without the formation, the main material cannot be taken. Of course, you can also go in and out of various dangerous places like in the ancient immortal era, collect natural materials and treasures containing relevant powers, and gather a furnace of main materials in 100 or 80 years. But times have changed. The sects in the ancient times were not enough to fight a holy place in the central plains with one hand. You spent 100 years to gather a furnace of 6th grade elixir materials, swallowed the elixir, and cultivated to become a strong man. Once the big formation is opened, the world will be changed, and what is lacking will be supplemented. One furnace of 6th grade elixir is produced every year, and strong men are mass produced. Cultivation of immortals also pays attention to productivity. Nowadays, the formation is a universal converter that replaces all rigid conditions. Not only alchemy, but also refining tools, weaving, and so on. The difference between primitive people and immortals is whether there is a corresponding formation or not. In the Central Plains Kyushu, where the immortals are most developed, elixir tools made of originally ecological materials have become luxury goods. When promoting, just say that my master's product does not contain formation additives, and others are pure and natural. The reason why the Qingnang sect is so good at alchemy is because it has the Shenending, a treasure that directly bypasses many rigid indicators related to alchemy, ensuring that there are high-level elixirs exported every year to earn foreign exchange. Otherwise, they are not worthy of being looked at by the outer sects. Understand the influence of formations in today's era. You can understand Chen Jing's inner surprise at this time. The 5th grade formation, what is sold, is not just the formation, but the 5th level productivity. Chen Jing became more curious. 5th grade formation, can I choose any one? The category of formation is also very important. The comprehensive type is the worst. The formations he currently has are all comprehensive types. It seems that everything can be done, but in fact, none of them stands out. You can choose any true teaching. I want a large formation for refining equipment. Okay. The other party agreed immediately. Chen Jing was silent and looked at Aang Huayan. What the hell? This is not a simple matter. You might as well tell the true story. Li Yuhei is considered a member of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in Wanjiang Prefecture. We have already agreed that when Li Yuhei gets first place, he will move into the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, become the vice president, and lead the spiritual plant affairs. It is of great significance for him to get this first place. Oh, I understand. Good fellow. I was wondering why you didn't want the ancestral methods, but dared to sell the formation methods. It turns out that we have to exchange them for the ancestral methods. Chen Jing knows how important the celebrity effect is. This is the first major test of the Taoist palace, and the first #1 in the history of the Taoist palace. With a little publicity, Li Yuhei, who can be promoted as the #1 in the history, will come out. Most people, when their cultivation level improves, their thinking ability may not improve, so the routines that are useful to ordinary people are also useful to cultivators. With such a reputation and celebrities leading the charge, the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly usher in a wave of takeoff. Chen Jing's thoughts turned, and he suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where Fang Crossing was knocked away just now. Thoughtful. The true teaching is really good, and the talent is quick. Liang Zuodao suddenly laughed. I said, where did this idiot come from? And his physical body hit my dragon car. It must be you who did it. Let me guess, if I don't agree now, that Fang Crossing should not survive today. Chen Jing narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Liang Zuodao. Alas. Liang Zuodao looked into the distance and sighed softly. The true teaching is that people are all stupid, you should understand. This sentence jumped a lot. But Chen Jing knew what it meant. If the news of hitting Fang Crossing to death today was publicized, his reputation would be ruined, and the sect would definitely find out that someone had tampered with Fang Crossing and affected his mental state. However, as the other party said, people are stupid. Even if evidence is produced, there are still some people who only have one thing in their eyes. Chenda's henchman hit and killed an ordinary cultivator. Because this world has always been like this. Landlords beat servants to death. Noble sons killed civilians on horseback. Cultivators killed ordinary people. And disciples of Zhenchuan oppressed ordinary disciples. There has been no justice in this world for a long time. Or it can be said that justice has never been formally realized. Justice is just a tacit understanding between people of equal strength, not the capital for the weak to shout at the strong. In this environment, many people will only look at the truth from their standpoints and use their fists to get justice within the scope of their fists. As for evidence, Liang Zuodao shouted loudly that I did it, and people would think he was forced. Master Liang is determined to get this first place. Chen Jing sighed. The soft ones have a 5th level formation. The hardest thing is to ruin your reputation. Carrot in the left hand, stick in the right hand. And Fang Crossing's death must not be as simple as ruining his reputation. It must be manipulated to make his achievements invalid. There is probably a traitor in the elders meeting. I avoided the old man's 0-frame start, but I didn't expect that the scammer could chase me here. He couldn't help laughing. Damn it. Shit. Take a deep breath. Chen Jing restrained his expression. What if I say no? I have been very busy with various things like moving this month. I will add more chapters after I finish my work. Starting tomorrow, the minimum update will be 4,000 words, and the minimum update will be 6,000 words. One more chapter will be added for every 20 monthly tickets. Now there are 171 monthly tickets, which counts as 170. The average subscription will increase by 20 and one more chapter will be added. I hope the results can be improved. Finally, thank you all for your support and thank you for correcting typos. If you have any comments, please join the group and find a coder to talk to you. P.S. This paragraph is free of charge. Chapter 219 The big exam begins. The scene suddenly became tense. Liang Zuodao took a close look at Chen Jing and sighed. In fact, Liang had expected that most of the true disciples would not agree to this. To seek the truth, one must be determined, and those who seek their own truth are even more so. Those who seek the holy truth have hearts as hard as stone, and will never agree. How can a small prophet shake them? Lord Liang, you don't have to think so highly of Chen. You might as well think more about your own reasons. You are old. Have you run the Chamber of Commerce well? Have you received a promotion or salary increase? That is why you want to do things, but can only afford such a small price. Chen Jing shook his head and sneered. Take a mere 5th grade formation to test Chen. Which true disciples can't stand this test? You. Liang Zuodao's smile suddenly withered. I never thought that true disciples Chen would be so sharp-tongued. Seriously, are you sure you don't want to add any more money? Ha. Poor bastard. Bah. Poor bastard? Exclamation mark. Liang Zuodao's face immediately turned red. He was the branch leader of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 prefectures, and he was in charge of a wealth of tens of billions of spiritual stones. He was actually called a poor bastard by this country rich man. This was the only thing he couldn't accept. His psychological defense line was completely set on this aspect, so he was speechless and pointed at Chen Jing for a long time before he could say a word. Okay, Chen Zhenchuan is so ungrateful, then let's try our tricks. When you lose both your fame and wealth, I hope you can still remember what we said today. After hearing Liang Zuodao's harsh words, Chen Jing said lightly, whatever you want, and drove away on the dragon. Liang Zuodao sneered again and again. At this time, Ying Huayan, who was following Chen Jing, returned. She said, leave Fang Crossing's life. Whether to stay or not is not my decision. Since the Zhenchuan doesn't want to talk, why bother talking in your sleep? Liang Zuodao couldn't help but sneer. Don't you understand what senior brother Chen said? He said he looked down on you for being poor, but he didn't say he would continue to participate in this imperial examination. Liang Zuodao was stunned. He actually insulted me like this. But, he agreed not to participate in the imperial examination. But he insulted me. But, Liang Huzu was confused by these two emotions for a while, and he was furious and overjoyed at the same time, and almost had his inner demons come out. However, reason prevailed in the end. If so, Fang Crossing will naturally have a good fortune, and I will deliver the promised reward as promised. No need, I don't want to repeat what senior brother Chen said. He doesn't look down on you, so don't come to bother you. Ying Huayan didn't look at Liang Zuodao's forehead with blue veins throbbing, and turned around, and left until she caught up with Chen Jing. After meeting up with Chen Jing who was waiting, she raised her doubts. Are you really not going to participate in the exam? Yes. Why? Master Liang has set up countless traps for me. No matter how I jump, I will be in trouble. I just followed his wishes, and got out of the pit for the time being. After I understand it, I will decide what to do. From your attitude just now, I thought you were going to fight him to the end. It's just a retreat, and it's also a test. Then why don't you pretend to agree? It's not worth it to be greedy for this little advantage, and be in an unknown situation. In fact, I really think he is arrogant. I'm not as poor as before. He really doesn't deserve my status. Ying Huayan rolled his eyes. It turned out that he didn't add money. Next, Huayan, help me announce that I have problems with my practice and give up this exam. I'm going to check on Li Yuhei. I'm very curious about this young talent that Liang Zuodao values so much. Chen Jing said. But, the first person in the history of the Taoist Academy to rank first should be you. Don't you care? Ying Huayan asked before leaving. As the strongest manner and the strongest spiritual consciousness in the past 1,000 years, losing the first place only shows that the academy is not worthy, not that I'm not worthy. The sect that established the academy doesn't care, so why should I care? Chen Jing said with a smile. The two separated. At the elders meeting of the sect, a fierce quarrel also broke out. Chen Jing is unique in terms of manner and consciousness. If he can't get the first place, how can the ranking of this academy convince everyone? Don't you know where his manner and consciousness came from? The heaven and earth borrowed the law, and only he can use it. We established the academy to expand the sect's Taoism and narrow the gap with the outside sect, not to make him the first. Letting him be the first is the greatest injustice to other students. It's ridiculous. You might as well carve a line on the plaque of the academy, saying that the Taoism Academy only cultivates mediocre people, not saints. He hasn't become a saint yet. You are ignoring the rules of the academy. Did you take benefits that you shouldn't have taken? What nonsense. I'm talking about the facts, but you are throwing dirty water on me. What's your intention? The elders meeting rarely quarreled like this. On the one hand, they supported Chen Jing to be the first, but on the other hand, they felt that Chen Jing's first place was really not in line with their expectations. After all, the sect's plan is to cultivate disciples, to make more long-term progress in Taoism and Taoism. Although magic and divine consciousness are listed as compulsory courses, the scores are fixed. The scores for Taoism and Daoism are unlimited. As a result, others are innovative and changeable, but you directly raise the fixed score to an unprecedented height, which makes everyone dumbfounded. Therefore, it is not without reason to exclude Chen Jing from this exam. However, in terms of specific handling, even those who support expulsion are divided into several factions. Many elders think that it is okay to exclude Chen Jing, but they should also give him enough compensation and tailor a unique achievement for Chen Jing to please both sides. However, this pertinent suggestion was still rejected by the extreme suggestions of both sides, so the quarrel became more and more fierce. The exam is approaching, and they still haven't come up with a set of rules. Okay, no need to argue. Suddenly, the figure of the elder appeared here, and he snorted heavily. You don't need to make a decision. Elder, did the sect master make the decision? If there is anyone who can stop the disagreement, it must be the sect master. The great elder shook his head. Not long ago, Chen Jing announced that he had problems with his cultivation and could not participate in this exam. Most of the elders were stunned, but some of them had a glimmer of joy in their eyes. The great elder said, disperse, do your own things. Everyone dispersed one by one. After everyone left, one person came back. It was King Ming. King Ming stepped forward and said with a wry smile, what can we do? That Chen Zhenchuan is slippery and doesn't participate directly. How can we continue this play without the protagonist? This year, Chen Zhenchuan is 23 years old, young, and has no youthful spirit at all. The great elder also shook his head. In this case, who in the elders council is colluding with the outer sect, and to what extent, it is difficult to lead it out. King Ming felt helpless. In his plan, Chen Jing, as the absolute first in this event, was arranged by others. How could he bear this bird's humiliation? This is a rare saintly practitioner in Suzhou. He is the most powerful person in the past 1000 years at the age of 23. He has become the de facto lord of a prefecture at a young age. He has gone from a poor vassal to a wealthy and free person in 5 years. King Ming asked himself, he is half as good as Chen Jing at the age of 23. If someone dares to say no to him today, he will hang the other person's family on a tree tomorrow. No one can do it. I'm afraid it's not the reincarnation of an old monster. King Ming couldn't help but say. Senior brother Yunting has verified it. It's just that he has awakened the wisdom of his previous life. He was not over 30 in his previous life, and was still immortal. The elder shook his head. Without Chen Jing to challenge, do we have to put pressure on him? That's too obvious. The traitor won't be fooled. King Ming said. The elder said nothing. With a lot of things in his mind, he came to a lush peach tree. In the end, he took the opportunity of being the first in the academy to find out the traitor and rectify the elders' council, or give up this opportunity and maintain the fairness and justice of the academy. If the academy can't do justice in the first exam, what will happen in the future? Can it be saved? However, the elders' council is the core of the sect's decision-making layer and the brain of the sect. If there is a tumor in the brain, and it is not removed early, it will also cause endless trouble. The elder didn't know how to choose, and he didn't have a better choice. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have discussed it with Chen Zhenchuan in advance. After all, he didn't respect Chen Jing enough and only arranged and guided him behind his back. As a result, Chen Jing patted his butt and walked away from the chessboard, leaving the chess player speechless. Elders Council, give priority to it. The elder closed his eyes and chose one of the two options that were destined to be wrong. In the turbulent undercurrent behind him, the much anticipated academy exam officially began, and the students of the academy were ready to try their hand. And coincidentally, Suzhou's second educational organization, Feekson Pavilion, also held a big exam at the same time. This aroused the interest of more people. And curious, is it the disciples of the academy who are better, or the disciples of Feekson Pavilion who are stronger? Originally, there was no suspense, but after Chen Jing announced that he would not come, the result became complicated. Chen Jing came to the spectator seat calmly, and found a place to sit. Suddenly he found something. He moved his butt slightly and looked in another direction. Over there, the head of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, Liang Zuodao, was sitting. This guy was wearing an exquisite golden robe, which wrapped his small figure. Seeing him, he also smiled at Chen Jing. Although this guy is irritating, he knows the times. After smiling and greeting, Liang Zuodao turned around and said to the people behind him, "The action of Liang Huzu is indeed extraordinary." Next to Liang Zuodao, under the gorgeous hood, there sat a group of rich and noble people. They were all bigwigs gathered under the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. Each of them either held thousands of acres of fertile land or had shops all over the place. They were in all walks of life. However, they were not satisfied with the status quo. They had no chance to climb up before, but now they wanted to see where their limits were. And Liang Huzu was the one who created the opportunity for them. Chapter 220 Gap. The process of the big test is the same as the small test. However, there are more spectators, and the attention is even more eye-catching than the annual ceremony. After all, the ceremony is held once a year, while the imperial examination is held once every 5 years. It is normal that the popularity is higher than the ceremony for the first time. On the other side, Feekson Pavilion, which also chose this time for the big test, also gathered a lot of figures. The monks participating in the test were facing a square block as tall as a person. There was a hole on one side of the square, and there was a rope head in the hole. This is a mana rope. This rope is pulled out with mana. Each section of the rope is marked with notches, which can clearly measure the strength of mana. Someone explained to the newcomers. Chen Jing separated in incarnation to watch the excitement here, and felt that this thing was much more accurate than the twisting of the mixed iron rod in the Imperial Palace. However, the mana rope is a kind of magic weapon, and there may be room for internal operation, while the mixed iron rod is a stick of special metal, which is more intuitive when bent. At this time, someone in the crowd held up a jade sign and shouted, "Comparison of the exams between the Academy and Feekson Pavilion, updated in real time, only 20 spirit stones each." A cultivator shouted, selling a small magic tool for real-time comparison between the two sides. Chen Jing immediately stopped the person and took out 20 spirit stones to buy one. Although he was looking at both sides at the same time, he was very curious about this little thing. After buying it, he asked, "Which senior brother designed this jade token?" "Our senior brother Li designed it." "Li Wendao or Li Yuhei?" "Senior brother Li Wendao." "Thank you, sorry to bother you." Chen Jing let go of the other person and weighed the token in his hand. It's a good way to make money. With the token, a lot of information was also recorded on it intuitively. What surprised Chen Jing was that it was a familiar table on it, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Mana test. Grade A level assessment. 0 people in the Academy and 0 people in Feekson Pavilion. Grade A level assessment. 1 person in the Academy and 2 people in Feekson Pavilion. Grade A level assessment. 12 people in the Academy and 14 people in Feekson Pavilion. It felt like I was dreaming of the Olympics. Chen Jing took out the sound seal. He had already obtained the other party's communication seal, but he had never contacted them. This was the first time. After the seal was completed, the first sentence was odd changes, even does not change how. He couldn't match the code. "Your table looks very familiar to me," Chen Jing said. "Hahaha, junior brother, please forgive me. This is what I learned from a Ning mansion. Although I have never formally visited you, I often absorb wonderful ideas from you. When we are free in the future, let's have a drink together." Li Wendao's hearty laughter came from the other end. "Okay." Chen Jing felt a little regretful. He thought it was a fellow villager. In the end, something he made was learned by people in this world. Speaking of which, isn't there a cave? It should be in recent years. Elder King Ming has also talked about this matter. Let's go there. The two of them exchanged for a while, and the results of the academy were constantly coming out. Chen Jing had heard someone scolding. The academy was established 5 years ago, but it is not as good as the Feekson Pavilion, which was established 4 years ago. What on earth is it for? The top few people in the Feekson Pavilion were originally disciples of the academy, but later left the academy and transferred to the Feekson Pavilion. Now it seems that they have improved a lot. Hey, Feekson Pavilion requires so many spirit stones to practice, how can the effect not be good? Everyone was dissatisfied with the fact that the Wendao Academy was at a disadvantage. Li Wendao sighed. The disciples of Feekson Pavilion are sponsored by the forces in Yunzhou, and many conditions are not comparable to ours. It's okay for you and me, and we can use the formations in the sect at will, but ordinary disciples don't have this ability. Chen Jing nodded. It is said that the disciples of Feeks and Pavilion are awarded with formation time every month. They not only have learning points, but also formation time points. On average, each disciple can open a formation for 3 days a month. This treatment is really good. And there is also a mechanism of Krypton Guild to increase time. It can be said that entering Feeks and Pavilion, the training you get, is actually no less than the true transmission. However, the true transmission not only can be trained, but the sect will also allocate industries to solve the funding problem. As for the disciples of Feeks and Pavilion, the poor ones were screened out from the moment they entered the pavilion, and only the small spenders and the big spenders were left. The costs of each of them are different, and it is only a dream to expect the same results. Li Wendao said, I don't know whether it is right or wrong for the sect to bring Feeks and Pavilion here. It's just desperate to try any possible means. Brother, what you said is very good. Desperate to try any possible means. Both of them are true disciples, or the kind of true disciples with very promising futures, and they have passed the political review completely, so they naturally know the accuracy of the blood battle. King Nang sect originally wanted to develop step by step, but the blood battle suddenly came, disrupted the steps, and gave up many interests. Feeks and Pavilion can speed up the training of monks in King Nang sect, but who the monks they trained are willing to work for is another question mark. The top leaders can see this risk, but they have no choice. In reality, they always have to choose between bad and worse. However, people's hearts can be guided. This time, the sect is willing to arrange the exams of the Dao Academy and Feeks and Pavilion together, which naturally has a purpose. If the glory belongs to the academy, people's hearts will also be directed to the King Nang sect. Chen Jing realized at this time that he slipped away quickly, as if leaving the problem to the sect. Of course, he didn't have any burden, because the elders didn't inform him in advance. Did they trust him or not? Even if we are on the same side, if you want me to work, you have to let me know, right? Ever since Master Yunting went into seclusion, his contact with the sect's top leaders has become a little erratic. Chen Jing felt that this might have something to do with the factional struggle within the sect. As a conservative who was beaten down, he felt that he was being ignored, and likewise, he had the freedom to do nothing. At this moment, Li Wendao said, have you seen that Lu Miao? What's wrong with this person? His manner, consciousness, and physique are all air level. He has cultivated a top level profound skill. In addition, he is also proficient in refining equipment and spiritual cooking. Except for these two, the other 8 arts are all air level. Li Wendao's tone was slightly solemn, and he said, this person is the leader of this generation of the Lu family. He is 1 year younger than you, only 22. 22? Chen Jing couldn't help but be shocked. A god. But he is still not as good as you. That's okay. Li Wendao was speechless for a moment, and said, this person is probably the number 1 in Feeks and Pavilion. Except for the art of formation, I'm far behind in other aspects. There are such people in our King Nang sect. Chen Jing immediately thought of Teacher Xia. With Teacher Xia's innocent heart and the talent of sudden enlightenment at any time, he might also get a full A grade. After all, when he was tested 5 years ago, all of them were B level. After all, Suzhou has a population of tens of millions, and there are actually many geniuses. At this time, Chen Jing looked at the name on the list and said, what about Li Yuhei? This person is from a grassroots background. Not easy. Not easy. These 4 words made Chen Jing think for a long time. Thinking of the information he had found out, he had some good feelings for Li Wendao. He thought that Li Wendao would not be very interested in the so-called double Li. Chen Jing said, he wants to compete with you for the first place. I'm not the first. Why would you compete with me? Li Wendao smiled, as if he meant something. Obviously, he may have also come into contact with some people from Liangzhu or Dao's side. However, the treatment he received was not at the same level as Chen Jing, because Li Wendao did not have such exaggerated strengths as Chen Jing, nor was he a hexagonal warrior like Lu Miao. It was not certain whether Li Wendao could get the first place. As the exam progressed, the rankings of the academy and Feeks and Pavilion gradually became clear. The elders of the Wendao Academy stood up and announced the list under the gaze of everyone. Ranked 10th, Wang Yao Dao obtained a total of 60,000 learning points in 5 years. 9th place, Zhao Ke. All the way to 3rd place. 3rd place, Jifeng, 84,000 learning points in 5 years. 2nd place, Li Wendao, 87,000 learning points. 1st place, Chen Jing saw that familiar name. Li Yuhei, 88,000 learning points, led by a slight advantage, and won the 1st place this time. Good, ha ha ha. Liang Zuodao stood up and laughed heartily. Everyone looked over. Isn't this person Liang who's who? What is he happy about? Everyone was puzzled. What you don't know is that Liang has long been impressed by Yuhei's talent, so he has provided a lot of financial support. He said that the flamingo fruit is very similar to the Zixi fruit, so Liang traveled thousands of miles to the eastern continent to get this fruit plant for Yuhei to compare. Liang Zuodao spoke in front of everyone about his acquaintance and encounter with Li Yuhei, their mutual appreciation and progress. Everyone's frown slowly dissipated. Of course, the faces of the elders of the academy were getting darker and darker. I'm very pleased that Yuhei is where he is today, Liang Zuodao said with a smile. In addition, Liang has also sponsored many monks. It is not for anything else. Liang has also suffered the hardships of practicing. It is because I have been caught in the rain before that I want to hold an umbrella for those who come later. These words are moving. Li Yuhei has always maintained a solemn look, but if you look closely, his eyes are a little nervous. Yuhei. Liang Zuodao shouted at Li Yuhei, with a smile on his face. Yeah. Li Yuhei stood up, looked at the people who were looking at him, and then glanced at Liang Zuodao who was nearby. Finally, his eyes stayed on Chen Jing, who was leaning on a homemade beach chair under the umbrella in the distance. Li has practiced for more than 30 years, wasted half of his life, did not ask for the truth, did not understand the great way, did not understand people's hearts, and did not ask for worldly affairs. Until I met Mr. Liang. Li Yuhei's voice was powerful, and he lowered the tone, and slowed down the rhythm at this time. It sounded like a long-planned confession. Mr. Liang's financial support has fulfilled Li's dream, the Dao that has always been hidden in my heart, and I dare not ask for it, nor dare to ask for it. Liang Zuodao cooperated very well, and showed an expression of listening carefully, with a hint of encouragement and a hint of relief. It just felt a little strange, because the wording seemed a little awkward. It was not like a normal speech tone, too simple. It seemed that I had heard someone speak like this recently. Who was it? I must thank Mr. Liang again. It was Mr. Liang who allowed me to stand here, and to muster up the courage, to stand in front of my idol Chen Jing. Yes, ha, ha. Liang Zuodao's smile froze. Mr. Chen's Dao has always guided Li to practice from the bottom of my heart, and let me know that the Dao I practice is the Dao of daily life for the people, the Dao of 3 meals a day, the Dao of steady progress, and the Dao of bearing virtue like the earth. Today, I won the 1st place in the academy, and I just mustered up the courage. Li Yuhei passed the stiff Liang Zuodao, and came to Chen Jing. He looked at the man, and yesterday's events flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Brother Chen, please allow me to join your Agricultural Promotion Institute. Chapter 221. Freedom is precious, but the price is too high. The whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Jing, watching his reaction, and waiting for his answer. Chen Jing stood up slowly. He walked to the two of them, and helped up Li Yuhei, who was bowing and kneeling. I, Chen, have no virtue or ability to be admired by such a great talent. I feel ashamed. Sir Chen. Brother Yuhei, get up quickly. Sir Chen, I won't get up unless you agree. Brother Yuhei, hey, get up quickly. Okay, isn't it okay if I agree? Sir Chen. Chen Jing held Li Yuhei's hand tightly. Li Yuhei was obviously very moved. No matter how he helped, he couldn't get up. The two of them looked anxious, as if they were in Liangshan in the Northern Song Dynasty and the Peach Blossom Land of the Three Kingdoms. They were so passionate. Liang Zuodao, who stood between the two and watched this scene, felt his heart being torn apart. Yuhei, you. The fists clenched in Liang Zuodao's sleeves kept shaking. How he wanted to explode on the spot and beat the two dogs to death. Why did it happen? It was obviously me first. Master Liang, are you happy for me too? Li Yuhei turned around and grabbed Liang Zuodeo's arm, holding it tightly. Ha 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 ha. Liang is also very happy to hear this good story. When he said the last few words, the hatred between his teeth could hardly be suppressed. He pulled his hand out fiercely, but failed. But on his red face, he wanted to force his smile of joy and emotion. Li Yuhei, you dare to betray me? Liang Zuodeo asked in a voice transmission, staring at Li Yuhei. I'm sorry, a bird that chooses a tree will find a good tree to live in, and a minister who chooses a master will meet a wise master. Today I, Li Yuhei, have met a wise master, and this is enough for my life. Master Liang, please don't come to me. I'm afraid that Lord Chen will misunderstand. What kind of words are these? Li Yuhei's eyes were filled with tears, and his heart was also broken. Every sentence he had said so far, not even a single punctuation mark was created by him. At this moment, he felt that Chen Jing was simply a demon. He, the one who said it, felt that his soul was almost torn apart. He dared not imagine how furious Liang Zuodeo was when he heard this. Sure enough, Liang Zuodeo, who received the voice transmission, shook his body, and the mana waves emitted were disordered. Chen Jing couldn't help but curl his lips. What a level. He is worthy of using the same employees as me, Chen. Okay, I really didn't expect that Chen Zhenchuan actually had this trick. I hope you won't regret your actions today when you pay the price. The leader is free to do whatever you want. I'm happy to accompany you. Chen Jing just responded gently. He is still the young man, without any change. When fighting, he would hide behind the illusion and wait for an opportunity. Although he has changed the battlefield now, his style is still the same. I try not to talk nonsense with my opponent, but I will send out a mouth to output crazily. At this time, on the surface, the three of them held hands, and each held his hand, forming a stable triangle relationship, which was peaceful. Behind the scenes, Chen Jing and Liang Zuodeo were on the verge of a fight, as if they were about to start a fight at any time. Li Yuhei, who was caught in the middle, dared not move. Let's talk about it in private, so as not to waste everyone's time. Chen Jing took the initiative to let go and turned away, while Li Yuhei followed behind him in small steps and left together. Liang Zuodeo stayed alone, waiting for the two to pass by. He took a deep breath in his chest, exhaled slowly, and then turned around. He raised his hand to say goodbye. Although he was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, Liang Zuodeo had to take the step given by Chen Jing in front of so many people. Master Chen. Following Chen Jing, they arrived at the rented side hall where no one was. Li Yuhei no longer concealed his expression and became cautious. He was tall, with a broad frame, a square face, and thick eyebrows and big eyes. In the eyes of others, Li Yuhei is an absolute child of destiny and a role model. He was born in an ordinary peasant family and his status was low. When he was young, he accidentally swallowed a mountain spiritual fruit and entered the threshold of cultivation. He realized that the fruit was very extraordinary, so he secretly planted the seeds. The spiritual fruit grew very fast, bloomed and bore fruit every year, and he also had a steady supply of spiritual fruit to eat to maintain his cultivation. In this way, when his fellow countrymen and friends were still skinny, Li Yuhei was a head taller than others. Li Yuhei's abnormality attracted attention, and the spiritual fruit was exposed and had to be shared. Who would have thought that the spiritual fruit was a poisonous fruit? He was fine after eating it because of his special physique, but his fellow countrymen died after eating it. Li Yuhei was therefore punished by the clan according to the clan rules. Before his death, he was rescued by the Qingnang sect monk, who fed him elixir and treated him very well. Things got unexpected here. The Qingnang sect monk who rescued him was actually an evil cultivator who used his physique to practice evil methods. When the sect's law enforcement killed the evil cultivator in front of him, Li Yuhei still didn't understand what was going on. But no matter what, Li Yuhei survived and officially joined the Qingnang sect, becoming an ordinary disciple and living a stable life. Until he became a student of the academy and was noticed by Liang Zuodeo. Most people in the Qingnang sect don't understand your physique, but it is not uncommon in my Yunzhao. This is a natural evil body. Whoever you follow will be unlucky, and you will also suffer, but as long as you get through it, you will be able to make progress. Nonsense. Hahaha, don't worry, physical constitution and fate are not uncontrollable. Follow me, you don't want the disaster you bring to the academy. After that, Li Yuhei experimented by himself, and found that it was true. People who were close to him always had all kinds of ominous signs. This made him discouraged and very urgent, so he immediately agreed to Liang Zuodao. Liang Zuodao provided him with methods to change his physique and the resources to improve his realm, and he did things for him. However, everything was fine, until Chen Jing came to him. In front of him, he took out a series of seeds. I've seen your results, they are really good. You have improved Zungsan grass, Tuxing flower, Mengdao fruit, and many other spiritual plants. What is the true teaching? Look at this batch of seeds. Your method of inducing birth should be fast enough to read through them. Take a look. Li Yuhei didn't know what was going on, so he took the seeds to induce birth. After inducing birth, the sky fell. They were all his improved seeds. No, it should be said that they were all improved seeds that were better than the spiritual plants he improved. No more, no less, just included all his achievements, better quality, and higher yield. His brain was dizzy, and he couldn't believe it. All his achievements and all his hard work in the past 5 years, unexpectedly. His breathing became more and more rapid. This is impossible. Li Yuhei almost cried. I heard that you have a deal with Liang Huzhu. I'm very interested. I will follow you from now on. Chen Jing's recruitment was simple and rough. If you dare not follow me, you will never be able to follow me in the future. After all, Li Yuhei was also involved in the process of Liang Huzhu throwing dirty water on him, although his degree of involvement was unknown, and the dirty water was not thrown out in the end. But participation is participation, and he is not interested in knowing too much. Since you are a knife, you should be prepared to be a knife. Did Li Yuhei have a choice? He didn't. All his value, in front of this person, became a bubble that would burst at the slightest blow. What else can he do? They are not in the same league at all. It took Li Yuhei less than half a minute to choose to surrender. Then, there was the scene of turning against the enemy on the spot today. Chen Jing said, I suddenly feel a little curious about what the price Liang Huzhu offered you. You should know how many people in the sect will be offended by joining the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in public today. To be honest, I have a chronic disease. He confessed honestly. Chen Jing suddenly realized, a star of destiny? This is indeed a problem. You joined the Taoist Palace, and the first big exam of the Taoist Palace almost went wrong. You worked hard for Liang Huzhu, and Liang Zuodao lost his wife and his army. Master Chen, I didn't mean it. Li Yuhei suddenly felt ashamed. Don't worry, my master has calculated for me a long time ago that I'm destined to die. It's just right for you to come. One more person is not too much, and one less person is not too little. Huh. Looking at Chen Jing, who didn't care and smiled lightly, he was stunned. Surprisingly, he was accepted from this perspective. Li Yuhei, since you are a star of destiny, I will let you do some things. When you join the Agricultural Persuasion Institute, I will publish the seeds before in your name. If there are new spiritual plants in the future, they will also be handed over to you. Chen Jing said. Although he had modified his memory through the Forget Hometown, and forgot that his master told him not to crossbreed more powerful spiritual seeds, he instinctively knew not to be too prominent. There is a professional who is certified as the first in the academy. Put the blame on this guy, put on a vest, and feel safe. After entering the Agricultural Persuasion Institute, you can work with peace of mind. I will not damage your due interests because of the slight grudges between you and me. I have always advocated hard work, and the achievements during my time in the Agricultural Persuasion Institute are no less than yours. He continued. I will never let Mr. Chen down. Li Yuhei bowed his head without any psychological burden. He was born in a poor family and suffered setbacks on the road to take off again and again. He did not have the so-called arrogance of a genius at all. He was almost used to it. The road to success will inevitably lead to the next disaster. Okay, get ready and go to Anning Mansion to wait. I will go back later. Yes. Chen Jing waved his hand and let him leave. It's not easy. He remembered Li Wendao's evaluation of Li Yuhei, and he felt it. The first in the academy. In the eyes of the world, a future star with a bright future. I don't know how many people try their best to reach this height, but it looks like this. He seems to be so glorious outside, but in fact he is being manipulated. It has been like this since ancient times. Those with ability are only fit to be tools, and those with resources are the fathers. Chen Jing can easily jump out of the pit and bury Liang Zuodao in it, because he is not only capable. The reward for Li Yuhei to open a 5th level formation is a sky-high price. It is given to Chen Jing. Chen Jing straightened his back and said, "Who can't stand this test?" The constraints of resources on Chen Jing are far less than those on Li Yuhei. Casual cultivators and poor cultivators, who are busy collecting resources, have never had real freedom. Continue to wait for a moment. A woman with long hair in white clothes came over. It was Aang Huayan. As you guessed, in addition to Li Yuhei, there are many other students who have joined the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce or various organizations under the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. What is the reaction of the sect? No reaction for the time being. Aang Huayan continued. Feekson Pavilion has also encountered the same situation as the academy, but the disciples of Feekson Pavilion have been openly accepting funding from the Chamber of Commerce. This kind of thing has advantages and disadvantages. If the battlefield and bloody battles outside the domain cannot be effectively resolved, then the advantages will outweigh the disadvantages. Sacrificing long-term interests is certainly not good, but if there is no present, there will be no long-term. The sect's acquiescence has its reasons. Chen Jing suddenly felt powerless. He was making money and cultivating immortals in the base camp, and then, the rhythm of this ship seemed to be sinking. Now, he is still a distinguished father with resources. Once the big ship sinks, Li Yuhei's today is his tomorrow. Chen Jing thought for a moment. Let's go. This year's academy exam is over, and it's not bad for us to go home with the first place in the academy. It's a little funny to say this. Before he came, he thought about getting the first place, but he didn't expect to get it this way. The two left this place. Unexpectedly, they arrived at the nearest long-distance wonton room tacitly. On weekdays, they both drove back and forth by themselves, one riding a dragon and the other riding a phoenix. Now, after a car accident, they were both honest. Anning Prefecture. Qi County. Master Dasinong, how is your medicine being refined? If it is not done, my son will become a dead dragon. A muscular man as burly as an iron tower squatted in a small courtyard and made a miserable pleading sound. Hurry, 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 be patient. Dasinong held a cattail leaf fan and fanned the furnace from time to time. If Chen Jing saw this burly man, he would definitely recognize him. This person was the remnant of Fengshan sect who snatched the heaven repairing medicine from a group of noble families at the earth level auction on the Yunkan flying boat. This guy, who made the whole place tense as soon as he appeared on the stage, was staying in the courtyard of the Fengshan sect's Minister of Agriculture, who was aliased as Lin Ping at the Qi County Agricultural Promotion Office. The Minister of Agriculture had an old face that looked drowsy and shook his head repeatedly. Half of my body is in the coffin, but I'm not as anxious as you young people. The time is not right, so why should I be so anxious? But the king is urging me. It must be that the prince's injury has worsened again. The burly man cried, although I don't like the prince, if he dies, I will definitely suffer the consequences. It serves you right. The Grand Minister of Agriculture snorted. You dare to activate the bloodline of the great ancestor without luck. If the power of the real dragon is so easy to use, can your master still be the 9th prince outside with peace of mind? He would have become a skinned loach long ago. Lord Minister of Agriculture, you are right, but aren't all of us dragon descendants like this? When we have luck to eat, everything is fine. When we don't have luck to eat, our tempers are very bad. The Grand Minister of Agriculture thought of a certain princess whom he raised as a daughter, and he was speechless. Since he brought her here to eat some luck, her temper has indeed become better and better, and she even has time to learn from him about spiritual plants. In the past, she was either sarcastic or angry. Luck, humph. It's really not a good thing, he muttered in his heart. The eyes of the Grand Minister of Agriculture changed, and with a fierce fan, the fire in the furnace became more and more vigorous. Bang, the essence took shape, resembling a giant python. The giant python turned into a dragon, and the big dragon turned into a dragon. The dragon's shadow flickered from the furnace. Finally, the brilliance was completely condensed and turned into a golden pill. Okay, this giant pill is done. Done. It took 4 years to refine the pill, overdrawing Chen Jing's luck for 100 years, and finally made this giant pill. With this pill, your son can be saved, but the cause and effect of this 100 years of luck must be repaid by your son. Repay, must be repaid. Anyway, it's not me who will pay it back. The burly man said happily. Give it to me. Oh, yes, the heaven replenishing medicine. The burly man took the heaven replenishing medicine and exchanged it with the Grand Minister of Agriculture for the giant pill. I will take away your luck for 100 years and return to you the foundation for achieving enlightenment. Chen Jing, let me see if you can break through your own limits. The Grand Minister of Agriculture put the heaven replenishing medicine into his arms. Chapter 222, Patching the Sky. Cough. Chen Jing covered his mouth, his ears burst, and his internal organs made sounds of being overwhelmed. Pain came from every corner of his body. Fine blood beads oozed out of his pores. In just a moment, his body was injured by the sudden surge of mana and spiritual consciousness. Martial arts true body. His mind turned rapidly. The mana in his body flowed with the ability to see the gods, and all turned into the power of blood and flesh. Chen Jing's body became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones crackled, and his height rose step by step. His skin became tough and delicate, like the most delicate silk in the world, and like the most ductile rubber. Under the skin, the muscles were full, containing terrible power. Not long after, he had transformed into a 6-foot-tall little giant, with every part of his body in perfect golden proportions, and a pair of eyes emitting a substantial golden light. Boom! A punch hit the ground in the secret room. The 4th level formation suddenly operated at high load to absorb the power of this blow. Bang! Exclamation mark. Another punch. The formation made a sound of being overwhelmed. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Jing just did this without using any mana, using only the strength of his body, punch after punch, shaking the 4th order formation. I don't know how long he had been beating. He finally stopped. He fell back, his body shrank, and he sat cross-legged in the air. A huge amount of mana emerged again, slowly enveloping his body. Chen Jing let out a long breath. Practicing is really a difficult thing. Every time he had to consume the mana, that was automatically increasing. Fortunately, he had the martial arts true body. This ability to see the gods can convert all the mana into physical strength, which saved him from having to find other channels to consume mana. Chen Jing thought to himself, I have to create a body refining inheritance method quickly. I can't stand it. At present, the progress of creating an inheritance method, based on the ability to see the gods is halfway through. Based on the incarnation of the divine consciousness, create a method to assist in battle. Based on the sea embracing all rivers, create a method to borrow from heaven and earth. Only the martial arts true body and the wind spirit moon shadow plus points are left. However, Chen Jing's inheritance method must conform to his own Tao, not just his own needs. As a result, he wanted to create a body refining technique that accommodates mana and consciousness, but he was stuck and progressed slowly. It's just a matter of opportunity. Where is the opportunity? He pondered it every day, and was disappointed every day. Yunji Ui suddenly flashed at this time. It was Lindsay from the Agricultural Persuasion Office. Lindsay contributed to Earth Vein spells at the beginning, which promoted her to a farmer. Later, he contributed another Earth Vein spell, and continued to make constructive suggestions in the Agricultural Persuasion Office. Now he has become the director of the Agricultural Persuasion Office in Gua County. Master Chen, there is a discovery here, and you may need to come over. Oh. Yunji Ui is not convenient to say. Yunji Ui is not completely confidential, so if there is really something important, it is better not to use this kind of magic weapon. Chen Jing understood. Then I will go over. He was still very happy to hear the news from Lindsay. She only reported good news. Every time he contacted, there was good news. After notifying him, Chen Jing went straight to Gua County. Today, the Kuxan Agricultural Persuasion Office is growing stronger and stronger. After he came back from the Imperial examination, He borrowed the name of Li Yuhei and launched 17 hybrid spiritual plants. Although 10 of them are first-grade spiritual plants used as feed, there are also 5 second-grade and 2 third-grade hybrids. The 2 third-grade hybrids are bamboos. One is a hybrid version of the small spiritual bamboo that is just needed for refining talismans. The other is a hybrid version of the Aohan bamboo that can replace flying swords. Once these 2 flagship products were launched, they immediately caused an earthquake in the flying sword market and the talisman market. However, now that the outer sect has intervened on a large scale, coupled with 5 years of development, the overall market size of Suzhou has increased a lot, and the earthquake caused by Chen Jing is no longer as shocking as the Pio and Rice Queen. The world only praised that Li Yuhei is worthy of being the first in the Taoist Academy. He made a big move. As soon as he made a move, Chen Jing picked up a treasure. Li Yuhei didn't dare to go out at all. He created an image of seclusion and hard practice for himself, fearing that he would be exposed. His main focus is on spiritual medicine, but what is that? Feed and talisman paper materials are fine, but what the hell is a flying sword? Is that something he should be able to do? In short, with the help of this wave of marketing, Chen Jing changed his silent attitude for 4 years and began another round of expansion. Outside Qu County, there are fertile fields everywhere, and monks from the Agricultural Persuasion Institute come and go like shuttles. After admiring this thriving appearance for a moment, he went to see Lindsay. Lindsay always gave him a familiar and friendly feeling, very much like his third sister Yanjin Reo, with the same enchanting and sexy figure, but with a strange sense of alienation. Alienation comes from the fact that they seem to be of different species, and intimacy comes from the mutual generation of each other. Chen Jing denied in his heart. What a strange feeling. Have you seen enough? Lindsay glanced at him. Lindsay, do you have a friend named Yan? Huh. Lindsay happened to have his back turned to the past at this time, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. No, what's wrong? You and she give me a lot of similar feelings. Chen Jing didn't elaborate, and it sounded like workplace sexual harassment. Let's not talk about that. What's the reason you asked me to come here? Come with me. Underground. Underground. Chen Jing's real body didn't go down, but he threw down a spiritual incarnation and performed the earth escape technique with it. Lindsay could tell that this was a spiritual incarnation and was immediately dissatisfied. You don't believe me. I gave you a great opportunity, but you still don't believe me. But he had to pretend that he didn't notice it. When I was combing the earth veins, I found that there was something abnormal in one of the earth veins, which was suspected to be lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli, that's really a good thing. The main material for forging a large number of third-level magic tools. Chen Jing was refreshed. However, when I went down with the earth escape technique, I found that there was another world inside. I was afraid of something going wrong, so I didn't go to explore. Ashley, you did the right thing. It's better not to take risks in such unknown places, especially since the monsters in Suzhou have been rampant recently. I only came here as an incarnation of my spiritual consciousness. It's actually an incarnation of my spiritual consciousness. Lindsay cooperated with the performance, but she felt much more comfortable in her heart. It turned out that he was not deliberately guarding against her. Soon, Chen Jing also sensed the abnormality of the earth veins. Recently, in order to create his own inheritance method, he used Fengling Yuang to cast spells crazily, and his spell level has improved a lot. It can be said that, even if he didn't exceed the standard of his magic power and spiritual consciousness, he could still win the first place in the academy with his hard power. He sensed it a little. From the frequency of the disordered earth veins, he noticed the corresponding abnormality. This kind of fluctuation is indeed very similar to lapis lazuli, but Chen Jing's magic power shook slightly, and a earth vein spell tide rushed away. This method can temporarily drive the power of the earth veins to cover a place, so as to find the disordered places in the earth veins. The earth vein tide moved forward, but there was no feeling of hitting the reef. This does not conform to the reaction of the earth vein in the lapis lazuli, or in rapid contact, but it is consistent with the reaction of Dinghe stone. Dinghe stone is mostly used in the construction of ancient caves. Could it be some lost ancient small cave? Chen Jing analyzed. Why not go and have a look? Lindsay was secretly ashamed. Fortunately, the Minister of Agriculture had a high level of fraud and specially transported Ding Haystone to fake it. Unexpectedly, Chen Jing's basic knowledge was so solid that he really used it. The two arrived in front of the small cave. A huge hollow space was formed around it, filled with strange sponge-like stones. There was a passage in it, and there were dragon beast stone sculptures on both sides of the passage. Chen Jing cast a few more spells on the stone sculpture and analyzed. Well, it is more than 5,000 years ago. So old? Yes, take a look at that wall again. If I'm not wrong, this relief should record the deeds of the founder of the Divine Dynasty. Chen Jing walked forward with a look of amazement. Above, a majestic dragon, holding a huge stone in its mouth, flew towards the black hole in the sky. This is the myth of this world repairing the sky. A real dragon repairing the sky. Chapter 223 on luck. Monthly ticket plus more. Chen Jing stroked his chin, stood in front of the relief, and looked at it for a long time, and then went back and forth, casting spells on the surrounding furnishings, and observing their changes. Lindsay was frightened by what he saw. I always feel something is wrong. He pondered and said, what's wrong? I can't tell. Look at the relief. The beast mask on the general's armor was popularized during the Guangming Emperor's period. The period of Guangming Emperor does not correspond to the period of the cave residents I judged before. Ah. Lindsay took a look and hesitantly said, maybe there were generals wearing beast masks before, but they were not discovered. What you said makes sense. With my knowledge, it is difficult to make accurate judgments on these doubts. I regret not having enough books when I need them. Chen Jing was quite regretful. In fact, this is related to the incomplete records of the sect. After all, the Qingnang sect also came from the Mudlegs, and various historical materials of the previous dynasties were scattered here and there, which was not friendly to studious people like him. Master Chen is really amazing. He can even notice this detail. Damn it, stop looking at it and go in! Exclamation mark. Lindsay roared in his heart. And here, this picture of the dragon girl. What's wrong with the dragon girl? It's pretty. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief, took a look, and looked disdainful. Not half as beautiful as Gu. Chen Jing inspected all aspects of the surroundings, and took a picture with a magic weapon, and then began to try to open the cave. As far as I know, the defense formation of this kind of personal cave will not be arranged too strongly, because the fluctuation caused by that is too large, which is not conducive to concealment. It is usually set up small and delicate, and is more used for early warning rather than defense. Chen Jing did this kind of tomb robbing for the first time. The whole person was unprecedentedly focused, and several waves of analysis were as fierce as a tiger. Get out of the way, be careful, I'm going to open the door. Yeah. Open it quickly. Lindsay stood behind, rolled his eyes, and admired him in his heart. If Chen Jing really didn't have a poor background and his knowledge was seriously lagging behind, even if the Minister of Agriculture himself falsified it, it would be very likely that he couldn't hide it. Even with this, a lot of problems can be analyzed out. The sound of a loud bang shook the room. The huge fluctuation of mana penetrated into every aspect, exerting pressure from all directions, and instantly shattered the remaining talisman array. Chen Jing wiped his sweat. It's cracked. This is simply a violent crack. Looking at the open door, Chen Jing backhandedly added a water wall technique and explained. Some precious cultural relics may be directly oxidized when they come out, because they have been sealed for too long. I don't understand. But Chen Jing finally went in. Passing through the water wall technique, Chen Jing looked at the furnishings in the house, which was exactly the layout of the Divine Dynasty recorded in ancient books. There was also a letter inside. The Divine Consciousness swept it. Letter, sent to the later ones. The person who left the letter claimed to be a casual cultivator in the new Immortal Dao era after the fall of the Divine Dynasty. Because he admired the glory of the Divine Dynasty era, he spent his life collecting representative things of that dynasty. These things are all left here. Chen Jing threw the letter to Lindsay. So he's just a fan of the Great Yan Dynasty in the future. Fan? An act of being obsessed with and worshipping a certain person or organization. Chen Jing strolled in his residence and said, after the fall of the Divine Dynasty, the abyss of heaven spread, and the vast land of Shenzhou was plagued by disasters. The people were living in misery. It's normal to recall the past glorious years. What does Lord Chen think of the Divine Dynasty? Lindsay took the opportunity to ask. It's amazing, and it's also an era that I yearn for. The great Yan Taizu completely opened up the way of luck and condensed the dynasty of luck. He is recognized as the strongest in ancient and modern times. The luck method is also recognized as the strongest way and the strongest method in ancient and modern times. Chen Jing first praised it and stood under the bookshelf to look at it. Unfortunately, the way of luck is a dead end. The strongest people in ancient and modern times can't get through it, and the strongest countries in ancient and modern times can't bear it. The heroes of an entire era have been buried on this dead end. Among the thousands of spiritual powers, the strongest one is recognized to be luck. However, in today's immortal era, there are almost no cultivators who condense their foundation with luck. Chen Jing had a lot of luck, but he had no intention of developing it. His master once told him that luck can be left to chance. He could learn some luck methods and use them a little, but he must not use them often, let alone try to condense them into his foundation. No one who tried had a good ending. Even the remaining Fengshan sect in the Divine Dynasty only dared to call itself a sect, not a country. It was very interesting that even this group of descendants with a good family background did not dare to practice the ancestral method. Those who are qualified to follow the path of luck have a bright future and will not choose this dead end. The rest are not qualified. Perhaps until the next great change in the world, when the divine state is in danger of survival, someone will once again embark on this invincible road with no future. Chen Jing took out a thick book 3000 Years of the Divine Dynasty from the bookshelf. He opened it carefully and read it with relish. Lindsay followed behind and recalled the evaluation of the Divine Dynasty by the Minister of Agriculture. The consequences of taking shortcuts will eventually be exposed at a certain point in time. The Qian method is too good, so good that it can do everything. To be an official in the Qian Divine Dynasty, you don't need to practice magic or understand the Great Way. As long as you are appointed as an official, you can change the world with a single word. However, the price behind it has accumulated from generation to generation. The national ascension of the last divine emperor has become irreversible and is a dying struggle. If you were allowed to return to the Divine Dynasty now, would Lord Chen be willing? Lindsay was silent for a moment and continued to ask. It's hard to say. Chen Jing thought for a moment and said, it depends on the times. If I can return to the era when Taizu is still there, I'm willing. The later it is, the less willing I am. Why? Who is not a fan of Day and Taizu? It is also a great thing to go over and see the real dragon. Chen Jing smiled. Lindsay sighed. Obviously, Chen Jing did not really think about it, but just talked nonsense as gossip. The two packed up the books on the bookshelf. Her fingertips brushed over the scriptures on it. In fact, every book here was read by her many times. The Dao Yanfen who left the letter was actually her. The great Dao is evolving, and where should I, a person from the old world, go? Lindsay felt a little confused. She packed the books. Finally, she accidentally pressed a mechanism to open the secret compartment. In the secret compartment, there was a brocade box. Chen Jing stepped forward to open the brocade box, and inside was a medicine bottle with 5 color brilliants. The words were engraved on it, Xianbu Yao. Isn't this the top-notch treasure that appeared at the Yunkan flying boat auction? A rare and precious medicine that is used less and less. In the past, the God Emperor used Xianbu stone to repair the sky, and the corners left behind were refined into precious medicine. It is still a treasure that is hard to come by. Chen Jing was delighted. This is a few small goals. The collection value alone is high enough, and there is also a chance to make up for the foundation and experience the essence of Xianbu Dao. P.S. The extra chapter with 190 votes is here first. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 The Third Dao Flower, Heaven Repairing Method. Is everything done? The Minister of Agriculture sprinkled a handful of seeds and asked when he heard footsteps behind him. Yes. With the help of the Dao and the Heaven Repairing Medicine, Heaven repairing may really be able to transform into Dao in Chen Jing's hands one day. Why, you look worried. Before leaving, I saw that Chen Jing didn't seem to care much about the heaven repairing medicine. I was worried that he wouldn't take it, so I congratulated him and tested his attitude. How? I said I picked up a great opportunity for nothing. This is an auspicious sign. Lindsay lowered her voice. It was obvious that flattering in person would undermine her dignity as a princess. She quickly skipped this description and continued, but he said that everything in the world has a price, and maybe he has already paid the price somewhere. Oh. Haha, that's interesting. Did he notice something? This time, he was picked out of many problems. The more I think about it, the more wrong it is. He should have noticed something. Don't worry. From my observation, this boy's style of doing things will not go wrong, as long as his bottom line is not touched. The Grand Minister of Agriculture narrowed his eyes slightly. The saintly path practitioners have mind that ordinary people don't have, or in other words, confidence. No matter what purpose we come for, we have the confidence to control it. Why are you confident? We are rebels. Wouldn't he be uneasy if we were lying next to him? He just thinks clearly. He doesn't rely on his ability to counterattack, but on his ability to afford to lose. The Grand Minister of Agriculture sighed. It's good to be able to afford to lose. If you can afford to lose, you won't be afraid of losing. If you are not afraid of losing, you will win sooner or later. The saintly path is also a magnificent path. Even if you are an enemy, you have to follow his path and contribute to it. The golden light in Chen Jing's eyes faded slightly. He just glanced at his luck. Wow, it was empty after a glance. I'm not afraid of you taking it, but I'm afraid I don't know what you want. Now it seems that you really want to take my luck. Chen Jing was relieved. Ever since he met the dragon girl by chance and found that someone was stealing his luck, he has been paying attention to related matters. It is not certain whether it is a descendant of the divine dynasty who simply passed by and took a bite, or whether the Fengshan sect is planning something. It can only be preliminarily linked from the loss of luck to the acquisition of the heaven repairing medicine. Chen Jing is also unable to confirm whether Lindsay knows about it or not. He cannot ask more questions for fear of breaking the tacit understanding. According to his logical inference, it is likely that Lindsay knows about it, but it is unlikely that he is a key figure. After all, how can a core figure be run around like this? Most of them are just chess pieces that can be discarded at any time, and there is no value in investigating them. There is no breakthrough here, so don't move. The heaven repairing medicine has also been checked. Let's try the taste first. Untie the bottle mouth. 5 colors of brilliance are floating in the bottle, and the Dao essence is diffused. The divine consciousness guides a ray of it, and slowly guides it into the body. Chen Jing's eyes are dazed, and he feels the scene when he entered the Dao again. However, when he first entered the Zuanayan period, he saw the myriad and colorful Dao, but now he seems to see the side of the Dao that is missing. How is it possible? The Dao is only divided into complex and simple, and there is absolutely no difference between defects and perfection. This is just like a living person. There is only the issue of health, and it is impossible to say whether a dead person is healthy or not. If the Dao is defective, it is like a dead person, and the world should be broken and desolate. In a trance, a familiar force filled it up, rich, pure, and vast to the extreme power of destiny. The sky was completed. Once again restored to the state of the Dao being invisible, the great sound being inaudible, all-encompassing and all-inclusive. If the sky is defective, the human heart can make up for it. If the human heart is defective, what should we do? There seemed to be a voice, and then it fell silent. Chen Jing's rationality gradually immersed in the feat of repairing the sky just now, drawing nourishment from it, filling the defects in his own foundation, and enriching his own self-created Taoism. The defects in the sky can still be made up, and the shortcomings in the foundation can be made up even more. A spell centered on making up for the shortcomings. Martial arts true body and body refining gradually took shape. The third flower of the Tao of thick earth bloomed. This flower is not a flower, but a method derived from the Tao. It is called the method of repairing the sky. This method derives 2 arts. The first one, the art of balance, the power of mana, spiritual consciousness, and physical strength can be converted into each other. Chen Jing referred to the effect derived from his martial arts true body. The martial arts true body originally could only convert mana into physical strength, but now it can convert any of the three items. In other words, those who practice physical training can also convert mana through this. The art of balance is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the initial level, with a conversion efficiency of 50% or less, and 100% of mana is converted into a maximum of 50% of physical strength. The second level is the mastery level, with a conversion efficiency of 50% to 100%. That is, the highest lossless conversion. Originally, your strength was mana, and this strength became physical strength or spiritual consciousness in the blink of an eye. The third level is perfect, with a conversion efficiency of 100% or more, and it is no longer limited to the 3 basic attributes of physical strength, spiritual consciousness, and mana. In a word, it can convert mana into the power of luck, the power of merit, and so on. However, the third level of perfection is still exclusive to Chen Jing. Normal cultivators who do not follow the path of thick earth cannot be as versatile as him. When the balance technique is released, it not only makes up for the shortcomings of poor cultivators, but also links with the previous heaven and earth borrowing technique. When needed, borrowing from the sky for another 500 years, and then converting the borrowed mana into one's more proficient spiritual power or physical power through the balance technique will become the mainstream way of playing in the future. In the future, no one will have a real shortcoming, and everyone will be all round. If you follow Chen Jing's path, you will be all round. Then comes the body refining technique. Body refining technique, thick earth body. Chen Jing created a heritage body refining technique that is exclusive to the thick earth way. The effect is simple and crude to the extreme. Mana, spiritual consciousness, and physical strength jointly construct the thick earth body. When it is damaged or hit, it will no longer be fatally injured, and the mana, spiritual consciousness, and physical strength will offset it. In other words, as long as the mana does not work, people will not die. Of course, one thing to note is that you won't die, not that you won't get hit or injured. You will get what you deserve. Chen Jing was very satisfied with this body refining technique. On the surface, other body refining techniques either have affinity and immunity to certain spiritual attributes, or maximize amplification of certain abilities, or offset certain side effects. Very bright and beautiful. And the thick earth body, resistance is 0, defense is 0, and amplification is 0. However, the fatal injury is cancelled, and the blood bar is shared with the blue bar, energy bar, and spiritual consciousness bar. Others have 1 life and 1 tube of blood, but he has 8 nines of blood bar, and there is no end in sight. One word to describe, humanoid boss. With Chen's mana of at least 200,000 years, beating him is really no different from beating the earth. And whether it is resistance or amplification, they can all be there, but they are not in the initial version. After all, the thick virtue carries all things, and only after carrying all things can it be a complete body. The practice of the thick earth body is also divided into 3 levels. The first level is the initial pass. The mana, spiritual consciousness, and physical body are united to build the thick earth body. However, if the thick earth body receives more than 50% of the total HP bar in damage at one time, it will collapse. Second level mastery no longer have the negative effects of the first level, and limited activation of the thick virtue carrying objects effect can be practiced with another body refining technique, and let the thick earth body share the relevant resistance and affinity. Third level perfection, unlimited activation of the carrying capacity, and limited carrying of other body refining techniques. For Chen Jing, just 3 sharings, unlimited storage of mana and consciousness, and a HP bar of 99.99 are enough. For other cultivators, this is the most useless. After all, other people generally do not have the risk of being blown up by their own mana, and if they encounter a battle, the HP bar will not be able to stack for a long time. However, the thick virtue carrying objects effect after mastery is too good. You should know that many body refining techniques have physical requirements, because the body refining techniques in the cultivation world are usually developed as a supporting system for some kind of Taoism, and their universality is ridiculously poor. But after practicing the thick earth body and opening the thick virtue, it is equivalent to obtaining a ticket to the body refining technique. There is no threshold for practicing most body refining techniques. This set of thick earth body, which has nothing but excellent basic attributes, is simply a natural all-round embryo. The Dao in Chen Jing's eyes gradually converged. Leave the secret room. As expected, Aang Huayan was waiting outside. The third inheritance method has been created. She was surprised. Because it has only been half a year since the heaven and earth borrowing method, 2 inheritance methods in a year. This cultivation speed is amazing even for Chen Jing. Chen Jing smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the help of noble people, and it also saved me several 100 million spirit stones. How is the inheritance method this time? Finally solved my worries, ha ha ha." He rarely felt so comfortable. The last time he felt so good was when he was 1 year old and could control himself from wetting the bed. Chen Jing said, "This time, the inheritance method will be announced to the public first, and then the list will be taken out. I want to study it carefully and how to give my friends a surprise." Speaking of the list, Aang Huayan immediately realized what it was and took out a list with the seal of the King Nang sect. It is called the quota list. Nowadays, all trade with foreign sects, whether import or export, must be based on the amount specified on this list. Anyone who does not follow this list will be treated as smuggling. And the quota is divided into several forms. Let's take the simplest example. The King Nang sect has a 100 billion level pay yuan rice export to the foreign sect. Whoever is assigned to do this business must be well allocated internally, and private transactions are not allowed. The business that Chen Jing and Wei Shao first discussed would violate the sect's regulations now. Of course, it seems a bit strict, but in fact, whoever negotiates the business still belongs to him, but it must be sold uniformly through the channels of the King Nang sect. However, not all private capital has the ability to negotiate foreign customers. Therefore, a large number of export orders are negotiated by the King Nang sect and then allocated. This allocation is mainly allocated according to the prefecture 100 billion quota. The upper 3 prefectures occupy 80%, and the lower 5 prefectures share the remaining 20%, which is about the same. Of course, this is just a rough example. Before, the sect took away the monopoly rights of several spiritual plants of Chen Jing, and later said that they would help him introduce customers as compensation, and now it has become this quota. With the development of the southeastern sects, the market has changed. Anning Prefecture has lagged behind in the process and lost many quotas. What Chen Jing means now is to take back all that he has lost. And it is not just as simple as this quota. After all, those quotas allocated to Anning Prefecture will be distributed again among the many forces in Anning Prefecture. Chen Jing suddenly felt that these large and small families and chambers of commerce were a bit annoying. With so many good things, only the most handsome ones are qualified to buy and sell. Chapter 225. Tear it off from your little friend. Chen Jing has ideas about these friends, and it's not that he suddenly wants to expand. Since the last trip to the academy, he offended Liang Huzu of Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce in Wanjiang Prefecture. This guy began to use his influence to suppress Chen's industry in all aspects. 5 years of hard training. Chen Jing realized the inheritance method in 1 day. With the realm of Zuanayan period, his combat power ranked among the Shenzang level, but the price was that his assets were almost never managed, and they were all left to develop naturally. The elixir promised to senior sister Yan Jinrei was not implemented. In terms of asset influence alone, even if it was not suppressed by Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce, it would be difficult to leave Anning Prefecture, and it would be even more difficult after being suppressed. And now, Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce has even reached out to Anning Prefecture, Chen Jing's base camp. Chen Jing is also a little angry. It's just bullying Chen to abide by the rules, otherwise he will know what it means to be a person under the hall, and why he sued me in minutes. First, stamp the dog paws that have reached into Anning Mansion. Let me see. There are 4 downstream chambers of commerce under the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce that mainly deal in spiritual plants and elixirs. Write down the quotas of the 17 kinds of spiritual plants they bid for. There are also spiritual elixirs. Humph, I will go back to find senior sister Yan tomorrow. It's time to let them know what Yan's swordsmanship is. Chen Jing held the quota list and the asset information of the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce and the Anning Mansion branch, circled them one by one, and marked them by name. As he spoke, Ying Huayin stood beside him, and wrote them down one by one. Looking at the several projects that Chen Jing bid without hesitation, she was secretly shocked. Those were the lifeblood of the companies under the Jiuxiu Chamber of Commerce. Once the quota was snatched away, it would be okay in the short term, but it would definitely go bankrupt in the long run. This time, it was really a death blow. At the same time, she felt happy. There was a kind of happiness of being fined at the beginning. Although the two of them had a close relationship, she would not deliberately do things that violated the right thing in her heart. No matter what kind of struggle there was, as long as the rules were set, they must be resolved within the scope of the rules. But Ying Huayin knew that, since Chen Jing dared to take action, he must be fully confident that he could crush his opponent within the scope of the rules. This wave of cooperation did not affect her principles, and she also experienced what it was like to collude with officials and businessmen to cover the sky with one hand. The original happiness came back. These items do not involve spiritual plants. Do you also need to write them down? Write them down. These chambers of commerce had strongly sponsored members of Feekson Pavilion. Bullshit, Feekson Pavilion. Do you really think I haven't heard of it? In the circle of Feekson Pavilion, I'm called the Mud-Legged Master of the Mud-Legged Master. The Mud-Legged Master is quite good at naming. They don't even want to call me Chen Zhenchen. You will be unemployed if you come out. Chen Jing focused on Feekson Pavilion. We can start building our own Daoist academy now. There is no need to wait until the conditions are fully mature. We can do it step by step. In addition to the school, we can open up the alchemy, instruments, talismans, formations, weaving, spiritual plants, beast control, and medical arts. We can also upgrade the demon slaying department and the temple. How do we solve the problem of manpower and material resources? Ying Huayin was excited, but he remained calm and pointed out the problem. Of course, we can tear it off from our friends. Chen Jing crossed his fingers, full of expectations. On the other side, all the forces that have been paying attention to Chen Jing have also received the news that he has condensed the third Dao flower balance method. TSK, that's it. Liang Zuo Dao stretched out two fingers and gently stroked his beard. I was going to say that Chen Jing passed down two methods in 1 year, which was too fast. As expected, this third method is not even as good as the heaven and earth borrowing method. Balance. It's really useless. On the opposite side, the head of a wealthy family in the upper 3 prefectures picked up the information and looked it up, and also shook his head. For people of their class, shortcomings? Yes. But it is definitely not mana, consciousness, etc. For them, this is not called a shortcoming. This is called disability. Only when mana, consciousness, and physique are all on the average line can they be considered normal people. Shortcomings should be something further, such as talent, spell comprehension, etc., which are called shortcomings. Similarly, genius should also be in this area. Whoever is called a genius when his mana grows fast can only be laughed at. You grow fast, right? Once my panacea is poured into your stomach, it will be equivalent to your 800 years of hard practice. Do you still dare to call yourself a genius? However, for the poor monks who are considered disabled, this balance method is like a miracle doctor, the kind that can regenerate broken limbs. And the needs of these monks have never been noticed by those who are high and mighty. When a new method is born, there should usually be more than one technique. What about the second technique? It has never been mentioned, but judging from this balance method, even if there is a trick, it can't be hidden anywhere. Haha, let's not talk about it, let's drink. Yes, toast to the master. On the Jushan Peak, Spirit Beast Hall, Elder 2 is performing his butchering skills for his disciples. Watch. With one technique, the tallowest fragrant pig that was used for the experiment was immediately cut into neat pieces of pork by the thin spiritual blade, and fell into the chopping board and container, causing everyone to exclaim. Elder 2's skills are still sharp. A voice interrupted from outside. Oh. Elder 2 looked over, and saw a handsome young man with tied hair standing outside the door. When he saw the person coming, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. What kind of wind is this that actually blew back our Chen Zenshan, Hall Master Chen? To be honest, besides not having seen Elder 2's knife skills and cooking skills for a long time and missing them, I also have some business. Just talk about the business. Let these guys practice on their own. Elder 2 wiped his hands, threw away the rag, and walked into the hall with Chen Jing. It's rare that you come to discuss business so seriously. It's a big deal, isn't it? Actually, I'm here to ask the elders for help. I've also set up a beast control center in Anning Prefecture, but I'm very short of manpower, especially a master with experienced skills like Elder 2. Wow, you kid. It's fine if you're stealing business from your own hall, but you're also poaching from me. Aren't you afraid that the old master of the peak will come back and skin you? The master will definitely understand the difficulties of the disciples. I just want Elder 2 to help occasionally. It's normal to take on private work occasionally. Not only Elder 2, but also some outstanding disciples in the hall. I also want to borrow some over, and there will be outsourcing fees. No, unless. By the way, I accidentally developed several new feeds recently, and I'm going to ask Elder 2 to take a look. Wow, that's right, let's go. In fact, the number of disciples of the sect going down the mountain to find employment has increased in the past 5 years. Most of them first enter the sect to learn magic, and after learning, they go directly down the mountain to find work in the Chamber of Commerce to make money. After all, the mountain gate does not give as much as outside. The sect did not impose many restrictions on this. It was okay to work inside or outside the sect. Anyway, no matter where the money circulated, it had to pass through the sect. The value created, and the cultivators who grew up because of it also stayed in the sect. Working in the mountain gate also had its advantages, that is, the cost was extremely low. After all, the mountain gate used the contribution currency, which could effectively control the cost. In general, those who wanted to save money chose to go down the mountain to take jobs, or even simply set up a chamber of commerce and do a big job. Those who just wanted to hold the iron rice bowl and fish continued to stay in the mountain. The cost of living was low and the pace of life was slow. It could be called a holy place for retirement. Chen Jing also knew this situation. As the true disciple of Jushan Peak, how could he leave such a high quality tool person alone? Therefore, after confirming the expansion plan, he immediately returned to the sect to ask for help. He went to the Spirit Beast Hall. The next one was the Alchemy Hall. Chen Jing brought a bunch of small gifts and visited. Previously, Yang Jinreo had mentioned the matter of setting up a medicine factory together, but because of the shift in focus, she agreed but didn't follow through. This time, she came to ask for help again, which was really embarrassing. Yang Jinreo didn't miss this opportunity. She teased her for a while, and then accepted the gift, and said she would help. Since you want to be big, you can't avoid spending money. Here are 1 billion spirit stones. Take them all. She took out a heavy treasure box from the boudoir and slightly opened a corner. The rich spiritual energy and reflected spiritual light of the special spirit stone almost blinded Chen Jing's eyes. This, senior sister. Chen Jing was stunned. Damn, money. So much. Look at you. You haven't seen the world. Come here. Yang Jinreo's eyes moved, and she smiled slightly and stretched out her hand. She pinched Chen Jing's collar with 2 white slender fingers, pulled him in front of her, and took a deep sniff like last time. He panted with satisfaction. Huh! Exclamation mark. Chen Jing didn't dare to move. She raised her head and said with a smile in her eyes, after you take the 1 billion spirit stones here, remember to make my medicine house bigger and better, okay? Absolutely no problem. Don't make me wait any longer this time. Huh? How could that be possible? Chen Jing promised again. Wait until Chen Jing left. Yang Jinreo's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and her appearance suddenly became more majestic. Junior brother, you were so concerned last time. How could you let those sneaky cats outside take advantage of you for so long? I felt sorry for her wandering, so I gave her some benefits to calm her blood, but recently, she has been hungry and desperate. 100 years of luck. If it were someone else, it would probably backfire. Fortunately, the other party also compensated in time and sent a treasure that enhanced the foundation, otherwise she would have been ready to teach him a lesson. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.